Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It's time for day 2 of the PUBG Charity Showdown. We're on our way through the 4. This marks 1/4 down. Let's move on to the next one. A chance for all of these teams to rack up some serious cash and take care of the people that maybe they care about the most. A lot of excitement coming along the lines. Remember, these are also teams that have qualified for the first stage of the PUBG Continental Series for North America. So it's a bit of a testing of the water for these rosters, a chance for you to see what North America PUBG's got brewing up. But let's take a look at what's brewing up today as we move towards the games. Only 15 minutes or so away from starting. Today's schedule a little bit different than yesterday. We're going to kick this thing off with the party in the desert. It's going to be Miramar first. I'll get to that in a second. I do want to let you know it's 4 days straight of games. We started yesterday. We're picking it up today, and we're going right through the entire weekend, 4 p.m. PST. Start times exactly the same. Easy to find us. You know where we are. I talked about the teams that qualified there. They're on the right side of your screen. The invited teams, the 8 teams that sort of got here because of pedigree or reputation, and then the ones on the other side, the qualified teams who had to go through the meat grinder of open qualifiers to get themselves represented. As I talked about a little bit earlier, we're starting off on Miramar, 3 matches there to kick this thing off. We saw yesterday some teams really struggled in that transition. Let's see if they can pick up their game and come through today. Only 2 matches in a wrangle, and we'll swap those as we go through the rest of the week. Point systems are the same as the MPL, but if you didn't hang out with us there, thanks for coming here. Points matter. That's what is the most important thing. 10 points for first, so placement is relevant. That said, you can frag out hard and still come up in a good place because it's 1 point per kill. Why do you want those points? You need those points so you can take home the big money. $200,000 in the prize pool. $100,000 of that is specifically for the players based on their placement. The other $100,000 is for charity. The team that wins, get this, gets to pick their favorite charity and donate the $100,000. I mean, that is a very big deal. That is funding for a long time for some charities out there. So really, if these guys are passionate about a cause, it's a great chance for them to do something that they maybe never would have had a chance to do otherwise. That said, the initial $100,000 does go towards the prize pool breakdown. First place will get a check for $25,000 to split amongst themselves, and it's a very top heavy. From there, it drops down pretty quickly to $1,000 each for 15th and 16th place because here at PUBG, we believe you deserve a little something for trying, and that's what we'll give to those guys who can't seem to get their numbers up. That said, they all still get their chance to play in the Continental Series. But it is not just going to be me here today. I am joined by some of the best minds in PUBG and the Cammy D back together again, my old NPL desk partner. Welcome back, buddy. Good to see you. And Clover, you were here yesterday, but this is I'm happy to have you here. It's a long time coming. You've been working, the Reddit tournaments, Girl Boss, a lot of really, I don't want to say smaller events, but the reality is this is a big game, and I'm happy to have you here.
Thanks. I'm really happy to be here joining you guys as well. We kind of got to see each other a bit at PGC, but to join here for such a great event, I'm honored.
It is a great event. Cameron, I mean, $100,000 to a charity. Like, this is kind of new territory.
Yeah,
cool.
And there are a lot of charities that need it, I have to say. This might be a tricky conversation, but no, this would be, I think it's going to be really good to see what these players are going to be putting their money towards.
It will be fascinating to see which ones they sort of choose or put that cause towards, so that'll be kind of a fun news bump at the end of this thing. But also, it's a lot of money on the line. I mean, this is the first of the sort of majors coming down for this Continental Series. I mean, it's a $100,000 prize pool, Clover. That's nothing to turn your nose up to.
No, I mean, this is really just the start of it all, right? We've got so much more coming down the pipeline, but for this $25,000, that first place team, there's so much that you can do and accomplish. I mean, every team, all 16 teams are going to walk away with some part of the prize pool.
Yeah, what do you think? $1,000, Cameron? Does that make you feel sad if you're that guy who gets the 1,000 or 16th place?
Don't be last. At least you get
fair
something.
point.
There are so many tournaments out there that if you're in last place, you get nothing. So, I mean,
at least they're happy to be involved, right? And hey, you know what? You guys can be involved too. If you use tag PCS Charity Showdown to tell us about your favorite PUBG moments from day 2 or just your general thoughts about the show. You can do it at PUBG Esports on Twitter or Instagram, and you can get all of your PUBG news at na.pubgesports.com. Look at the screen. It's probably much easier than understanding me trying to give you all of that word spaghetti. Also, I want to know personally, and I think Cameron and Clover are probably on board with me here, who do you think is going to come out on top of day 2? We'll give you our predictions later, but for now, I want you to put that in the chat. I want you to tweet it out if you want to. Throw support behind your teams because you know what? They're watching chat as they wait to get this thing started. So let them know you love them, you support them, you believe in them. That is, I think, a big deal here. Now, let's talk about you guys. Love, support. These teams went through a difficult day 1 for some of them, an amazing day 1 for others. Cameron, you got to sort of sit back and watch everything yesterday.
Yeah.
What stood out to you?
I did. Well, the first thing that stood out is just those circles on Miramar. We open up this entire event with some of the wildest ones that we've seen, but they're wild in their own ways, and so it's exciting to watch. It made analysis a little difficult. Everything that I saw and observed, I had to take with a grain of salt because there's only so much from a military circle that you can expect to see in terms of patterns when it comes to the rest of Erangel, but it definitely made for a very exciting start.
Military circle, first game, Clover. What a way to start the tournament.
I know. I feel like I cast or cursed that one. Matchroom and I, maybe right before the start of the game, kind of hinted about that flight path, and we popped first on military. But yeah, I mean, one of the things that teams will often take into account is rotations, right? Their movement from zone to zone, from circle to circle. And when you get these wild circles that go very far south, or with Miramar, we had so much unplayable zone in the beginning there on game number 4, that can really affect those rotations early on and push teams into each other quicker than they might be prepared to set up for. So take day 1 with a grain of salt, like Cameron said, because we might see a whole different style of play today.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good point, taking it with a grain of salt. But how hard do you think that is for some of these teams to figure that out? I mean, that's going to be a big challenge for them. But before we talk about challenges that are coming, let's talk about great moments that we saw yesterday. We put together a nice little reel. Cameron, you know what time it is? Highlights!
Highlight!
All right, that was fun. A lot of action. Music was nice. Clover, you had the pleasure, I think, of casting the lion's share of yesterday's things, specifically on Erangel. What was the number one thing that stood out to you from Erangel play of these teams?
You know what? We had a lot of people playing the edge, a lot of third partying, and earlier you talked about points being important. And for some of these teams who maybe didn't place up so high, really racked up some kills. To me, Dodge, one of those really stood out. They only got single-digit placement points, but they just dominated in kills, and that shot them up near the top of the leaderboard without even getting close to some of those final circles, or even a chicken yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they may have dodged the observers a little bit, but they definitely landed squarely in terms of performance. We didn't see a lot of them, but we heard a lot about them, Cameron, as they did make a great statement for their quality as a team.
They did, but it's their job to keep it up because we do have 15 more games to go, and I'm not yet convinced that this is going to be a consistent process for them.
With 15 games to go, let's take a look at the 5 that have been played. Overall leaderboard time. Let's look at where the standings are as our second day of play kicks off. Zenith Esports at the peak of their game with 46 total points. What the what? And a chicken dinner to go along with it. Exodus and Oath, though, right behind them. Clover, 4 of the top 4 teams all have got a little drumstick to their name. Is that a coincidence?
No, I mean, these are teams that not only obviously got points from placement, but look at this. Kills, 24, 22, 23, 23. I mean, that's where the bulk of a lot of these points are coming. It's a little bit close, but this is showing aggression. This is showing commitment to the fight, and it's paid off so well for all of them.
Cameron, Fabled, they've got a drumstick, but what?
Yeah, and actually, if you look at their placement points, that win is their only placement point. They weren't able to climb to the top 8 in any other round, and that obviously shows inconsistency. I will say that was on the last game, so if you want to talk about these concepts of momentum and just getting rolling, we'll see. Maybe that's just the start of their trend.
Speaking of getting rolling, I want to ask you, who do you think was a standout team from game day 1 yesterday?
It's got to be Zenith. A lot of eyes were looking at them. They performed well in the qualifiers, but we didn't know what to expect when they came up against the top dogs of the invited teams. But they're in first place right now. Their Erangel games, especially, were very, very strong.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly couldn't agree more there as well. Roth is no newcomer there as well to esports. We see so much from him in past events, but put together with Kickstart, Mystery, and Atlanta, it really worked well, and I'm excited to see more from them this series.
Yeah, I mean, they really have seemed to me almost like this supernatural ability to just get their head around this, what's happening in the game. That said, Clover, tell me about the underdog. Your pick for underdog team.
You know what? It's going to be Oath. Or Wildcard, sorry, excuse me. Wildcard, actually, I think that they came into their own a little bit later. They took a while to get going, but these are some really well-experienced players who have been in the pro scene for quite some time. We saw them perform well on Miramar yesterday, and I'm expecting, with today being a Miramar heavy, to really work in their favor.
Listen, I'm a very, very public Sharpshot stan. He's been one of the favorite players to watch from 2018 through 2019, but I agree, it wasn't the strongest start for them yesterday, hoping they can perform better today.
All right, well, speaking of performance, who's your X Factor?
It's got to be Illusion. Illusion were so exciting to watch despite ending up in 14th place. The very beginning of their games yesterday, they reminded me of a little bit of like early days Tempo Storm, but like a babier version of it. I like where their head is at, but their Miramar games were trash. They have to pick that up. I think if they don't have a solid day on the desert today, it's going to be a rough tournament for them.
Yeah, I mean, I really couldn't agree as well with that. I mean, Illusion, one of the strongest teams to come out of the qualifiers. They really showed that they could hold it there. I was worried how they're going to perform at this level. Faltered a bit yesterday, but I think maybe today has a chance to come in strong and probably climb a little bit higher. Shows some of that we saw during the qualifiers as well.
When we watched them during qualifiers, though, it felt like it was often sort of the Lone Ranger getting them points at the end of the match. A lot, I don't know. It just felt like that team sort of survived their way into some points at the end of things instead of really putting their foot down and saying, we deserve to be here. And I need to see them maybe pull a little harder as they play today. Just my take. I got a lot of faith in I think they'll step up and make some big plays. But looking forward, we've got a big day of play ahead of us. We're back to 5 more games. At the end of today, we're at the halfway point of the tournament. We've talked about this before, Cameron. Once you're at halfway, there's kind of no looking back. You've got to really plant your flag and make sure you're on the left side of the leaderboard at the end of today.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully at the beginning of the day as well. I feel it's super easy to fall into the mindset of we're just going to play safe, and then once it gets too late, suddenly you think, oh god, we have to go for points now. I want to start. If they started yesterday, that's even better. But if they haven't, today is when you need to start to really go aggressive and really start to get those points, because there are some strong teams in this lobby, and they're not going to give you any slack.
You mentioned the strong teams. Let's talk about the strong teams. Let's talk about, I think, our predictions for where we're going today. We asked everybody ahead of time, including the casters. I'll reveal their predictions later today. Who's going to come out on top? Myself, I had to deviate. I picked hard shifts yesterday, but they weren't working out, obviously. I think maybe they had a little too much rust on them. I'm going to go with the Sonics this time around. I think that they have the pedigree and the potential, and they've got some very good players in Shrimzy, Hwin, and Profi. Profi was turning on at the end of the matches yesterday, and I heard Mime is actually upping his ping rate to really up his game level, so we'll see if that helps him today. Cameron, who was your pick?
I gotta go with Exodus. Even though Zenith are in first place right now and their Erangel games looked really good, their Miramar matches not so great, and there's more Miramar than anything today. And so I think Exodus, who were consistently strong throughout the entire game day, both of those, are gonna keep their foot on the pedal and just climb up to the top.
Clover?
You know what? I'm going to go with Oath. I'm going to shake things up. Obviously, Zenith had an amazing day. They were my pick yesterday, but they struggled a little bit on Miramar, and we're going to go 3 strong on Miramar today. Oath, meanwhile, had a really nice chicken, picked up a ton of points. They did have a couple of bad games where they went out early, but I mean, I really think that if they can play as well as they did on their better matches yesterday, they could probably climb to 1 and 2 by the end of today.
When you say 3 strong, do you mean we're playing 3 maps, or do you think they're going to have 3 really strong performances back to back to back? Are you making that bold of a prediction right now?
Oof. No, I don't know if I'm bold enough to say that they're going to pull off a hat trick, but I think that, especially with Wolf, sometimes you'd see him go really wide. We'd see really nice control of those ladder circles. They can pull that off again. It could really work well in their favor.
All right. Well, I hope that it does. I'm looking forward to see what today gets up and running. It looks like our lobbies are getting underway, so we are close to kicking this thing off. Any final thoughts, Cameron, that you want to throw out there? You know what? Let's just go to the casters. Let's let them have their first word. We're going over right now to the pair of Porosaurus and Godspeed, or Godsaurus, as they like to be called.
Godsaurus, man.
Godsaurus, man.
Godsaurus,
Not
I'll
bad.
take it,
Not
honestly.
bad. Yeah, it's not bad.
Honestly,
That's
how
not
you
bad.
doing?
I'll take it for sure.
How you doing, buddy? I haven't
so
seen you
good.
forever.
You look
even
so
better.
good, Poro.
You look even
Oh
better.
my
This is
goodness.
what? You got 2/5 of GLL Rumblers right here bringing
That's
you
true.
this game. These first 3 games on Miramar
That's
today,
true.
and if anybody knows about Miramar, it's going to be this man sitting right beside me. Obviously, way separated by a few thousand miles,
Not really.
but virtually right beside me. And to be honest, you were off yesterday, right? But you got a chance to sit down and watch some of the games, and I came in with Mr. Hypoc for Miramar games yesterday, and we saw early on Chumacera was getting fought over by Hardshifts and Radiance, which contains 2/4 of your old roster as well in Los and Waldo, and we saw them kind of give up on it. Are you surprised by that at all?
You know, I think I am a little surprised because I do know how much Waldo and Lo specifically like playing in Shuma. That's like kind of that was our thing, right? That was where we like to stay, and we were very comfortable fighting off pretty much any team that wanted to contest us. But I think a big part of that is kind of, with Los and Waldo jumping into a new roster with McCoy and Batty, maybe they didn't want to commit to it. Maybe it wasn't worth it, specifically because there's only, 20 total games to play. Do you really want to fight over it? Personally, I think it's worth it. I probably wouldn't have wanted to back off, but at the same time, this is their headspace, not ours. So I guess we'll see if that continues to be an issue, if it continues to be a contentious issue for these two teams with Hardships. And I know Maluk likes to contest when he wants to contest, and he also is very strong-headed. So I don't know. We'll see. As far as this plane, though, Poro, this is a very even plane. I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's very similar to the second plane we saw yesterday, and as a matter of fact, as we just touched on, you can see Hardshifts going to Chumacera, and Radiant's actually going kind of along the roadside, just to the north of Chuma. It looks like Los.
Looks like they're going like church-ish.
Yeah, he's still going. He's still going to take over church. I mean, I've referred to that as the Church of Saint Los for quite some time now, because he always goes there. That's his spot, right? And looks like he's still at least getting a hold down on that. Meanwhile, we check on Zenith. We'll see our circle is going to go hard to the northwest, but still a lot of playable area in this one, as it's not mostly cut off by the cliffs off to the side. So could be a really interesting circle here around Pozo.
Yeah, Pozo circles are, man, they can get really sloppy, or they can also be really dull in the beginning. Yeah, I mean, let's
about all
be
you
honest,
can say about Pozo circles, right?
They can definitely get sloppy. It really starts to become clear what kind of game you're going to have when the circle starts to reveal whether or not it's going to Pozo or like the surrounding areas, right? Because north of Pozo, there's obviously like a lot of ridges, a lot of mountainous terrain, as well as that, like basically 1 or 2 compounds that are really safe. Everything else is fairly open. And then Pozo on the other side of things is just Pozo. I mean, it's a gigantic city. There's a lot of urban fighting. We've seen it before. Some of those circles tend to be very exciting. Some of them tend to be kind of stalemates, and then everyone dies all at once. So we'll have to see where the circle pulls. Meanwhile, I just want to talk about 303 real quick. These guys find themselves currently in 11th place. I mean, this is a roster that I think potentially could be very strong. This is a team that I think could be very strong. I think they've kind of struggled a little bit. They've gotten, I believe, 9 placement points up to date. 14 total kills, so they're definitely finding frags. I feel like they've just been struggling to kind of make it past the mid-game, so to speak.
Yeah, especially Erangel was very rough for them yesterday. Things kind of started turning around for them a little bit on Miramar. We'll have to see if they can keep that momentum going into these first 3 games today. While we check on wild card, Honey Badger. I know we've got some strong opinions here about Honey Badger. We'll have to see if he holds up. Wild card started off with the wheels spinning for sure yesterday, but
yeah,
again, another one of these teams that started out slow on Erangel but managed to pick it up on Miramar to kind of salvage their day yesterday and bring them into today with a little bit of momentum.
I think the big question mark for me, especially when it comes to Honey Badger, since you did mention it, is obviously this is kind of like a star-studded lineup, if you will, right? This lineup has players that have experience. They've played at the highest level before, and Honey Badger kind of experienced that a little bit towards the end of like the MPL and PLC. But really, it's how does he fit into this lineup? How is he going to perform with the likes of Keenan, Sharpshot, Penta? I mean, these are really big names. These are really talented players that we've seen do some crazy things in competitive PUBG. So I'm hoping he can step up to the plate. Obviously, I think he's the one that everyone is looking at on this roster as to whether he can or not. But we'll see.
He's the one everybody on 303 is looking at right now as they managed to hear him. I don't know if they heard him pull into this compound or if maybe 303 is just scouting out this compound. They just don't realize Honey Badger is here yet. The rest of Wildcard, though, right behind this. So this could be an immediate early game fight here. Honey Badger needs to do his best to survive at this point. Just stay alive. Wait for his team to come and provide him some support. And maybe, just maybe, he can either get out of this or maybe they could take an advantageous fight, as it were, as Lush. You got a mini.
I mean, we were talking about it. Maybe this is
not feeling great.
Yeah, I mean, this may be that moment. Can he actually just wipe out 303? It's going to be very difficult. Obviously, I think they're on to him because they are going to the roof together. Yeah. This is the dangerous part, though, is vaulting up.
Uh-oh.
Oh, taking shots.
Oh my God, the shotgun comes out. Lush coming through, but I got it, man. Oh, no.
Nice little jumping header.
Yeah, I mean, look, they did a decent job. They did a decent job there of trying to prevent him from getting flushed out. I don't think that they're going to be able to do anything about it now, and I think they've realized that as well as they hop in the vehicles and just bail on out of this. But, yeah, I mean, if you're Lush at that point, I don't really know what you do. I mean, obviously 303 knew he was there. He tried to put up a little bit of a fight there.
Oh, yeah, Honey Badger.
Apparently the godlike shotgun of Lush just coming into play was too much to handle.
I mean, the jump shots, too, Poro, like, that was ridiculous. The only thing I would say is potentially Honey Badger could have done differently, was just kind of wait for the vault, because I don't know if there was any elevations within that compound that they could actually get on besides vaulting up to get eyes on Honey Badger.
Maybe
he potentially could have stalled it out. Right, yeah. He might have overpeaked a little bit. Maybe I think he got hungry for a knock or two if he could have got the opportunity, but yeah, it just wasn't there for him. Bad caps, though. Bolting. The original bolter, I would say.
Is he? You going to call him the original bolter?
Maybe not the original bolter, but he was definitely one of the stronger bolters, at least in pubs. You know what I mean? I don't think he did too much of that in comp games. But
well, by the time he got to comp, I think it was probably
sure.
I mean, it's DMR era, right? You know, and it's kind of what I mean. Look at this. Team Clueless going to get camped out here by Sonics. I think that was just an unfortunate rotation there by Clueless. I don't even know if Sonics was camping that or if they were just kind of making their way out of Pozo and they just happened to catch him. But it looks like Profi still looking around here. Clueless just off to the west.
This is
on the hill.
This is such an interesting roster for me, Poro, because you basically have this amalgamation of just all really star individual mechanical players, right? Like Hwin, Shrimzy, Profi, Mime. Like these are all players that have been like kind of standouts in the teams that they've played in the past. So to just kind of put them all together, I feel like Sonic should be doing better at this point. Granted, it's only been 5 games. Obviously, we have another 15 to go. A lot of teams that we've seen in the past tend to take their time and kind of slow roll it into their momentum, into their rhythm. We'll see if Sonics is kind of that team, or if maybe there's just too much star power on that team. You know what I mean?
It's always possible. Oh, there you go. Pack caps. Landing the headshot with that bolt. Like you said, the OG bolter, Pat Caps himself. Going to land one into the Dome of Doom. As we see Fabled. I think Fabled, we talked about yesterday. I mean, going into the final game, they were in dead last, right? And 0 placement points. They end up getting a win based off of essentially just a really fortuitous rotation on a circle that ended up falling right on top of them. They ended up picking up a nice little handful of kills towards the end. Probably could have got more. They've been coming from somewhere else. But, you know, the placement and the win manages to pump them up from dead last to about 15th. And uh-oh, look at this. Exodus right on top of Comets. Looks like Exodus is going to be able to bail on this. This is good stuff here by Taylor in Vegas to be able to realize that they can just exit and get out of this, realize the situation they were in. So good stuff. But yeah, Fabled. Do you think that game might be the turnaround for them?
I'm not entirely convinced because we've pretty much seen this roster before. I'm fairly certain this is old Supernova that was playing in MPLC. I mean, the roster with the player Supernova, Evasion, Greg Shot, and Hella. We've seen this team kind of together before. We've seen them do some pretty cool stuff, but we've also seen them stumble. So I'm not entirely convinced that what we saw in the last game yesterday is going to carry over too much into today, but I'm hoping we see some more sparks come from them because they definitely need it. When you are getting a win and you are getting the points from it, and you really only boost yourself from 16th to 12th, that's not necessarily the best look.
Yeah, not exactly. As we see, our new circle has popped. We're going to go towards Crater Fields. Looks like El Pozo might be out of the question at this point, although you never really know. And we see, looks like Wildcard.
Oh, what's this?
They're getting pushed on by Ill, and Ill's going to get 2. Icy Flex. It's down to Sharpshot. He's by himself. He's going to get wiped. Wildcard out in 16th place. Wow, not at all the start you wanted to see from this team, but what a good turnaround here by Illusion.
Yeah, Illusion, wow, that was fast. That was fast, and that was brutal. Wildcard just immediately wiped just on the edge here on the east side. Illusion is kind of one of those teams that was actually in my lobby. Initially starting in the round of 64, Cammy and I got to cast these guys, and they were extremely dominant in that lobby. I mean, these guys, for me, kind of came out of nowhere. I recognize, like, maybe Top Dog and Ranger, but Icy Flex and Freeme, I haven't really heard of these players, but for them to just come in, qualify all the way, and to really put a stamp out on, like, a team like Wildcard this quickly, I think Illusion is a team that everyone kind of needs to have on their radar at this point.
Good stuff for them right off the bat. We did see in the kill feed, Los from Radiance managed to pick off 1 from Oath, but was immediately traded out himself. The rest of his squad looks like they have made it into the eastern side of Pozo. Meanwhile, Zenith slow creeping in, and look at this, Fabled. They're going to come right up on top of Comets, and okay, that's a good grenade. Evasion manages to get the opening down, but Supernova gets traded out immediately. Where's the rest of the team here? It's just the duo. Evasion going to try to go for this res while possibly getting put. You can see they're getting peppered from range here as well. This is a Monka.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, no. Oh, that's a rough res to go for. And then he ends up getting picked off by Purdy Curdy from downtown.
He gets knocked by Greg Shot.
Okay, good cover there by Greg Shot then. He manages to, they do lose 1 player, but it looks like Evasion should be able to get out of this. And Comets will get the res, and Purdy, SDK will get a little bit of a benefit off of that by just being able to third party.
Classic Kurt, dude. Such a nuisance on the map, let me tell you. That guy. Really nice shots coming out from him,
That's honestly just, that's SDK in a nutshell, right? If you're any of these NA teams, it's just they're just chronically a nuisance. They're just always there.
They really are, and that's a compliment, if anything, because they just
absolutely.
They find themselves a position where they can constantly be an impact on the map, whether it's getting some damage out on a team, not necessarily even getting knocks, maybe getting a pick here or there. But yeah, SDK always finding themselves in a position to just really, really put some damage outfield. But look at this. Ranger sneaking up on Zenith. This is a team that's been on fire as of yesterday, holding the top spot.
Yeah, Zenith needs to be careful here. Illusion already feeling pretty spicy after they picked up that 1v or the 4v3 against Wildcard. They're going to turn their attention now towards Zenith. Looks like Zenith doesn't even want this. They're just going to pull off, and I don't blame them at all. This is not really a fight worth taking on the outside of the circle. New circle has popped. Kickstart going to try to get in the back of the vehicle. Oh, no!
Oh.
He got left, and Free Me Please gets him taken down very, very low. He's got 15 HP. He's punching the air. He's so mad. He gets taken down. Oh, no. Kickstart. Zenith losing one essentially for free as Illusion just turning into the giant pain in the ass in the lobby now. Look at this hardships. Maluk with the down. Oh, no. Crashing right into Sonics. And that is not what you want to see. Yikes. That's a big, big yikes there. As the rest of Hardship, I'm not sure why Maluk was on a bike. The rest of the team pushing on foot right behind him.
I feel like there was a disconnect here because Shrimsy was fairly isolated. Hardshifts could have definitely got in and gotten an angle on. I think Maluk was kind of the distraction, but there was no support coming out from the rest of the members of Hardshift, so he just goes out for free and Shrimsy picks up that kill.
It looks like Hardships wants to try to bail on this, but they need to be careful that they don't fall victim to the same fate that Zenith just did, where they end up losing somebody in their retreat. They are in the north side of Pozo right now. This is Sonic's, Hardshifts, and Oath all right next to each other on the north side of the city, and they're all getting overseen as well by Dodge, who is taking shots down on this from the high ground. Meanwhile, you can see 303 is trying to find a home on the western edge of the circle, but it is tough sledding here for them.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was alluding to, is there's not a lot to play as far as like safe compounds north of Pozo. I mean, you do have a lot of ridges and terrain, but a lot of that is also open to other overarching, positions on the map and on the circle. So realistically, these teams are going to get very, very congested very soon because there's not too much playable terrain as this circle closes, especially if it pulls more north and it cuts out all of Crater Fields.
Let me see. There was a down onto Elusive there, but it looks like they were in a compound and Exodus was just taking shots down on them, so it looks like they should probably get that res. Meanwhile, we're waiting on our circle to close in. Looks like we're Zenith and the three-man squad of Raw of what they have left over anyway here without Kickstart are going to be making their way in on the southern side of the circle.
That was such a good play, by the way, by Illusion. Like, not only had they just wiped Wildcard, but they set up such a good, not necessarily a trap, they just set up really good angles to kind of receive Zenith and really punish them. And they did. They took out Kickstart.
Oof. All right, let's see where this next circle is going to go as it closes in. And, okay, we're cutting hard to the north. Ooh. So what this means is
what
that
I was just talking about.
El Pozo is about to start popping off. Looks like Sonic's going to immediately hop in their vehicles, and they're just going to get on out of Dodge. They realize that they have an escape route at the time being that they have already scouted out. Good stuff from them. But now Hardshifts and Oath have to deal with each other. And remember, they are, once again, under those watchful eyes of Dodge. And they also have to worry now a little bit about Radiance, who is just off to the west, and Zenith wrapping around as well. So this is going to be a tough transition for both of these squads. It looks like they may be avoiding themselves for right now. Sonic's going to try to make their way in, and they have Radiance just above them. Looks like they're going to avoid the line of sight for now, but you can see they're already having to get out of the vehicles, have to make their way on foot here as they're getting shot at from the back. I'm not even sure who those shots are coming from. I think it's Livid.
I think Livid. Yeah, Livid has a really good position here to punish Sonics, as does Radiance, although Radiance still needs to come in. They're basically going to have to go in for the fight. Oh.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Wow.
All right.
And Elusive is done.
Yeah.
That's it. They're just gone.
They were in a compound. Comets came in and crashed from the north side, and they end up winning that fairly clean. So good stuff from Comets there. They're going to have a compound to themselves. They have Exodus right above them, though, so they're going to be in the same position that Elusive was just a minute ago. So this probably out of the frying pan into the fire.
Yeah, this is such a... Sorry, just looking at this, is such an awkward southwest part of this map. You have Zenith coming in behind, you have Radiance that's now trying to fight Sonics, and then you have Livid overlooking all of this. Livid really needs to, if they have the angles, need to scavenge as many points from this fight that's about to go down as possible.
Oh, this is such a weird thing, as you said. And look at this. You can see Mystery on your minimap right on the backside. The rest of Zenith have already made their way into the circle. They're a mile away from this. Zenith just left Mystery behind to see if maybe they could third party onto this, maybe pick up a couple of kills. I don't really know. Battylol is already down. He sees he's going to get taken out. Mystery will get a point for it. So, fair play to him. Zenith managed to pick one up there as Sonic's now trying to get the res onto Profi as Radiance is just essentially pinned inside this compound. And this is just, as you said, just tough sledding. It's such a weird southwestern part of the circle. And you have the additional factor of mystery in there as well. Ooh,
yeah, Mystery being there, I'm not exactly sure why. He's not solo. I mean, he's not the last member of his team, so that's a little confusing.
They just left him.
Yeah. And then you have Radiance, who obviously like have to move, but they've taken their time. They obviously lost Los early, and then now it's just down to 2 of them. So realistically, this is just Sonics holding out their edge now.
All right, well, we'll see what they try to do here. They're going to hop in the vehicle.
Buggy
but,
too.
They're in the vehicle. Buster, he's going to come around. He's going to find one. He's going to find. Can he get the second one? Yes, he can. Oh my God!
But he goes down. Still 2 points.
He goes down to the blue. He picks up 3 points for Zenith there. Zenith leaving him behind, a third party onto this fight. I'm not sure if it was intentional or not, but it's looking like a god play right now. They are absolute geniuses. Mystery, just go ahead and bleed out, buddy. Your work here is done.
Meanwhile, yeah, 1 for 3. Well done. Very well done.
Yeah. Sonic's sitting here wondering where their 2 kills went. They had them for free. And now they lose them. They get nothing.
They thought they had them for free, but they definitely did not.
I mean, any other situation they do. And there you go. You see Leda and Roth inside the compound just on the western edge of this new circle. And here comes Oath. We were talking about how it was going to be a struggle getting out of El Pozo. And they are suffering. You can see Snakers and Rello both down about 20% health. And is that going to be in time?
They're still not even in the circle either. They're not even in the circle. And where they potentially would have wanted to go was actually open, which is that warehouse down to the south.
I think they took out Hardships. There goes. Okay, there goes Hardships. Yeah, that's going to be going down to Rello. So I'm not sure if Dodge was kind of overseeing that. I mean, we knew that they had the high ground and they were kind of looking over all of that as it was going down. I'm not sure where the kills kind of divided as far as that's concerned. It looks like Finna has gone down for Dodge. Dodge once again finding themselves in great position on Miramar, but now can they get the placement points? That's the struggle that they've been having so far this tournament. They're getting kills. They're fragging out. They're being aggressive, but they just can't seem to find the late game.
Man, if Sonics can somehow get rid of Dodge and that threat to their southeast, they really have a lot of room to work with moving up towards just the east side of the map. Because they have, I think, 1 team there coming up on them, but that's really just it. And that's Team Clueless. So Sonic's in a very good position, as well as Livid, to really start to take command of the circle.
I'm actually shocked Sonics was able to get this good of a position, given
where
they were
it was open for so long.
Side. It's unbelievable. It's such great scouting on the part of Profi. As we see now, Dodge, they're going to have to try to make their way in, but it looks like Sonics maybe spotted them out. There you go. Wynn's going to find Reno. Monty going to try to trade it back, but look at this. Profi going to find Crop. Mime going to find Finna, and now Monty. It's all you, buddy. You're all by yourself. At least you're inside the circle. And it looks like
that's so rough.
I mean, he took the shot with the car, but I don't know
you have to,
if they knew where it was coming from.
Yeah, in a situation like that where you are, like, for instance, the Bolt player, right, and you have other members of your team kind of baiting peaks, you have to hit those shots. It's so detrimental because you saw exactly what happens when you don't. You start losing members, people get knocked, and all of a sudden the person in the back that was supposed to be looking for the knocks is just the one that's left alive. But he does find one. I don't know if this is a little too late.
Oh! What? Is that 2? Back-to-back headshots.
Yeah.
Monty, are you actually about to pull off the impossible? This is Dodge in a nutshell right here. They're coming in with the flushing grenade. It's not going to find its home just yet. He's going to trade some shots back and forth. No! Shrimsy will save the day as Mime gets rezzed. Profi gets taken low, and Dodge is out once again. A little bit too early. And
could you imagine if he hit those, Poro? When they were pushing up? Those were really nice shots, though.
Those were absolutely disgusting. Unfortunately, not really much else to show for it other than maybe a little bit of a highlight clip here. As we see the circle has cut once again over to the west. So now the north side is about to get interesting. Shoot to kill. They're still in it. They're still on the edge. You got Exodus, Comets, and Fabled all off to the north that are going to have to try to find some way in. They also have Zenith, just the duo on the western side of the road here, but they can also send a few shots over in that direction, cause some havoc possibly.
I'm really curious to see what EXO is going to do here, because not only do they have to deal with Comets, but once they do potentially deal with Comets, depending on also where Comets wants to go, they have to deal with SDK. They have to kind of figure out a way to get in the circle and either go further, wrap north, and go west, or just go straight into where STK is holding, which obviously is going to be a very tough challenge because STK is not a team that you want to really have to get in the circle on.
Yeah, this is going to be rough sledding no matter what. It looks like Comet's just going to like hop in the vehicles. Oh no, they're going to run into the structure there. It looks like they're trying to crash the other side of the street. I think they knew that Shoot to Kill was there. They didn't want that fight, and they're going to actually be paying the price here. You see Yaxley going down. There's actually a lot of people going down as this north side has just popped off. Fabled gets eliminated. And who else? Is there anybody else? I think Clueless might be in some trouble here as well. Thomas, they managed to get 3 over there. They've got 6 alive. Or 6 kills, rather. 3 alive.
6 kills, 3 alive, yeah.
Not too shabby.
That was a good play for them. I mean, that's kind of what I thought they would do. They would just kind of go wrap towards the northwest. That's what they did. They managed to get somewhat close to the edge of the circle and maybe get in. They have a knock here on Victor. He's got to get picked up, but Sub-Zero, I think, is the most trouble with Zenith still holding them out. They're not quite in yet.
God, disgusting shot from Leda there as he gets the down on the Sub-Zero. The res, is it going to come through? Nope, Victor is going to bleed out. Roth will get credit for that one, and it's down once again to just D-Treats. Meanwhile, Exodus has pushed in to Shoot to Kill. They're down to just Purdy Curdy and Luke. 6 kills so far for STK. They're holding the line right now. The smokes are out, and they're trying to find Vegas as he's all by himself. A good
Taylor's cooking.
Gonna get wrapped out. Oh, Vegas will find one. Can he find the second? No. Luke 12 with the 300 ping is gonna find himself the nice kill for STK, and he will get the res. Purdy will go down, unfortunately, but Civ will get rezzed here. So they're going to be okay for the time being, it looks like.
Oh, they got to get out. Oh, they got to get out.
Ooh.
They're actually okay. They should have a ridge. They should have a ridge here to play still. They should be all right. As long as Luke can get to it, and he does. But Civ's got to make it through. Nice knock onto Dune with the arm.
Oh my goodness, on Civil. He goes down to the blue because of it, but he might end up, I don't know if Landune, yeah, you should get res there. Lush is right on top of you. There you go. This res comes through. So Civ gets bled out. Luke manages to find himself a little alcove here. Unless Zenith decides they want to just YOLO push it across the street, they're probably not going to take him out. Luke just needs to be careful about his peaks here. Maybe worry a little bit about Nitrogen from Clueless. Last player alive there is probably the only real problem he's got. Meanwhile, Snaker's here. Last player for Oath, trying to make it in on the south side. That is going to be rough sledding as the circle, unfortunately for him, is cut back to the north.
I mean, he can potentially go for a bike send. That's really his only play, I think. I'm not sure if there's anywhere within the southwest side of the circle that's kind of playable for him that isn't going to, be shown towards the angles of Livid. We'll see. It looks like he has a little bit of a dip, but that's not going to be safe. The Zenith is overlooking it. Roth with beautiful shots going to take him out, and that's going to be Oath going out in 6th.
Well, it looks like Zenith has kept their momentum going from yesterday. Even as a duo here, they've managed to pick up a few more kills. 8 kills now after the 3 that Mystery had for himself. Roth, once again, this team is a slow burn, man. This is this is like all those animes people tell me to watch about, and they say the first 3 seasons are too slow. Don't watch them.
Yeah, they're really slow. But I'll tell you what, season 4. Oh yeah,
man, that's Zenith right there in a nutshell, man. They're so slow early game, but then once late game comes, boy, they just know exactly.
Oh, did I make it in?
That switch.
Oh, did that molly actually? Oh, I don't think it did.
Leda, I mean, it did something here because Leda is going to find Lush. He'll get. Oh, Luke is actually going to steal that away. You hate to see it if you're Zenith. And Dune just hiding out. Come on, you got to hit that throwable rush, Lush. Roth, you got this. Oh, he's just gonna push it. He's just gonna push it. He ran right past him. Oh no! Dooner is gonna come in with the clutch. Roth took a little bit too much damage on his run inside. Getting a little bit greedy there, arguably.
Man, that's the risk when you push those with those huts with all those smokes. I mean, it's such a mess. It's such a mess every single time. Oh, Nitrogen, my goodness.
Ooh, there you go. That was pretty much the only person that could take him out. Unfortunately, Luke never got vision on him, so Nitrogen doing a good job of playing that sneaky snake role. 4-team Clueless manages to get another kill for his team, another point, another placement, as they find themselves in the top 4. Livid, we haven't really talked much about yet because they haven't really done much worth talking about. Meanwhile, they find themselves in the top 4. Caden and Soup, good position here.
they've pretty much been in the same position for most of the circles. They've been putting out a lot of damage. They've done well enough to defend this compound, but realistically, they've just kind of been on easy street this whole game. They've just been kind of watching all these teams cannibalize themselves, as they desperately do need to get into the top 4, though. They find themselves here. They need to get this win because Livid is they have to be livid of the fact that they're still on the bottom of the leaderboards.
Well, the problem is, Leda, you're gonna pick up Dooner there. The problem for Livid is they only had 2 kills, as they will find Nitrogen, so they'll build that up to 3. And now it's just going to be the 2v1. Can they find Leda, or can Leda pull off some more Zenith magic? We've seen it in the past. Zenith has done this kind of thing before.
I really think Livid needs to win this game, otherwise that is going to crush, I think, their morale. These guys really need to pick it up. This is a very good start. They need to find Leda. They need to play this 2v1 correctly. They need to play it smart. And right now, I like the positioning from Soup, trying to get an off angle, maybe having Caden go on another angle just to make sure that they trap him. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can see he's still looking around, looking for some. I mean, there's 3 players left. You know exactly where Leda is, but I think he was just maybe a little bit nervous in the service. And if you're Livid, like you said, I mean, you're sitting in last place.
If he finds a knock
first place,
here,
just sitting here for you. Ooh, that's careful. Leda realizes, I think he knows what's about to come, and he should, honestly. That is 1v2. He's going to try to push it out, and okay, let's just run it across the street with no smokes. Send it.
Wait,
YOLO, let's see what we can find. Okay, there you go. Caden will put an end to his suffering, and that's going to be Livid with the Game 1 dub and 4 kills to go along with it. Not a bad performance. Not a bad performance by Livid. I mean, they had, like you said, they needed to get some kind of points. They were sitting there basement dwelling pretty much all day yesterday, and finally they get a little bit of circle luck this time around, and they managed to get themselves a win.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they had found that compound early. They had gone to that position. They rotated early, and they didn't really have to move. But that's fine. Like I can tell you from experience, if I get gifted circle every single time, I'm not going to complain, because at the end of the day, someone has to get the circle, and it was Livid. They were able to defend it as well. I think there was a few people that maybe tried to crash, but overall, they were able to get a few kills in the process and desperately get the win that they needed. So I'm hoping this will kind of be a little bit of a momentum booster, little morale booster turnaround for them as they head into the next game, but a nice overall game from them. I really think, though, that STK and even Exodus were finding a lot of kills as well in that game, even though they went out a little earlier.
I mean, yeah, STK, I think, ended with 10 kills overall. 4 for Purdy, as they find themselves in 5th place with 10 kills. And then you had Zenith. Once again, the momentum.
Zenith.
I mean, the once that thing starts rolling downhill, it's pretty much impossible to stop. They're
Season 4, man. Season 4.
They're looking like world beaters right now. Where did this team come from? I mean, I remember, like, I was a huge homer of Leda and Mystery back in the crew days. When they were on Team Crew with old Waldo. But you know, it's like all of a sudden out of nowhere, Zenith, I guess the addition of Kickstart just has been huge. It's opened Roth up for sure, it seems like. Roth just playing out of his damn mind. Yeah,
Roth was always a player that tended to find a lot of success as far as like just getting raw frags and being kind of that star player. And then you have Kickstart, who I think was a player that was already impressive from the beginning. Now slotting into that roster with the solid support of Leda and Mystery, which I want to also point out, Leda is no slouch and neither is Mystery. I mean, these guys are really strong players, as you said, alluding to Crew. They were great. So I don't know, man. That's a good roster.
Well, that's going to do it for game number 1. I know our analysts are going to have a lot to talk about, so let's hear from them now. Guys, take it away.
Porosaurus and Godspeed, you guys absolutely killed it on that cast. It was a great time to watch. That was a good first game, and I think that Poro said it best. The basement dwellers. I mean, Livid literally got more points in that game, Cameron, than they got all day yesterday.
Yeah, and so it's definitely a good start for the day. It's also not just them that had a really surprising start onto Miramar. I'm excited to see what the rest of this game. I'm trying not to steal anyone's thunder, so I'm being intentionally vague. But no, definitely a very, very good game from Livid.
Are you okay, Clover? I assume that means you have some thunder to give us.
You know what? It was a really good game for Livid, but they ended it with only 4 kills. And even with the placement points coming in, that's only 14. We had 2 teams that really brought it with kills that match, and that might not be enough to really get Livid that much higher off the start of game 1. Great momentum to start on a chicken, but you just want to see a little bit more, especially from someone who's been gifted the circle so well. I think they just really need to pick up a couple more kills that match.
That's fair. That's right. I mean, Livid won't be angry about their performance, but I do think that you're right. They needed to put up some more kills. A team that did, you brought up Zenith. They are absolutely out of their minds in this tournament. They're playing very, very well, and they do it yet again, coming in a top 3 with a large kill count. Cameron?
Yeah, and it was they proved me wrong. I was really worried about their Miramar, but they shrugged off the not even terrible matches from yesterday, but just the less than their Erangel matches and delivered it.
They did shrug it off. They delivered today, and we've got something to deliver to you. Cameron, I think you know what time it is. My favorite time. Let's do it. Highlights!
Highlight. Oh, how 2019 of us. We're still keeping it on. Let's go. Highlight time. Right off the bat, Shrimzy. Oh, proving himself to be a really solid pickup. Keep in mind, this was after Dodge had some amazing shots onto them, though, so keep in mind, that was after the fact.
Yeah, I mean, again, these strong rotations from Zenith Esports between Roth and Leda, picking up so much on the edge. We saw a great play here from Roth as he found out shoot to kill, getting some well-needed knocks, but unfortunately for Roth, didn't work so well in his favor here.
This is a really interesting back and forth through the smoke, and you can't really blame Roth for this one, but it's good for Landuna. He was able to last this long. And you saw for a quick moment the ending there, wide open in the field, and that's what ended up winning, I think, Livid the victory in the end, just because they had control and that open field to shoot down on.
I mean, there was no Mystery had no solution for that, right? There was no answer in that situation to get across. Like, he didn't have the smokes, he didn't have what he needed to make it happen. So I think Mystery did the best he could. He held a hard peak on the right, took a couple of pot shots. Honestly, had that first one connected, I think it was, I don't remember who was peeking him, like Caden maybe. If he had hit that shot, that would have made it a 1v1, and he would have had a chance. So it was the right play by Mystery. It just didn't pan out, and ultimately it is kind of is what it is. It's also good to see Caden back, by the way. Yesterday we missed him for a few games. I'm not sure what came up, but he's here, and you can already see it having an impact on the team, Clover.
Yeah, and I mean, really, again, game 1, Miramar. A little bit of an offset for some of these teams, but well played by all of them. You know, earlier you kind of talked as well about some kills for some of these guys. And again, those top performing teams shoot to kill with 10 kills. Zenith with 9 that game. I mean, it's just absolutely wild to see just to start off the bat coming out shooting strong. I think some of these players really took what they didn't do well yesterday and are already changing it back up for today.
Yeah, you said shooting strong, shoot to kill, Cameron. They did it in 5th place, but the kill count, incredibly strong. They were just like Zenith in the fact that they took those fights.
Listen, this has been shoot to kill's MO for the past number of months. Even in the unfortunate lack of qualification for PGS Berlin, their whole plan is to fight for map control, squeeze it out of their opponents, and it's a risky play. And part of that is why they go out earlier than you would expect, but they get those kills from it.
I mean, and that's what PGS Berlin will continue to be a monkey on their back, and to shake that, they need to win tournaments, and they're trying right now. Take a look at the leaderboard from this match. They went out in 5th, but they ended up in 3rd, and Clover, Zenith went out in 2nd, but they end up basically getting 1st.
Yeah, I mean, kill points. We talked about it yesterday. I'm going to talk about it today. I'll talk about it all weekend long. Placement points aren't the only thing that are going to help you out here. You've got to try and get kills. If Livid had just gotten a couple, they could have stolen that back, but look at the difference in kill points amongst all of these teams here.
Not too shabby as you see the teams that we expect to do well. A big goose egg for Wildcard and Elusive. 2 teams that actually were doing pretty well coming into today. So this is going to be a tough start for them, Cameron, as they got to get their headspace back as they move into the next one.
Listen, you say Wildcard, all I want to bring up is, guess what the team that wiped out Wildcard? The X Factor of Illusion. But nonetheless, looking at kills and damage right now, pretty on top. Not really surprising.
Yeah, and I don't think he did it with nades this time around. So, triple threat this guy over here. Clover, as you look at the kills and damage, what stands out to you?
You know what? D-Treats. Comets have been a team that we haven't seen a ton of top-level performance at this whole weekend, but D-Treats has just been kill-leading yesterday. We see him bring in another 3 from this first match. I think if they could just find a little bit more cohesion together as a 4-man, they might be able to start seeing some chickens today.
You say cohesion, I wonder where the rest of the team is. I'll be that guy.
It's true. It's true. Well, you know what? Do you remember the first season that Dietrich joined us in the MPL? And he came in like a storm, but sort of went out with a whimper. This feels like the old Dietrich that we saw at the start of that season, and it's great to have him, I guess, back up and running maybe. I hope this is an indicator of what's coming for the rest of the day. Time survived overall for this entire tournament so far, Cameron. TJ up on top.
Yeah, this is from the entire event so far, so I'm not surprised to see this one game not have much of an effect here. We're still seeing Zenith and Exodus on top more than anything else. It's a little surprising that it's Exodus, both members of Exodus are above Zenith, but, I mean, that's just how the math adds up, I suppose.
But I think it may also speak to some of the rotations. I think maybe Exodus's rotations just aren't as crisp, Clover, as they seem to be losing some players earlier on than Zenith, who's holding them out longer.
Yeah, I mean, I really couldn't agree as well. Zenith, I think, has a little bit strength between both Erangel and Miramar. Exodus faltering just a bit on the Miramar maps, hopefully able to kind of pick it back up again today as you kind of see points, rotations, chicken dinners, they're getting it, but they just need to tighten up a little bit on the edges here on Miramar, I think.
61 points for Zenith. We got to point it out because it is ridiculous how far ahead they are the rest of the map. When we came into today, Shoot to Kill and Oath had closed the gap by about 6 points between them. Now they are chasing the Lightning instead of being right on top of it. That's going to be a tall order. Below them, we got Sonics and Exodus obviously climbing up the ranks. Dodge, another team that's been putting up numbers. Look at that. I want you to talk about that, Clover. You mentioned earlier to me that Dodge, their placement points sucked, but their kill points are incredible.
Yeah, I mean, even this game as well, racked up 3 points, but 9 placement points. All of that came from yesterday. They went out early on this Miramar game today, but I think if they can finally just have 1 or 2 really good games where they make it into that top 3, we'll see them jump really high up on the leaderboard later today.
Absolutely. Let's talk about that last match just a little bit more before we move on to the next one. Cameron, what was your favorite moment from that game?
Dude, I can't get out of my head the mystery from Zenith hanging back in the blue, sacrificed himself. We don't know if it was on purpose or not. I'm going to pretend it's on purpose because that just makes the story so much better. They left him in the blue to take care of Radiance out in front of him. He got 2 kills right before dying to the blue, and that is a very creative use of resources. There are games that you just know as a team you're not going to win. The goal is to get as many points as possible, and sometimes throwing one to the wolves is the way to do it. It was just, you really don't see plays like that happen all the time, so it was really cool to see it pulled off in that way.
Very nice. Clover, what was your standout moment from the match?
You know what? It's probably another silly moment, but it was just such a great play. Oftentimes you see teams get stuck in shacks. It is just a guaranteed death. But Roth taking that push onto Landoon didn't quite work out. Landoon actually able to survive that, jump out, use the smoke to his advantage, and catch Roth back off guard, even things in his favor. They may not have made it as far as the rest of Zenith later at the end of that match, but I mean, that was a fantastic play to pull off. So kudos to 303 for that one.
I'm going to give a little bit of love to the Lush double tap jump shot on Honey Badger at the very start of the game. He had how often do we get to see a double barrel shotgun used at like its maximum like pinnacle of its performance? And that's what it was, right? If you're going to jump shot somebody, the double tap on the double barrels, the way to go. That said, let's go to the casters who will bring you the second match of the day. It is the dynamic duo of Poro Speed.
Just changes every time.
I know.
Godosaurus.
Either way, I think it works. Porous Speed makes it sound more like svelte. Like more.
Kind of like smooth,
more like
silky.
Yeah, like I could go like run. I don't know.
You lost me at run.
Dude, it's quarantine. Like, I haven't.
You
I haven't
lost
left
me at
this
any
chair
form of
in,
exercise whatsoever.
3 months.
I'm actually melded to mine. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
I haven't shaven. I haven't. Yep, it's out of control. One thing I really want to kind of look back at, and this is something you'd kind of asked me earlier about looking at Radiance, is I'm actually. That's a position that I can tell you. We didn't really normally play from, especially in a circle like that. So I'm really curious whether or not that was a call that was made maybe by McCoy, or like if Los had wanted to go there simply to scout, but they got caught there for way too long. And I can tell you from experience playing with Waldo and Los that that's not really something that we did a lot, which was just like hang around, because they eventually got caught out of the circles. Sonics had plenty of time to even come in and rotate right in front of them, which is something that, again, normally wasn't done. That really didn't happen a lot to us on Rumblers. So like I'm curious to know like who made that call and what the decision was and why they kind of hung out so long, because they had plenty of time to leave.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of been the story of Radiant so far, right? I mean, you look at that roster on paper, and that's some scary stuff. I mean, McCoy is a phenomenal player. Los, obviously, Los
is an
animal player.
Yeah, he's an animal.
Waldo is probably one of the I mean,
little
not
Waldini?
only is he Little Waldini, not only is he
I love him.
a consummate. Like he is the ideal teammate in every sense of the word.
He really is.
But he is also a phenomenal player in his own right. And then Batty Lol as well. I mean,
I don't really know where Batty Lol fits on that roster. No, and I'm not even trying to be toxic.
No,
I'm just genuinely, I
yeah.
don't know like how he kind of fits into that roster slot. I don't know like what his role is. So I don't know.
Well, he's got
that
something.
one for me.
I mean, he's there for a reason, right?
Sure, he's got to
Exactly.
be. So I'm curious to see if he can kind of step up in the same vein that we spoke about Honey Badger on Wildcard. We'll have to see. This playing very, very east, I would like to say.
Yeah.
This
is
teams that
beast
loot
of
like
the
Monty or Pozo, even Shuma is a little bit of a, actually especially Shuma, simply because from the southeast side it very much cuts off a clean jump to Chuma. So I'm sure whichever team, whether it's going to be Hardships or it's going to be Radiance, will find vehicles on that road from Los. But they're going to have to rotate to it, which then gives time to other teams to potentially contest. Monty's a little bit of a stretch as well. Most of the teams that are going to be looting on the east side, for instance, your SDK looting straight up there at Hacienda is going to be just fine. Zenith is going to be just fine. We'll see, though. Oh,
okay, all right.
And for the teams that have to go west, that's not the worst circle.
Given that plane path, this is probably the best circle they could probably hope for, to be honest.
Right.
I mean,
yeah, for the teams
maybe
that want to loot on the east, sure, not the ones on the west.
I mean, outside of like a southern, because we know that the first circle has to touch the plane path, right? Like that's kind of a common known fact at this point, right?
Sure. Okay.
And so I'm not gonna. I'll be real with you. I've seen the island
be real with
circle
me, Poro.
Recently, very recently, twice recently in competitive play. So we're dodging a bullet, at least this time around in this game. Of that,
that's true.
That just S show.
I mean,
so,
I've played that circle,
we get to deal with
so
yeah.
I know how that feels.
As opposed to that S show, we get to deal with this S show where we get to go all the way out to the north. Now, this should be good news for teams like Team Clueless and Dodge. Now, the question is, are they going to run into each other here as they are looting up in Crew to Val? Looks like Clueless has a little bit of a wrap here on Dodge. They find themselves a little bit surrounded with the exception of Crop, who is off to the south here. So I'm not sure. They got to know. They know each other are here, right? Like they obviously know. They saw the parachutes.
Yeah. I mean, just judging by the way Finna is kind of cautiously peeking around, I would absolutely imagine. What a setup, by the way, on Monty. Just immediately with an 8X on an M24 with a silencer.
Nice.
Like, must be nice. I don't think I've ever found this setup in a position where it's absolutely needed early game, right? Like, he was the one that landed up top. He's the one that's trying to get information. And sure, here's an 8X M24 with a silencer on the tip. Just
They're only going to give him 5 bullets. Maybe that's how they nerf it a little bit there. But
I mean, even if he's not shooting, the information alone, Poro.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's huge. It's obviously huge here as we check in on, I believe that is Elusive. Yep, that is going to be Elusive. Where are they on the map right now? They are just finishing looting up points around El Azahar, so they are kind of in a wide split along the road from the central circle all the way off to the east zone, but they are all hopping in vehicles right now. They actually are in a pretty good position here if they manage to take it. We've seen kind of where SDK is rotating right now, but that crossroads section right there. I mean, we used to see Space Station, back in the old H-Win and Smurf days. I mean, they would camp that successfully. I mean, all the time on these, and they would see a lot of success out of it.
Yeah, that was something that they were very good at. I mean, specifically because they mainly looted El Azahar anyways, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So I think
But it's
Elusive
still
right
just
now finds
the
himself...
ability to finish looting and transition over there
Sure.
and kind of set it up early.
Yeah, as
Looks like doesn't look like they're going to do it though. Shoot to kill is going to find a spot though.
Yep. And Patrick and NSS of Team Clueless are not players that I'm personally familiar with.
Well, he's going to take a few shots over in that direction here. I mean, this is Team Clueless. This was a team that was PGC qualified, right? So this is a team that we haven't seen in a while, and they are coming in and running right into Dodge, which was one of our hot hands coming out of the qualifying stages. NHS, he's going to find himself a little bit separated from the rest of the boys, but he does have that dirt nasty AK. 28 bullets. Let's see what he can do with it. Probably feel a lot better if he had an extendo and better than a level 1 vest, but you know what? You got to deal with what you got.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That would be
I've always loved
feeling
the
a
AK.
lot nicer.
I mean,
oh yeah.
I've told you this. Oh,
Shreds.
what a dude! That grenade. I don't know if he meant to bounce it off that the telephone wire, but it was funny to watch. But yeah, the AK, you've known me, obviously, even back when I used to compete. AK is actually still one of my favorite ARs, if not my favorite. It's even during the M4 meta was when it was an ideal. I still love that. I love that damn gun.
Yeah, I mean, look, AK has always been that gun where if you can control it, it is so, I mean, dominant. It's just absolutely fear. It's fear inducing. But that's the thing, is that thing kicks like an absolute mule. So
it does.
You have to be able to control it.
I've whiffed a few sprays in my day with that gun. I can't lie. It's a beast.
I think we all have. Well, Monty finds himself a few more bullets to go with that M4 he's got. He's taking a few shots. He has a pretty good idea of where at least a couple of members of Team Clueless are here, but Team Clueless, for their part, doing a good job of not over-peaking, not giving themselves away too much. But that being said, how are they going to get out of this situation? Ooh,
I was just
like he
thinking
ran
about that,
and
actually.
Monty lost him.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. I think Dodge potentially. I mean, if they can or if they wanted to, they could pull back. And they can get towards like the top of the ridge.
Crop,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like they can pull back and then save the. I think the team of Clueless, they may get stuck, especially if other teams start to rotate in. I mean, they're going to get trapped there. Kickstart going for some nice shots. Doesn't land anything.
So Kickstart was he had a little bit of a spooky moment here in game number 1. He landed, I think he landed for a vehicle right on top of somebody else. Managed to get out of it and stay alive for the time being. And I think he feels like maybe making up for a little bit of lost time, as he was the first one to go out kind of unceremoniously in that last game.
Yeah, he was not happy about
definitely
it.
wants to. No, absolutely not. I mean, especially when he sees his team getting 9 kills, fighting for that fighting for the win there. You know, that's definitely, it feels bad here. It's 303. Will find their way into El Azahar. Not gonna stay too involved here. Not gonna stay inside the city. Looks like they're gonna find points north. They may get vision over towards Elusive, who's just off to their west. They trade some shots back and forth here. If they are so inclined, if this is where they feel like stopping, I imagine they probably will, as the circle is about to finish closing.
Yeah, and this is kind of one of the circles that, kind of in contrast to the opposite circle we had on the west side, there is a lot more to play that aren't compounds as far as like the terrain. There's a lot of different little nooks and crannies that teams can find themselves in. There's a lot of hills, a lot of mountainous area that obviously, you know, Miramar provides, but it's much more playable in the sense where in the last circle we saw a lot of it was just very open. If you weren't kind of in one of the main ridges or in the main compounds, it was going to be very tough to rotate in. I think this circle will condense the teams far more. Will leave a lot more to be alive until we get towards, you know, the later circles of 5, 6, and 7.
Circles up here with this much playable area, usually a slow burn, and it seems like it's playing out that way, as we still have 16 teams up, 64 still alive. Nobody has gone down just yet. As Crop is going to shoot in anger and boredom.
Ooh, this went super south.
There you go. It's going to go hard to the south. That's actually pretty good news.
Much less playable, by the way.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, I mean, but I will say this though: when you see these things cut off to the north there around Crudaval and Tierra Branca, it seems like teams don't have an instant kind of read on what they want to do and how they want to transition into those type of circles. So this one down here, at least, is an area that these guys are a little bit more familiar with. As we see, a lot of people going to start getting in vehicles, start rotating in. Radiance. Already, I think they're already inside of circle here, if I'm not mistaken.
They are.
I'm trying to see where they
They
are.
are,
On the
and
map.
they actually
Yep,
have a
are.
good split. They have a really good
Very
split
good 2-2
circle.
split there between Graveyard and points just south of Hacienda, where Wildcard is 4 deep. Sonic's just north of them as well. So this is one of those circles where it pays to have a good 2-2 split, or maybe a good 3-1-1 split. If you're a team that knows
You want options.
how to do those, yeah, exactly, because you want to have those. You want to be able to gain as much information around you as possible, and as you said, you want to have those options of somewhere else to rotate to, or at least somewhere that you can scout out where to rotate to next.
Yeah, I can tell you this right now as well. The kind of dead zone you see just ahead of where Sharpshot and Wildcard are playing, that is a very, very bad place to not have a position in the circle when it closes. Like, that field is an entire dead zone, basically. If you're not set up in this circle, it's very difficult to get in. So having that 3-1 split, or the 2-2 split, or even the 2-1-1 split can be advantageous, although it's obviously more of a risk, especially in that specific circle that happens to center up around Hacienda and the dead fields around it.
Well, looks like our first victim will be found. It's going to be Landoon. I guess he should have gone to a shed again. He had much better luck last time with that than he did in trying to rotate around Fabled. So it looks like Fabled is going to find another one. Yep, Lush is going to get spotted out. Good shooting coming out from Greg's shot. He's going to get himself a point. Good stuff there from Fabled. I'm not sure. I thought it was Fabled that picked off Landoon. It might have been Hardships, though. Either way, this southeastern side of the circle, very compact here. As 303 tried to go for a long wrap and just ended up paying the price. They're down to 2.
Yeah, the southeast is starting to get a little congested. There's still quite a bit of room to play. No one has taken La Vendita, which surprises me because you can scout. You can scout quite a bit of. You can scout quite a bit of Minas. Just north of you, so no one has really taken that. I imagine maybe Illusion could do a wrap like that where they go all the way south and try to see what's north of them and get more of a vantage point. But overall, I really do like the way that Sonics has split their position in the circle. 303 definitely needs to start getting in because a lot of this real estate is about to close up and they are going to be on the outside of a very, very difficult situation.
Well, the 2-2 is alive and well in North American PUBG, as it looks like pretty much every team at this point trying to do a 2-2 if they're not all spun together. And over we go, a hard shift south for this next circle. We're going to go over Minas Generalis. Exodus looking great right now. They have the high ground. They have the... Yeah, this is old Ghost stuff. So, I mean, you look and see where Radiance is. They're over there in Graveyard. McCoy
They're in a phenomenal position.
Absolutely, absolutely, in a great position here. They need to, and they did a good job here of falling back onto each other, immediately breaking from that 2-2 back into a full 4-man squad in their Graveyard area. Teams are going to start having to make their way in, and here we go. Caden going to find Nitrogen. What a sick spray!
Yeah, that was
now.
nice.
Ooh, okay, Team Clueless. They're not giving up on him just yet, though, as this is all going off in the north side. They're gonna have to figure out how they want to end this fight. Is it worth it? Can they get anything off of this before they have to move in?
Or they have so much room to actually just get out of here. Or they did before the rest of Clueless got up. I don't really think this is a fight worth taking for any of these teams, honestly. Especially for Livid, who just came off of a win. Like, they have the potential to get a decent spot in the circle, to rotate early, to start scouting. For those 2 members up that are not currently in the circle, I don't really think this is worth it at all.
The problem as well, as you said, they're in a 2-2 split. Clueless was 4 strong, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and get in vehicles. They did get the res off, though, so they got their 4 members back. Livid, meanwhile, you can see them. They're sitting out here in the blue.
That's something that worries
taking
me
shots
about
at this.
Yeah, the fact that they're comfortable doing so in a circle like this, when good on
Oh
Team
my God,
Clueless.
look at
just
the
realized
north
that
side
that's just
here,
not worth it. Yeah.
I mean, the north side is absolutely nuts. I mean, you had obviously Team Clueless and Livid, but then you had Shoot to Kill and Dodge right on the outside, and then also you have Elusive and Sonics on the north side of the circle, inside the circle. So this is about to get pretty nasty here as you see Sonics already taking shots over in that direction. Elusive going to find Purdy Curdy as T-Sock going to find one. Luke going to trade it back, though, but Purdy will get flushed here as STK running into trouble, trying to make their way into the north side of this circle. Is Elusive going to cause them some problems?
Oh, I think someone's in the house with... Was someone in the house with him?
Somebody's in the house. I think
Yeah,
it's Luke.
someone was-
Yeah, it's Nate and Luke.
Yeah. It ain't Luke. And if Fizzle and Jay don't get there quick... Oh, look at Luke. Shoeless Luke.
And shoeless Luke. And meanwhile, you got to also remember you got the 4-man squad of Dodge that's just off to the north here. Also Livid. Trying to make their way in.
And Luke,
like STK. Oh no, he's gonna find Jay and Fizzle as Nate's just sitting there. He takes out his own teammate.
So
Luke just decimates him. Oh my God, Luke did it to him, just like that. That's it for Team Elusive, and now STK can turn their full attention over towards Dodge, who is still trying to make their way across the road. I'm not sure if Dodge is just on foot. I don't think they have vehicles here.
Yeah, I don't think they have vehicles either, and I'm sorry, I just still can't get over the... Oh, man, Luke. That was so disgusting. The fact that their teammate was upstairs, just... Ugh.
It's Luke
So
just like,
unfortunate.
hey, I know you're up there, but I'm just going to go ahead and kill your teammates now. Is that cool?
Yeah.
You're gonna sit back and let me do that? All right, all right, well, let you go join them now as Uncivil. They were worried about Livid, but it looks like...
Well, I don't have to worry about them
Team
now, 'cause they're
Clueless
gone.
Team Clueless going to take care of that problem for him. New circle pops and cuts hard south again. Man, the hard shifts today have been unforgiving. These teams off to the north. Wild card, meanwhile, has found their way inside Minas Generalis. They're going to be safe for the time being. As you see, Keenan got taken pretty low, but they keep all four up.
See a backflip, Poro. It was a perfect opportunity for a back or front flip.
Extremely disappointed that we didn't see a backflip. And uh-oh, there you go, Dodge.
Oh, Finna. And
Monty will find Halo, but Reno and Finna, I mean, they're just dying to blue at this point. At what cost, indeed.
Oh!
Ooh, okay. Monty.
Jeez. Jiminy Cricket, my God. What a shot. Okay,
Luke.
Monty coming alive. Can he get Civ?
Civ is the last player up here. Come on, Monty, don't do it to him. Monty.
Monty is...
Oh!
Oh, Civil's done! That's it!
It's, oh, man. Mutually assured destruction.
Assured destruction, yeah.
That's all you can say. All you can say there as two big, heavy
By the
hitters
way,
in this lobby
I'm just
go
gonna
after
throw
each other.
this
Look
out
at this,
here,
actually,
Poro.
Sonics and Team Clueless. Look at that.
Sorry,
Go,
I'm just
go
going to
ahead,
throw
by
out.
all means.
Bandita is still looking real good. I called that earlier. If this
Right?
keeps shifting south, there's going to be a team that's going to want to take Bandita. And sure enough, we now have 3 teams right around Bandita. You actually have Hardships, you have Fabled.
Uh-oh.
And Illusion.
So, about that Fabled thing here is they are just getting absolutely ripped apart.
Well,
They managed to get onto the other side of the cliff here, so Envision and Supernova managed to stay alive, but boy, they just got roasted by a combination of, I don't know, everybody in Minas Generalis and Hardships.
If this shifts south once again, and that bowl is still in from Bandita, Hardshift should absolutely try to, at least I think this would be a good play, rotate south on
look at
foot,
Exodus.
go on the bottom of the bowl, and then push over and flank Fable, because then they would be in such a good position to take this game.
Exodus
That's if
hard
it's
crashing this with
south.
Pat and Venerated. Looks like Vegas actually got stuck off in the middle of an open field here. It's just Pat Caps and Ven. And oh my God, the turn. Pat, you are disgusting. He's going to get the flush. Ven goes down to Supernova. Can Pat Caps trade it back here? Good reposition. Working the line. The nade is out. He gets him down low. He gets him down finish. Good stuff from Pat Caps. Managing to save it. And Ven doesn't even get flushed out. So that is going to do it for that squad. But uh-oh. Look at Illusion. Your yellow dots. They're starting to swarm over here. They heard this fighting going on. Illusion might be able to come over here and pick up something. But meanwhile, we got Radiance and Team Clueless also fighting in the north side here. They're going to find Waldo. Oh, no. Radiant's a little bit split here.
What happened? They had such.
I'm
good
not
position.
sure.
How did they?
It turned into like a 1-1-1-1 or something. They ended up losing a couple of players here and there. It's down to just Los and Batty as McCoy gets taken out earlier. Waldo goes down next, and now here comes
They're
the
in no
hard push
position
from
to support
Clueless.
each other.
Look
Yeah.
at this, Clueless coming correct here today. This is they've been pacifist puppies here for the past couple of days. They're looking like actual legitimate dogs of war here in this game. As Lowe's going to try to find two, he does. Batty gets him some help. As now Team Clueless maybe biting off a little bit more than they can chew. As Lowe's going to spot out ahead, take a few shots, not going to find anything. NHS will get finished off. Pistola time going to go for the res here, as he all of a sudden finds himself very, very alone.
Yeah, that was, I gotta be honest, that was kind of a poor push on that building, because you have to have someone watching those windows if you're gonna push on this specific building, especially from that angle, because like Lowe's just did, it's very easy for a player to just peek and really kind of rip you apart. Obviously, Lowe's, I thought, had some beautiful peeks as well, peeking in and out of view. But yeah, like you have to watch those windows, and unfortunately, they both just ran straight at it.
Yeah, look who decided to join the party. It's going to be Profi. He gets taken down by Pistola time. Ooh, that's a close 1v1. As he barely comes out on top. Profi. Ooh, the grenade goes a little bit farther, but it hits H-Win. Now Shrimzy is left with a decision here. Do I peek this while H-Win is going for a heal? Or do I just basically hold off? I think at this point, if you're Shrimzy, you just got to hold the push. Let Win heal up, come get the res off of Profi, and then just kind of regroup here. Shrimzy, though, needs to be careful because Los is still there.
Yeah.
Still has vision. All right, here we go. The push coming out.
Damage down.
Oh, no. Profi gets flushed. That feels bad. Oh, no. Shrimzy goes down.
Sonics is falling apart.
And here comes Win. Oh, he gets Pistola, though. All right, Win, what can you do? Good molly. Battylol going to find a shot into him, but Win's actually just going to bail on this. And, yeah, I don't... Oh, man. That was
unfortunate.
That was
for Sonics.
hideous.
They just got picked.
That was
that
was actually ugly.
They took 1v1s. Neither of the 1v1s worked until finally Win stepped up and was able to find a knock. But there it is, Los. Los the Factor still in there, getting frags, doing his best in a position. And I will say this, from experience having Los on my team before, he's definitely very strong at finding a position and holding it solo. He's very effective at doing that, and I think this is a great position for him to play as well, especially with the split that him and Batty have. Just get as many frags as possible, and he's doing a lot of damage.
I mean, look, this is Radiance looked like they were falling apart, but Los putting on his afro wig, getting his paintbrush out, and finding happy accidents happening all around him here.
True.
He managed to pick up about 4 kills there off of a just a blind YOLO push there by Clueless, and then finishing off H-Win from Sonics with an equally questionable push there. Meanwhile, Hardships, they have the south side, and they have it pretty much all themselves. They're going to spot out Vegas, I believe. Vegas going to take a few shots over back in that direction. Luke says, no, sir. Goodbye. 5 kills now for Hardships and complete control over the very southern edge.
Yeah.
It's good, but I mean, man, this thing is going to go away quickly as it is on the very southern tip. And here you go. Los and Batty actually going to make a wrap around to the south. And Maluk needs to be careful here because he's kind of splitting off and holding the edge. But, I mean, this is what he needs to do. He needs to be holding this edge. He's smart enough to realize that.
Oh, yeah.
But if he overpeaks here, it could be trouble.
Jason, I think, is starting to move up towards him so that he can go for trades. Obviously, they know that there was a team fight, or they could hear the fighting that was on the east side of the circle. So I'm sure they're aware of it. As far as if they're able to play these trades well, I'm not sure. Oh, they just got spotted, I think.
There you go.
Yeah, that was huge. That was huge for them to know that Radiance is coming up on their east side.
Good stuff. Luke's going to come from the bottom. He'll find one, but he gets immediately traded out by Jay-Sang. Battylol hiding out in the edge of the smokes here, trying to play the edge lines, but he is getting held off by shots from Chubba and Lobes from range. He's going to try to see if he can maybe get a molly in there to try to finish off Maluk.
This is not good
this
for
is bad. Los does get finished off. Batty, those smokes are no longer inside the circle. I don't know what he's going to do. He's going to try to run around the other way, but he doesn't have the HP for it.
Jay-Sang needs to pick up Luke now. like right now.
Yeah, he's going for it. He's going for it. Looks like Luke should be. I mean, you can barely see it. He's just in on the edge. And fortunately for Hardships, I mean, this great position, as you said, nobody really in a position to come in third party this, so they get that res off for basically free.
Yep.
It sucks that they lost the point on Batty, but they do.
It does, but at the same time, Jay-Sang, I actually didn't think I wasn't aware that Luke was in, so Jay-Sang taking his time rather than the res was definitely a great play.
Well, there you go. New circle does pop, and well, Hardships, I think they're going to have to find a way inside this compound. I don't think there's any ridge line left to be found inside this new circle. Going to go ahead and hop in the vehicle. That's going to be Chubba, and he's just going to go ahead and send it right off the bat, right to the wall. Fairly safe push there. He's going to find a nice little position here and hopefully hold off any pushes. Comets, I think, the only ones with any intentions on taking shots over here towards Hardships.
Comets need to absolutely make sure they hold this, though, because if Houston Hardships get on their south side, that's going to be a massive thorn in their side, so to speak. They're really going to have to deal with a full Hardships, and I can tell you right now that's not something that they're going to want to do later in this game. They need to stall this or at least get some form of damage, maybe get a few picks off of Hardships, because if they get there, that's going to be a big problem for them.
I'll tell you what, we got 5 teams left, and I don't know about you, man, but Zenith's starting to turn into like the New York City cockroaches that seem to survive everything. It always seems like we have 1 or 2 Zenith players left in these final circles in these top 5. They are absolutely hard to kill. It's Kickstart, and the other problem is they're still scattering. They're still going out here and trying to get these kills themselves. As you see, Kickstart, there you go. He's going to find one. He's going to get the down. Can he get the flush? Oh, no, he can't. Oh, wait, yeah. Can he get? Yeah, okay. Did he get? I haven't seen it confirmed yet. Oh, look at that.
Fighting Axley.
There we go, Roth. Look at this. They are so. This is the most active team when they are down to just a duo or a solo player, and it's paid off such huge dividends for them because they have managed to get just a handful of points. Oh my God, Kickstart gonna find Honey Badger with the nade right after he gets res. Gonna go in for the reposition. Looks like Roth will get spotted out and flushed out. It's down to just Kickstart. He's probably pissed that he doesn't have a kill yet. I think he spotted out D-Treats.
I mean, he's had knocks, just wasn't able to finish any of those. D-Treats now out in the open. Kickstart not taking any shots, actually.
That's very careful.
I think that's good trigger discipline. I like this play.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he realized D-Treats maybe it wasn't going to be a clean down and flush, since if he got the down, he was just going to go down behind the vehicle, the burnout. So instead of trying to go for it, just wait for something better.
Yeah, but taking a 1v1 as well. Like if there's no teammates, it's not a knock. If he gets taken out, he gets taken out, and they go out in 5th. They can still leech some points as Kickstart just stays alive. So I like the play. I like it.
Well, Hardships managed to get all 4 across from that south side and into this compound somehow. I'm not sure how they were able to get away with that. Comets, I guess, just did not have the line. Weren't able to prevent them from doing so. Meanwhile, there you go. Another one's going to get sharp shot, going to find, I'm not sure who that is, but somebody from Comets. But I believe he might have just gotten traded back as well. Yep. Victor actually going to find Honey Badger. Here we go. Houston Hardships, what can they do? This is something we wanted to see them. We haven't seen them in a late game with 4 up in quite some time. Oh no. That feels bad, man. You had the timing perfectly. You got them up just in time. There's nothing else. Well, I was going to say they don't give the kill over, but I think Honey Badger went down to the blue in the first place. So
he did. I think he did.
Bad.
Yeah.
Well, Wildcard's still 3 up. They've got the north side of this circle. I have to see what they decide to do. Where is Keenan? Okay. You know, all right.
Sometimes you just gotta send it, man.
All right, Keenan. Well, I'm not sure what you were hoping for on that one, but
I think he was trying to just get towards the center, or essentially like the dot. But I mean, I would have at least.
You got to look at
that when the other teams were fighting, or like there was a distraction.
Yeah, I don't know. There's 10 alive, no smokes out. I mean, your team obviously. I mean, they're throwing smokes right now. You obviously got them, so let's have to see what they can come up with. Meanwhile, Hardships Lowe's going to find Sub-Zero. That's going to be a nice little down for them. Let's see. if he can find
So
Victor
he
as
has
well.
a
And
volley.
okay, Sharp Shot gets down and flushed, and now Wildcard down to
he's
just one.
cooking.
Look at him, he's on fire. Lobes comes correct, gets the down the flush. Hard Shifts looking real nice here. It's down to 3 teams. 1 left for Wildcard. They're going to try to come across. Nope, Penta's going to get spotted out by Toxic Voxic from 303. See if 303 can pull off a miracle with the duo.
This should be very much a Hard Shifts win here. All they have to do is just keep the control, make sure they don't give too many knocks. And this is their game.
D-Rich goes down. Let's see if Voxic has any magic in the tank. You got any EU magic in you, buddy? You were there for a long time with Pittsburgh Ignites. Everybody tells me that region's better. Let's see what Toxic can pull off here with the 1v4.
I don't think he can jump on that railing and maybe do some cool stuff and get a little vault over. I'm just saying, there's options. And
okay,
there it
Lobes.
is.
Jesus, Lowe's just walking right in, said, you know what, screw this. I'm not waiting for you to show yourself. I'm just going to go kill you, if that's cool. And there you go. Houston Hard Shifts coming in with the Big 10 kill win in game number 2 on Miramar. God almighty. I mean, had we not wanted to see from this is the Houston Hard Shifts that we've been waiting to see this whole tournament. I mean, you go back to PGC qualifiers, this team looked, I mean, just unstoppable, unbeatable. And we haven't really seen it so far today, but maybe the rust kind of breaking off a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, it's an intriguing team composition, but again, when you put Luke in pretty much any team slot, or just rather any roster, I should say, like that team should be successful. Luke is incredibly intelligent when it comes to the way he thinks about the game, the way he makes his calls, and I think the roster that they have is definitely strong enough to make a big splash, and so this is kind of what we were waiting for, as you alluded to, and now finally, that's a win. They got at least, I think, 8-9 kills, and I'm hoping they can start to kind of continue the momentum. A team that I kind of want to look back on is Radiance. Radiance had such a good position in that circle pretty much the entire time, and then there was like this weird split that happened. Los was able to salvage some points when he got some kills between the Sonics fight with, I think it was Team Clueless, but ultimately, I feel like Radiance should have been in a much stronger position than they actually ended up being in that game.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, if you could salvage points, fantastic, that's great. But when you were in a pretty decent position in the first place with all 4 up, I mean, you know, in complete control over that graveyard position, you kind of hope that you wouldn't find yourself in a position where you need to be salvaging anything.
Right.
Like you said, I mean, they were coming in looking pretty strong. I'm not sure. We never got to see how McCoy went down originally. We did see Waldo kind of get caught off in the open. As he was trying to make a move by I believe it was Team Clueless, but Team Clueless actually looked really good that game. 6 kills.
They look better.
In 7th place.
Better.
Yeah.
I think Comets actually is another team. Yeah, Comets is another team that I kind of want to touch up on real quick. Also, that was in a very good position, like Radiance, that just kind of let Hard Shifts just encroach on their position, and just like that, I mean, they got wiped out systematically, and they really were the ones that were kind of holding the key to that game, in my opinion. So I'm not exactly sure what happened with them as well. I don't know. We didn't get to see how Hard Shifts just kind of went into their building, and they kind of dropped the ball there. I don't know.
Well, there you go. Houston Hard Shifts going to be your game 2 winner. Let's go over to the analyst desk to see what they thought about this game. Guys, take it away.
Coming back to us, me, Toffees, Cameron Davis, and Clover bringing you the analysis of that one. Tuesday last game, the guys talked, I think, ad nauseum about Houston Hard Shifts and how they handled that. Let's talk about some of the teams in the top 5, though. Clover, you were talking about Comets with me earlier and brought up the idea that they seem to do very well getting through that mid-game, but are struggling to close these things out. Did we see that yet again?
You know what? I think so. I was kind of hoping Dawn they maybe would hold out true, but of course we saw in the end Hard Shifts with that really nice Molly M4 combo to take out what was left of the Comets. They were able to pick up a couple of points, a couple kills in there, but again, just a little bit too safety. They had the circle in some of those later phases, but they just weren't able to do as much with it as I felt like they should compared to some of these other teams.
Cameron, looking at 303 and Wildcard, some interesting plays. I think Wildcard probably had the most interesting play at the end of that game for me with Keenan and his bike.
Yeah.
Sure, we'll see that again later.
Yeah.
But what do you think of those two as they pushed into the final?
It's the circle ending on such. It's not a city, but it's a large enough compound. And then when you consider the elevation differences between the levels on Minas Gerais, like it's a very difficult ending that we saw there. And so to see a couple of teams, I guess, struggle with their control of those buildings, which are really wide buildings. It can be hard to control them. I'm not super surprised to see it. But the fact that the hard shifts, I know they talked ad nauseum on them on cast, but that they just had that dry run into that compound and just stayed as a group and stole it away from them. It kind of showed the lack of comfort in those teams to stay inside.
I mean, that's the nature. That shift to mines is tough for a lot of teams. But let's take a look at how the game develops as we go back over the great moments. It's time for the highlights, Cammy.
Highlight time indeed. And what are we starting with? With Shoot to Kill, a team that, again, likes to go loud super early on. And this was fighting in blue for a long time.
Yeah, and then, again, this push with Exodus, same thing. We saw a lot from them early on. They also went out a little bit earlier as well, so great play here by Packups as they take this nice push onto Fable, who's just been struggling a bit today.
So I think one reason why we're seeing a more even spread of kills, it's not nearly as focused towards the top teams as it is because the nature of this circle is very bowl-like. And there's a big wide open space in the middle. Teams are free to hide out in these buildings, and then everyone else is just fighting evenly over the different corners of the map. It's not easy for a team in the dead center to just take shots at everyone around them and collect huge amounts of kills. It was really only hard shifts that were running through a lot of different teams in classic Maluk style that are able to make that successfully.
Jumanji! I just feel like it needed to be yelled at the end of that segment.
It definitely feels like Jumanji here in 2020, doesn't it?
It does, right? Oh, it does, right? Man, that was so good on so many. Okay, let's get back to talking about the game. That was good, Clover. It has been a wild journey, and I think for some of these teams as well, as we saw 303 step up, second place. They're a team that's been very quiet as we came into games today. Wildcard, or let's say Keenan, a player that is rarely quiet. Again, Wildcard, I think, has been sort of middle of the packing and struggling to sort of move up the numbers. And Zenith, yet again, Roth with 5 kills. They don't win, but they are in the top 5. It seems like it's a constant at this point. Okay,
yeah,
so maybe they've already picked their
They're doing really good.
Yeah, fair.
Well,
you're right, though. What do you even say?
I think that
really
303 is a team that really kind of struggled a bit yesterday, right? We did expect a bit from them. Roth is, or some of these players we've seen in various, I don't want to say maybe formations, but right now with Landoon, with Lush, and some great plays yesterday, better plays today. I think if they can just ride this a little bit longer, especially as we flip over to Erangel, might work in their favor some, but...
Great plays, great placement as we go to the leaderboards. I expect that we will continue to see Zenith up on the top, but we'll see that. I will see the overall in a second. Talk about Houston hardships. They take, 20 points on this one, Cameron. A very nice come up for them. They were my pick yesterday as a team to watch, and they struggled. It sounds like maybe they're finally getting their footing.
Well, their first game of the day actually wasn't that great either. They were 16th place after Livid's victory allowed them to overshoot them on the leaderboard. I'm curious to see where they're going to end up now. 20 points is a lot still this earlier on. This is Maluk's first brand new team since Tempo Storm and then Sonics, which was like a mini Tempo Storm. And so I'm not surprised to see it be a little bit of a process of him locking into his team. Has it begun now? That's the real question.
You said Sonics is a mini Tempo Storm?
Yeah, the Sonics attempt, the failed Sonics attempt to get to PGS Berlin still had Maluk, Sharky.
And you also earlier referred to Illusion as reminding you of the Tempo Storm. So is that
Illusion?
Call back to the old days. Are they the litmus test for North American PUBG going forward?
You can definitely look at their success as being limit test. I don't think their playstyle is the only way to play, but it is one of my favorite ways to play because I think it's super exciting to watch. Plus, we see the success rate of it.
Clover, Roth, and Kick, top and top.
Yeah, I mean, this is really what we're coming to expect from Zenith Esports here. But look at this, Lobes coming in with number 2 place across the board, as well as Luke 12 with Shoot to Kill. So, I mean, some familiar faces up here again and again, but Zenith right now, they're on fire today.
I'm a little curious at Badilol.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm a little curious at Badilol and Los both being top 5 of damage, and yet they have so few kills on their team. They ended up in 7th on Radiance. Something needs to get locked in.
Yeah, I mean, even to say the same thing about Kick, he was the damage leader, but wasn't even in the top 5 for kills, so he's sort of playing the assist role for Roth. Time survived. Vegas up on top for Exodus with 2 hours, 57 minutes. Not bad, not bad. I don't really know what else to say there. I mean,
Yeah.
You love D-treats?
Yeah, you know what? I mean, okay, we'll give it this. Comets, I think, are slowly becoming one of the more undervalued teams here. We've seen more and more come out of D-treats. You just need to push a little bit harder, but look at this. Top 5 on survive times. They just need to commit a little bit more on those kills.
Overall leaderboards, I alluded to this earlier, and it is exactly what we expected. Zenith is running away with it, Cameron. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they were already letting their charity know that they were going to be dropping off a check later this week.
Yeah, I was like, hey, by the way, just ringing you up, letting you know ahead of time. It's any sort of worry that I had about their Miramar game is gone. I think they're perfectly comfortable playing on both of these maps. They're perfectly comfortable in the game right now. It's such a strong roster. It's great to see Roth finally have a team that can fully support him, that he seemed to be lacking at least a little bit in the previous versions of Zenith.
Yeah, a very strong Rothler, and I will say if you are a charity looking to make some cash, maybe start sliding into his DMs right now because it's looking pretty good. Shoot to kill. I'm feeling good about STK. They are a little bit quiet. They didn't finish in the top on this game, but they're consistently putting points on the board. It's good to see.
Yeah, I mean, these are some of the best players as well across the board for teams in damage. Shoot to kill with Luke to 12. We saw a lot from Alo yesterday. Uncivil had a couple good plays today as well. So let's see if they can bring it once we get a little bit further on today. Erangel can sometimes be their map, but I mean, yesterday, circles really weren't that good for them. So we'll see. Maybe today will be a little kinder.
Yep. I mean, still got to survive. I think we got one more game of Miramar to get through on this one, so we'll see how it goes. What was your favorite moment from the last game, Cameron? Or, I'll give you another option. What do you want to see change for the teams who are struggling on the bottom right now?
Favorite moment, Keenan just sending it. What I want to see them change is,
Yeets.
I guess, win your fights more.
I can't imagine what Keenan was yelling on the microphone when he did that. Clover, what was your favorite moment?
You know, I mean, it is there. When we were watching behind the scenes, we were seeing Penta and Keenan mess with this motorcycle, and we thought surely they're not going to do anything with it. We were immediately proved wrong, ate our words. It was really good entertainment, but I mean, that mentality, that attitude of just kind of throwing it at the end, that needs to go, guys. There's so much on the line this weekend. It's tempting to have a little bit of fun, especially if you're thinking, all right, my options might be limited, but you know what? You got to shoot your shot. Take every chance because, I mean, there's money on the line.
It was almost like they were going to do it together, and somebody called them and said, no, just one of you at best. I can't decide if that was it or if Keenan just went off on his own. I think my favorite moment to watch was that fight with STK and Dodge, the sort of mutually assured destruction that went on. That was a very tough shift, right? Heading to Minas is really difficult if you are not a team that is already embedded there because that whole ridgeline is inaccessible from the north. So two teams who are very good individual players across the roster having to do that was very, very, very cool to watch. And I mean, sad for the team, both of them, but, you know, a fun fight. That said, guys, we want to make sure that if you think you've got what it takes to fight with these guys, to go head-to-head with these rosters, to earn your way to the biggest leagues, it's time to drop in now and sign up your squad for the North American Challenger Series. But you got to hurry. Closes on May 25th at 11:59 p.m. PDT. So if you want to take your shot, you got to take it now. Head over to the GLL website, get signed up, and honestly, it takes one season of that, and if you're good enough, you'll be playing for the $100,000 in no time. So, Cameron, the only shot you don't hit is the one you don't take every single time.
Or also the ones you just miss. But
well, you know a lot about that. I play with you regularly, so definitely
I do. But that's why I play the barrel high rate of fire. You're going to hit one eventually.
Cam Team Barrel, excited, of course, with the new update.
Team Barrel from 2018 on, let's go!
For real, though, I have been playing with it. It is a totally different ballgame now. And I think you and I are going to be arguing over who gets to use the barrel going forward, Cameron. All right, so I think that is about all the time that we've got going right now. Let's get ready to head into the game where we are going to be joined by the casters. It is the Professor Porosaurus, and I think he looks like it, the God of War, Ares, casting this one as well.
God of War.
I guess. I don't know, man.
You think?
Tommy's is wild, man. He's a wild man. I do like him.
Tommy's inflates. He's so adept at inflating my ego, and then seconds later, just kicking the legs right out from under me.
He is the type of
it's a
gentleman
marvelous thing.
Yeah, he brings you up just so he can tear you back down. That's what he does. I'm sure he'll hit me with an off comment later. But yeah, I want to touch upon Dodge and STK because I think
let's touch him.
Let's touch him indeed. Dodge is a team that actually the way that roster kind of came together really surprised me because they've been doing really well. Not because I didn't think mechanically they weren't good players, but just because like it's kind of a weird roster if you look at as far as just like the members of that team. And then STK obviously is STK. I mean, there's really not a lot to say about them. But they're slowly starting to not necessarily let the lead slip away, but Zenith is starting to pull away. And for a team like STK, I can tell you right now, they are not happy with that at all. So going into Erangel, I want to see if they make any adjustments. I think STK has historically been stronger on Erangel, more so than they have been on Miramar. I want to see if they can really start stringing together some dubs. You know what I'm saying?
Start stringing together those dubs, huh? Yeah, I mean, look, I came into this thing expecting SJK to do well on Miramar just because traditionally that's a Miramar team, right? It's one that we're kind of used to seeing do really well there. Meanwhile, Zenith, man, for some reason, I know I made the look. I'm not calling them roaches, chat. I swear I'm not. And I meant it in a good way.
That was a compliment,
yeah. All right,
yeah.
It's just the fact that. It somehow, every single one of these games, when we get down to these final circles, somehow, some way, there's one or two Zenith players. We have no idea how the hell they got there, but there they are. And then they start lighting it up towards the end, and they end up getting, third or fourth place with about 8 kills, and we're just like, well, what the shit? Like, I don't know what happened here, but there you go, it happened. And I mean, it's just they've been so consistent about how they've been doing it too, and that's the thing.
Yeah, Zenith has been killing it, but again, like STK, don't get me wrong. When I say they've historically been better on Erangel, I just feel like they've really racked up the most points that they've in series on Erangel. But they also are a very strong Miramar team as well, especially with the fact that they loot one of the best spots on the map, which happens to be Hacienda. So obviously, I think they're a team that I'm not necessarily saying they need to bounce back because they're not like so far behind, but they're a team that likes to stranglehold the top position, and they currently don't have that. So I want to see what adjustments they make to kind of get that back, so to speak. But I don't think Zenith is planning on slowing down at all. They're not taking their foot off the gas.
Nah, not at all. Well, let's take a... Oh, my God. Cousin, have you seen this circle? Let's cut all the way to the east, baby. Let's go.
I've seen this circle once or twice in my day.
I bet you have. I bet you have indeed. Well, right now, 303... over in Impala for those. I mean, we might. I'm not sure if we've actually snapped over and taken a look at it just yet, but it has gone far off to the east. Impala is pretty much dead center here.
Far off to the east.
303. It's putting it nicely. It's putting it nicely. This is one of those ones where you look at it and like my stomach just drops because I've seen this circle before, and I feel like I've seen this where Circle 2 takes us on this one. I hope, Godspeed, that this is not the case. I hope that this thing cuts back to the west.
You hope it's not the case? Let me tell you something, bro. I absolutely hope it's the case. I hope this bad boy shifts as far east as possible. I hope it hits those islands, and I hope we are just chilling on vacation. You know what I mean? Just off in Hawaii. Let me tell you, I think I explained this to Cammy on one of our casts before. Now that I am no longer competing, I love them, dude. I want to see all the messed up circles. I want to see these guys just struggle for it. Maybe
so all that stuff you used to yell at us for, saying that we were rooting for chaos when we were camping.
No, to be fair, I never yelled at you guys. No, I was always fine. Sure. Yeah, hoping for chaos definitely. I just know what it's now finally like to be on the other side of the coin. You know what I mean? Like that is true. To be behind the camera, not in front of it. It's great. I love it, dude. Bring on all the circles.
I will say this, with scuff circles, I know somewhere my buddy Paper Thin is smiling, and there you go. You kind of get a brief glimpse of it there as we check in with Elusive. So Elusive is on the north part of this circle, right? They're over in El Al-Zahar.
Correct.
If you're Elusive, what do you do here? Do you finish looting up quickly, and where do you go to maybe see if you can pick something up here? Because they got to have something. They got to pick up some points here soon, right?
I think they should absolutely. Well, they need to pick up points, but specifically in this circle as well, taking a play out of STK's playbook actually was a fantastic idea. When we played against them in MPL, when this exact circle happened and it ended up shifting towards the island, I'm pretty sure STK already had someone ready to go to the island in a boat, or maybe they were already set up there. I can't remember exactly what happened. But that wouldn't be a bad idea here, simply because of the fact that they can still control the north part of the circle. It's very much open. They're the only team really there. They can set up for a botch circle if it doesn't indeed end up going towards the island. They can still scout ahead south to see, what teams may be coming up. That would be my recommendation to that team. Because Elusive really need the points.
Yeah, it looks like Fable's actually hella. Send a few shots over towards Radiance. Radiance, nothing coming easy today so far here on Miramar for them. Nothing coming easy at all. As I think cutting back to the leaderboard, they are sitting in 11th place right now, 35 points overall. And Gregshot going to send a few spray over that way. They are going to get out of this, so that's one good thing. Oh, actually, Waldo and Batty going to
get out of this?
Here. I don't know. Does Gregshot, did he hear the engine? Did he hear the engine cut? I mean, Hella's still taking shots at long range.
Actually, to be fair, I
like
don't know if Gregshot is here, yeah.
I feel like Gregshot does know that they're here. McCoy going to stop up here at the top. Are they going to get back in this vehicle? That thing's smoking, bro. I don't know if you want to get back in that. I think that's probably a no-go.
Do they have another vehicle? Like, does Radiance have another vehicle? Obviously they do, but do they have another reliable vehicle? Because the buggy's not going to cut it.
I think this is good work from McCoy. I think they realized that somebody was in that compound where Gregshot is, and I think McCoy just kind of peeking over the top, maybe try to keep him honest. While I think they're just going to get in the vehicle. Yeah, there they go. They're going to cop in. McCoy going to look and see if he can spot out anybody taking shots at him while they're retreating. Gregshot not going to peek over just yet. Hella is going to be taking him from long range though, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and get out of that for now. Livid, meanwhile, where are they? They are. They're coming in on this as well. Okay, why not?
I don't understand either, because this isn't. I mean, sure, this can be like a major rotation chokehold, but at the same time, like, these teams really need to start rotating. I mean, just go in from the south. Do what basically Hardshifts is doing right now. South rotations are something that I can tell you right now, Los and Waldo are very familiar with, because these are rotations we used to take all the time to the south. So.
Oh, Livid, what are you doing? They just heard the shots coming from over here, but they're just going to go ahead and YOLO send it right down the middle of the road. And here comes Fable. They're going to start opening up on it once again. Not going to find anything just yet, but that's an ego push.
To be fair, this is
a
a very noble thing to do as well. We've seen. I mean, this is very much like kind of remnants of a noble roster here. This is, at least the most recent noble roster we saw. That's something that they just kind of do. You know what I mean?
I just don't get it. I mean, they stopped. They literally stopped right across the street from Gregshot, from the compound, because they heard the shooting coming up over at Radiance. Radiance gets out of this. Rest of Livid gets there, and they're like, okay, I guess we're good to go. Let's go. Let's send it right down the middle of the road. Why not? Look, in fairness, they get away with it. So
they
what do I know?
They did get away. Yeah, clearly you're the one sitting there instead of playing. You know what I mean?
Believe me, you guys tell me that all the time. But hey, Caden,
I was always nice to Cass.
I know you were always very kind. You were a caster a long time ago too. So let's see what goes on. Meanwhile, Livid is going to go ahead and make their way through Los Leones as we wait with bated breath on this next circle. Shoot to kill.
What's going on?
They're going to find themselves in an early combat here with Elusive.
This makes
Once
sense.
Again, they've already got one down. Alo from range, you can see, is just bleeding out in the field by himself. This is bad news bears. And where's Purdy? Curdy's not there. I don't know if he DC'd, but this is bad all the way around for Shoot to Kill, as Luke is just completely pinned down. Alo, I don't know what do you do here if you're SDK? Elusive, they're rapping on this. You can see the grenades just keep falling on Luke.
Yeah, and Ada's actually looks like he's just going to get angles and potentially even just flush out Alo. I mean, I'm curious to know if Elusive knows this is just a 3-man squad or if they saw.
Oh, God, he's disgusting. He manages to get a few shots into him before he gets taken down to about half health by a nice little flank here from TSOK.
I will say this: Elusive is taking too long to end this. I mean, they have all the angles, they have all their information.
They're scared. It feels like they got that down on Alo. They realized who they were fighting against, and they got scared. Civ's going to find an 8. Oh, no, an 8 was out there by Alo, and Civ with a quick shot, good eyes, going to spot him. Now Luke, I think he realizes where TSOK is. You're going to have to be careful.
Yeah,
Elusive, they are just, oh my God, they are kind of, I mean,
this could go bad to worse if, I mean, Shoot to Kill is not going to back off this fight. I can tell you that right now.
Well, they don't have an option. They
can't. They really can't. But even if they did, like, they're going to get the points.
Oh my gosh, they know exactly where he is too. Right on that corner of the wall. While all this fight is going on, the new circle has popped. We are going to go south, so no islands. But we got to see what Luke. Oh my God, he came around and. Oh, fizzle.
It was very, very necessary.
So close there. Now it's on to Civ. Can he keep STK's game alive here? He's going to find 1. Can he find 2? Can he get the flush? Yes, he can. He's going to get a point here. TSOK going to come around. Civ.
Oh, my goodness, that was close.
Loses him just at the worst time, and that's going to be
but look at Illusion.
STK. Oh, my gosh. And, yeah, here comes Illusion. I mean, this is all going on in the very northern part of the circle. So, Illusion, I don't think really wants a part of this. They're just trying to find a way to get into this next circle because, I mean, as you said, even though it doesn't cut off to the islands, it's still, I mean, it's still very far to the south. It's still probably about 20% unplayable. Everybody,
I would say even more
everybody
than that, honestly.
just piling into Impala.
Yeah, Impala, this may be one of those city endings, or, I mean, it could still pull southwest. It remains to be seen, but look at this! Fire everywhere! What has happened?
Oh, no. Oh, no, I have no idea what has happened. Actually, I've lost my video. So
oh, no. Well, I can tell you.
Right now. Okay, there we go. I got it back. I got it back. Well, yeah, tell me what happened. Right now, all I see 303 trying to make their way through a wide open field, and they just got absolutely destroyed. Okay, now they're trying to make their way through Sonics. Oh, Landoon, why do you get out of the vehicle there? He had to. I guess the thing was smoking. Voxic is just going to go ahead and ditch him. And Dooner,
oh, that's bad.
No.
Oh, that's really bad. Yep, it's going to be livid. Caden, he's going to find the angles. Look at that angle, though. My goodness, nice shots coming out from Caden. He still got it.
He still got it. The kid still has it. He never lost it.
Voxic. Again, dude. They're just this team cannot catch a break. I don't know whether it's their decision making in their rotations and their positioning, but I just constantly feel like 303 is just scattered. They're always just, you know, kind of thrown to the wind. One member here, one member there. They're either getting picked off. So far, this has not been good luck.
That one right there just felt like a bad rotation. Honestly, I mean, you're cut. You have no business.
Well,
Circle 2 driving across that open field.
Because they had gotten in a fight with Wildcard. Well, they initially had gotten in a fight with Wildcard, so I don't know whether they didn't scout that first, and then they lost 2, and then they tried to get out. So, but
maybe
that's what I'm talking about.
We're trying to crash on the Wildcard compound.
Right, and it just didn't play out, and 2 of them ran, but regardless, like, that's what's been going on. That's kind of been the story of 303 in this entire event so far, of just scattered everywhere, not winning fights.
Bad luck Bryans. Oh my God. Are you serious with this?
Speaking of bad luck Bryans.
Jeez, Pete. All right, well, Houston Hardshifts. They looked good last game. They're looking real nice this game. They got a little 2-2 split here. J-Sank and Luke up on the high ground. Just off to the south, they've got Lobes and Chubba. Maybe try to clear off a little bit more.
By the way.
Yeah, this is filthy stuff coming out from Hardshifts. They end up coming in. Look, you can never take it away from Luke. The guy's absolutely 200 IQ, and this just proving it once again as he puts his team in a fantastic position for this circle. Now, Radiance, on the other hand, they're making their way in from the southwestern part. I think they maybe got a little bit of an inkling of an idea that Team Clueless is just off to their east. And I don't know if they realize that Fabled is still off to their southwest here as they make their way into circle. But yeah, I mean, you can hear the gunshots going off all over the place. These are just teams trying to rotate in. It's Taylor's going to get spotted out from
It's
EXO.
so rough.
Yeah, this is when you have this circle, this many teams, people alive, this much circle unplayable. It's always going to be bad news bears.
But Fabled is rotating on foot from edge right now. What in good gracious' name? What has happened here?
You ever find yourself in a position where you're just like, you look down and you're sitting there, you're eating Cheetos in the bed, 3 a.m. And you're like, how did my life get to this point? I feel like that's where Fabled is right now.
That was oddly specific for Was that your Thursday night? What happened?
No. I mean, look, I could bring up bed ribs, but I'm not going to do that to certain people on this cast. Wildcard Gaming does get eliminated, though. They do manage to take out Vegas in the process, but it looks like Exodus is going to go ahead and win that fight. It looks like they were crashing on top of little area by the gas station just south of Impala. Meanwhile, Elusive, they just sent it to the island. They're saying, you know what? Why not? Let's just go. Fizzle T-Sock.
I mean,
we're down to 2 players. Let's just, let's hang out here. This is a much nicer place. It's very calm. Nobody's shooting at you. It's fantastic.
To be fair, this could be 200 IQ because I don't think any of the teams are going to expect another team to swim in from the island, right? Like, if you're a team holding the south edge of the circle, I can tell you right now, my first instinct is going to be like, hey, make sure you're watching the ocean. That's wild.
I mean, at some point, though, your 200 IQ play, it starts looking like moving the stickers around on a Rubik's Cube, right? Like, it's like, you're not, sure,
I hope it works,
the thing finished, but...
Oh, Maluk! Wait a second. Reload takes out Maluk and flushes him from that position that he was in.
Maybe Hard Shifts holding that 2-2 split a little bit too long? I don't know. Oath was able to sneak up along the cliffside here. And looks like Relo still on the hunt. J-Sank not in a position to provide some support for Maluk. And now Lobes is going to finally hop in the vehicle and come over and give a little bit of support.
Little Waldine.
And there you go. Elusive is starting to swim over. So 300 IQ once again. Look at the south side of this, though. This is about to be absolutely disgusting.
It's about to be Armageddon. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be ridiculous. All these teams are rotating in from the south, southwest. Whew.
Clueless, by all means, should come out with about 4 points here in about 2 minutes because Fabled is running out of the blue. Look how bad they're chunked. They have next to no health here. Clueless already saw him. There they go. They're going to find Hella. Supernova still running. They're going to find Evasion.
What happened?
Oh, man.
Why were they in that position? I don't... we didn't get to see what happened. I don't...
Yeah. I'm like you said, I'm not sure what happened. I mean, this is the team that was...
Maybe they just didn't find a vehicle? I don't know.
I mean,
as you said,
they were the ones that were split out, taking shots over towards Radiance, weren't they? I mean, Greg Shot's still alive. Okay, so he's going to run down here and think he's home free. Look at this. He's about to be... What the hell?
When these guppies come up on shore, dude, these mermen, these titans. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you give them the respect that they're due, and you call them mermen. Fizzle and T-Sock with the 300 IQ play.
I love it, dude. I love it.
Well, Greg Shot looks like he's going to stay alive for a little bit longer here. It looks like the Elusive boys just going to play the coastline for now. Don't want to overpeak there, give their position away, which is probably a good thing because Hard Shifts have given up their high ground position to Oath and instead have regrouped now to the south side of this circle. It's probably the only play they really could have made.
Ooh, nice shots. Can NHS finish? No, he can't.
Okay, well, they've got Livid kind of pinned down into a nice little ditch here. This is right on the inside of the circle, so they can afford to play this out if they want.
Such an awkward place to play it because there's enough dips and valleys to where it's open, but it's not as open as you think. And at the same time, there's also a lot of weird angles that other teams can take to expose themselves to also get angles on you. So I don't know. This whole field is odd. Like exactly what I'm talking about right there.
There you go. Fudge are gonna find one. Look at the nice little Frank here from Dietac.
Oh, look at this.
If these clueless boys come up over the top, they're going to be in a world of hurt.
He's just feeding information.
Yeah.
I love this.
Absolutely. Good stuff coming out from Diattack from Livid. 3 kills so far for that squad as they turn things around and immediately just collapse on Team Clueless. They had no chance there. Livid looking real strong here today. They got that game 1 win, and that might have put a little wind in their sails. They've got 4 up, 5 kills, and they've got the south side to themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they're not out of it yet, but definitely something that we like to see from this team who was struggling yesterday. All of yesterday, actually.
And there's Greg Shot. He's staying alive, bro. He's made it in. He's actually made it around elusive here.
I don't know if you can get up from there, though, because...
Oh, no, the muddy banks of the Washita. Oh, there we go. Slick. He manages
because
to
I know
do
there's
it.
some parts of that shore that you just can't get up, so I wasn't sure if he was on that part. He manages to find himself some mud to climb upon, but
phenomenal map knowledge, map awareness from Greg Shot there.
True. He knew something I didn't.
I guess so. 37 alive, 13 teams still up. He's got a long way to go if he wants to get any placement points off of this. But he does have kind of the whole southeastern side to himself here, unless Elusive decides to keep moving in. Meanwhile, up towards the north and the west side of this circle, it's getting absolutely bonkers. Sonic's going to have to claw into the vehicles while they are under fire and try to push in. This is some rough terrain here. You can see them trying to make their way through. Oh, Los.
Oh, Los, snake in the grass.
You are a cactus. Okay. All right. Los channels his prickly disposition into a cactus as he manages to survive that one. Shrimsy immediately going to pop out of this, but look at this. Livid still wrapping around on this. They heard the engines. They're going to take a few shots over, but not before Shrimsy gets a down on a Reno. Good shooting, and Pack Cap's going to find Mime. Livid, I don't know if they realize what team this is just yet, so they can't really go off the kill feed.
True.
Oh, they spotted Los.
Nice spray coming out from Soup.
Good stuff there from Soup. That was very, very close. Caden does go down, but they should be able to get that res. But now that's kind of bad news bears for Livid is I think that's going to make Sonics aware that there's a team just on the other side of that ridge line. Meanwhile, cutting up into Impala, you can see just the situation that we're dealing with. If Hypoc was here, he would be slamming his head repeatedly against the desk as Impala has just been a source of much consternation for how these NA teams have been playing this lately.
Oh man, I do love me some Hypoc. Here we go. Doors open. Voxic holding the angle. Can he?
Good free fire.
Voxic needs to peek the other angle. He does.
Oh
Beautiful shots. He's holding it.
Oh no, Ranger. Oh, what? Okay. Free me. I mean, I guess free me. I guess Voxic lost track of the footsteps. That feels bad because, man,
even still, I mean,
that was a really strong hold.
I don't think anyone would vault in over the window, right? So holding the door seemed like I mean, he had really good angles on the peaks earlier. Like he obviously held the door, really nice shots. He could have potentially taken out 2 members, but yeah, Freemy just ran in, didn't care, and he was able to get Voxic peeking the window.
Good stuff from Freemy. They're going to get another couple of kills or a point for themselves. They got to make their way in from Impala, though. You can see the blue is bearing down on their backs. Everybody else that was in Impala have made their way in, and there's basically an impenetrable Maginot line of North American players just all along this north side. It's going to be rough sledding for Top Dog and Freemy Fleas. As you can see, Zenith Comet's Oath. They're just making a wall. It's going to be hard to get through that thing unspotted. Meanwhile, on the south side, Hardships, they're going to have to make their way in after having losing Maluk early. Unfortunately, be left with some rough sledding here as they're going to run into Livid. They also got Elusive on their backside. Oh, Greg Shot! Greg Shot!
Okay.
Look at him
He's
go.
Still alive. He's living.
And there goes Fizzle. That goes it for Elusive. Greg Shot. Staying alive for Fabled.
I got to say, this duo of Lobes and Chubba, I mean, these guys have been playing together for a really long time. I really want to start to see this duo kind of make something happen together.
This is their first opportunity. They've got a good idea that Livid is on the other side of this ridge line. They've got to make their way in. Although they don't have the blue on their backs just yet, but they've got a nice little split here. Light still 2-2. Loeb's going to give away his position by taking those shots. I'm not sure if maybe maybe Chubba was calling out that he was kind of pinned down. And here we go. Loeb's going to come up with the top. He's going to find one. Nice shooting there. Going to get down the fudge. As Ditac going to try to come back and trade it, but Loeb's going to stay alive here for the time being. 23 HP. Soup, meanwhile, gets taken out by Relo as Livid is just getting picked apart here by a multiple amount of teams. Meanwhile, here we go, the north side of the circle. There they are once again.
Zenith, man.
They find their way.
So solid. This event. There's really nothing.
Find a way.
Nothing negative I can say about the way they've been playing so far.
Holy
Even that, look at that. Roth, he's insane, man. Just ridiculous.
Quick with the quickness. Freemy had the ignition opening on it. Okay, Livid going to turn things around. They're going to finish off hard shifts. Not sure what the cost is going to be, as I believe they might be just down 2.
This is so...
Yeah, this north side is
so difficult
disgusting.
to get out of this north side. Yeah.
And you know hard... that's what I was about to say. You know hard shifts have to be kicking themselves right now. I mean, Oath, after getting that initial down and flush onto Maluk, basically stole that spot right away from hard shifts. And now look at the position that they're in. They're looking fantastic here to come for a possible win. As Sonics going to try to make their way in on this southwestern side, you can see that they are getting pinned, though, by Exodus, who are holding the gas station. Oath will finish off Livid. Caden gets taken out by Balefrost. Looks like Roth actually going to get taken out by Relo as well. So Zenith, they've made it into the top 8, but it might be all there is Leda, the last one up for them.
Greg shot.
This push has to be coming here from Sonics, man.
Yeah, Zenith goes down as well. So now 5 teams. Nice little spray coming out. Some damage going, but still, Oath just dictating everything in this circle right now. Pad caps. Oh my goodness.
Look, we talked about this yesterday on that last Miramar game with me and High Podcast, and Oath had a fantastic 2-2 split where they sent 2 to the low ground, 2 on the high ground, and they were feeding information back and forth to each other. Now they're doing the exact same thing on the complete opposite side of the map, leaving Relo up top, feeding information down to the boys on the flat ground. They know where comets are. They're sending shots over in that direction. You can see they're just picking up points here left and right. At least picking up downs. That is okay. Dodge. This is good for Dodge, though. They're finding themselves again in the top 5.
This is such a ridiculous overlook on this circle. My goodness. Even if Relo is even if he's just sacrificed here, right? Even if he dies, just even to blue or a knock, whatever, the amount of information that he is feeding the rest of his team, the other 3 members, is so invaluable.
Jeez, look at Wolf and Snake. I mean, they are just coming alive now. I mean, this is just absolute brilliance here from Oath once again.
And he actually has a way down right there, right in front of him, I believe.
And he's lost track of comets. Looks like the rest of the boys are going to come and provide him a little bit of support here. You can see him on the low ground. Oh, careful, Finna.
I would have fell off.
Dirty shots.
Guarantee
there.
it. If I was up there,
I can't believe he stayed alive there.
Yeah. There's no way I wouldn't have panicked and just fell straight off that mountain.
6 kills for Relo so far, 10 for the squad. They've got Dodge pinned down behind a pickup truck. Relo going to take a few shots. He's going to get the down on a crop. Can he get the flush as well? Sure, why not? Can he get the second one? Okay, why not as well?
Nuts!
Relo is just lighting up the scoreboard. 8 kills. And now, what are Comets going to do here? They're 3 strong, but it feels like they're just in a losing position here.
Man, and let me tell you, like, this is definitely a team that I was looking at today to kind of be this kind of standout, simply because of the fact that, like, this roster, it's like Wolf, the old man, like the old guard, right? No shade, Wolf. I'm old too. He's a fragger with like 3 ridiculously talented young guns. Oath is such a team to be poised to just dominate. That's exactly what they're doing right now.
Give him the 10-piece. Just give him the 10-piece. He's going to come up over the top. He might be he knows, he sees Sub-Zero goes out to the blue. He comes up right behind him. He's actually taking a little bit of damage here. Oh, if those shots might have hit, he might have been in trouble there, but he manages to stay alive for the time being. The rest of the squad, they're still looking over in this direction. Relo, he's got 9. Can he get 10? Let's go. Give it to him.
You know who else was very much an Oath fan today was Clover. Clover had also called out that Oath was a team that she wanted to look at, and she was expecting to do well. What a grenade, Yaxley. So low.
Oh, Yaxley, is he going to go down to the blue? No, he's going to go down to the old man as Wolf picks the pocket of Relo to get his first kill, and now it's all down to Pat Caps. What can he do? I think Oath maybe lost track of him as he was coming out of the gas station, because all of them were kind of providing support. I mean, Comets was the immediate threat, right? They had 3 up, so they had to pull their attention over in that direction.
I've seen Pat win these.
Understandable.
Just saying.
Pat's pretty nutty. Pat is pretty nutty, and he's got that that Mark 14 in hand. So looks like Oath. They're just going to go ahead and group up. I mean, they're grouping up right on the dot. Essentially, like
I really don't think they're going to play this poor. I mean, they would really have to throw this in order for Pat to win, and that's not a knock on Pat. It's just they have such a strong position.
Look, Wolf is the actual definition of patience when it comes to these plays.
Yes,
he is not the type of guy that says, "Hey, let's spread out. Let's go try to find this last guy." He said, "You know what? No, screw that. Let's just take center circle. He's going to have to come to us eventually." Chances are he might go down to blue. Who knows? But either way, we're getting this dub, and we're getting a dub with 13 kills. Ooh,
this
maybe
is huge.
Actually, it looks like they might have an idea where he is here. It's okay. They're going to start wrapping around.
They're just poking.
Yeah. Well, they're moving his 3, so if nothing else. Oh, good shots. Relo. Is it going to be it? Can he get his 10th? No. Balefrost will get it.
Steals it.
Oh, Relo. His pockets picked by his own team. But you know what? I guess he's just going to have to be happy with 9.
Never seen Pat win those. But anyways, that was just so textbook well played from Oath. Honestly, taking that position from Hardships, which you mentioned, probably were kicking themselves for not actually consolidating. Although I think the way that Hardships was split, it was very difficult for them to consolidate initially to get back on the mountain. But Oath took that position, Relo with some ridiculous shots. I mean, that roster, I feel, again, is just so strong. They were able to take control of that entire circle, Relo feeding all the information that Oath needed to have in order to win that game, and just, man, that was so impressive to watch. Love that team.
Yeah, it's just filthy stuff coming out of them. And, once again, though, this is, again, a good game for Exodus. Second place, 7 kills. This is a team that a lot of us were kind of a little bit worried about coming into this as far as, practice time goes. Maybe coming in with a little bit of rust. But, man, if they were rusty, they sure as hell aren't showing it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a team that I think regardless, just with the experience alone, even if they hadn't, played in a while or whatever the case is, it would be hard for me to imagine them just, being a dead last. So the fact that they've been doing so well isn't really that surprising to me either. But I kind of want to just really quickly again touch upon Livid. They're a team that I feel like they had a really good position. They had the opportunity to make some big plays. They got a good amount of kills, but in the end, they kind of got picked apart by like some duo squads. Like it wasn't really just like a full-on 4-on-4 team fight. That's kind of an issue that we saw that roster before in the past kind of have issues with, where they just weren't coherent enough to take a lot of those little broken fights.
Yeah, Livid getting a little bit of a fire under their butts here. They got 10 kills on that one in 8th place. Let's see what the analysts have to say about this last game.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm not quite done talking about Oath yet, Cameron and Clover. I mean, the decision by Oath to relocate that player up onto the top of the cliff absolutely just paced the game for them. They won it before they even got to the final 2 or 3. It was phenomenal.
Was that
I mean, this was the team that I picked
of course
for
it
today. And this is kind of why, right? Yesterday, we saw him second place on Erangel, losing out to Zenith, unfortunately, in that match, taking a victory on Miramar there for game number 4, and similar style of play, executed beautifully, 15 kills.
And 9 of them on Relo alone. Like, that is incredible. You kind of wanted to see him get that 10th, right? Just to be able to, like, see a player get the double digits. Really, really epic. Now, that's not the only team that had big numbers. Livid also, I think it was 10 kills from them, Cameron.
Yeah.
But they come in 8th place, was it? So we heard a little bit of that from Godspeed, how the wheels kind of came off of their play. What did you make of it?
I thought it was great. It was definitely a good look for them. In fact, one of my favorite moments, I'm going to jump ahead and just go to the second. My favorite moment was Diatech's flank around, I forget who they were going up against. I think it was Team Clueless out in those fields, and that was a really rough position to try and hold because of the shifts, but nonetheless, just seeing how fast and quick Livid had been playing was really good. Hopefully they make some of these highlights right now, but first going to be Clueless really giving it to Fabled.
Well, yeah, let's look at them. We saw how they played. Let's see how everybody else played in this one. I'll give it to you. Clover, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, as well, like, look at this great play by Livid. They started off very low on the leaderboard, really picking it back up as well with this play. Again, from 303, I heard Poro talk about it a little bit, but this Impala meta as these teams forced a rotation in and caught off guard just a bit. But look at this reload here. Perfect position on the mountain, and it just worked wonders for them.
Yeah, it honestly... he got way more kills than I expected. But they were talking about it. Just his position alone was so strong up on that high ground. He just got all those kills because he's such a good player to add to the strength of the position.
Well, and honestly, he was making plays that implied some sort of like intimate knowledge of that hillside. Like when they were taking shots at him, he was dropping back into spots where he wouldn't be seen by anybody on the map. And I have a really hard time believing that's like he's trained in that area. I just think it was a good game sense, and it was really fun to watch him execute. And honestly, he's a player that I think has been an unsung potential hero. Like, he's been around. We saw him with Endemic. He's played with Wolf for a while.
Yeah.
And I feel like he just has never had his chance to truly shine. And it's nice to see Relo getting some flex.
Yeah, I mean, and Relo especially, I mean, yesterday as well, picked up a bunch of kills, picked up numbers. We didn't quite see it as much on the stream, but today, I mean, look at this. This is beautiful play by Oath. And I think maybe it was Poor who said it best. Patience, really, from Wolf in the end. It is some of those calls that we really see, keep them perfectly in those last circles as they went in to take that victory here on Miramar.
Let's take a look at those leaderboards from the match as they come up here on the screen and see, you know, if you go out in 8th place, but you put up big kill counts, where do you end up? 3rd place, Cameron, as Livid, despite an early exit, gets a good point total.
Yeah, 10 kills. That's...
Yeah.
It's rare to see someone not make it into the top 3 or even just 1st place with 10 kills. But again, it's because that shift hard north towards Impala, there were a lot of teams that went through Los Leones or that direction, had to lose their vehicles, were forced to go on foot through that hilly field that Godspeed was describing in that game, and Livid just took control of that area with ease, picked off every single one.
And Clover, your pick for the day, Oath, gets their 2nd chicken dinner, a huge amount of points. Clearly you're not surprised.
No, I mean, this is what I was hoping to see. I was kind of curious after the first game. Maybe had I misread this, did I think that they had more momentum? But no, look at this here. Relo with 9 kills, 1,162 damage. You love to see it. I mean, of course, Livid and Exodus up there as well. Well-deserved, see a little bit of kickstart for Zenith. But, I mean, Relo, we got to give credit where credit is due.
I mean, he wasn't even on there when we started the day, like the last game. He wasn't even in the top 5 for either of these figures, if my memory serves me correctly. And just like he stomped on everyone from the high ground in that match, I think he basically stomped on the faces of everyone on this leaderboard, and they're going to be looking at him now. This is a big shot in the arm, I think, for Oath as they go into the next game. Cameron.
I will say, this wouldn't be the first time that we look at an exciting win by a Wolf-led team that then turned out to be nothing. So I don't want to put all my hope in them just yet, but they have been on the top of the leaderboard for quite a while. And I'm glad to see that Wolf now finally has the firepower to sort of back up his game plan. I'm not a true believer 100% just yet, but it's getting up there. Let's say like 80%.
All right. Well, you know, you've earned a little bit of love from Cameron, I guess, Wolf. So keep running with that. D-Treat's our big survivor, still on top at 320. But again, still 3 Zenith players. And we're going to see that impact it's had on the leaderboard. Overall leaderboard, 74 for Zenith. But look at this. Oath, after an incredible game, Clover pulls within 2 points of taking the lead.
It's going to happen. I mean, maybe not super confident. All right, let's say Zenith's had a great day, but went out very early on for some of these matches. letting Oath catch up, letting Exodus kind of stay up behind. But look, Comets and Shoot to Kill 4th and 5th as well. It's going to start to be a little bit of a tight race for these. Sure, we've got 70 and 72 in the lid, but it just takes one more good game for the rest of these teams to catch back up.
One more good game. The only 2 chicken dinner holders, Oath right now, Cameron. Got to be feeling good as they transition to a wrangle. But as we make that jump after the break, which teams do you see rising up and making a statement from that middle pack?
I gotta look at Exodus. They're not exactly in the middle. It's either Exodus or the Houston Hardships, and that might just be the old school bias in me of the Exodus roster plus the Maluk-led Hardships going back to Erangel. But I don't think that either of those teams are done just yet.
Yeah, I think they turn it up. I think they're going to get big and bad, and that's going to be really exciting to see. So we'll see. We've seen teams perform significantly better after the transition. We've got a 10-minute break coming up in just a little bit here so that they'll have a chance to sort of get their heads together, talk to coaches if they need to, do what they need to do. And actually, I think you guys also got to get your heads turned a little bit because Cameron and Clover are going to be leaving the desk and heading over to the cast. And Poro and Godspeed, who I want to thank for a phenomenal 3 games, are going to be stuck sitting up here with me as a couple of bobbleheads. So big switch coming up. Guys, before you head out to do your casting, any final thoughts, takeaways from the first 3 games of Miramar? We'll start with you, Cameron.
It is not as straightforward of a leaderboard as we thought after the first game. It is not going to be a clear, like, these are the top, these are the middle, these are the bottom.
Yeah.
We're in the process of shuffling that down.
Clover?
Yeah, I mean, I agree there. We've got some teams that are very close, 1 or 2 high placement, high chicken, high kill games like we just saw with this Miramar match could really make or break some of the squads in the top 8. It's the squads that are kind of near the bottom right now that I'm starting to be a little concerned about. Fabled struggled a bit yesterday. They managed a chicken, but they managed it on kind of a technicalities. We saw Sonics actually go out to the blue zone, Supernova holding on to that, but if Fables just can't find something today, I think they're going to sit a bit at the bottom longer. Livid started at the bottom. Look where they are now.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to win a chicken dinner, you got to win a good one, right? Fabled was almost like it's this sad boiled chicken, whereas you see Oath coming out with like the fried chicken dinner with all the fixins. Can't wait to see what they bring to the next round. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got a 10-minute break so our players can take a break, get some food, and get back into this. And when we return, it'll be time for more Wrangle cast by Cameron Davis and Clover. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from the second most famous break in PUBG. This is the PCS, the Charity Showdown, for $100,000 for charity, as well as a prize pool for the players. My name's Toffees, bringing you back into the action as we get ready for the last two games of the day on beautiful Erangel. But before we do that, before I bring the new analyst onto the desk to chat with you, let's talk about the format, the schedule, all of that important stuff for those of you who may have just joined us as we hit sort of the 2/3 of the way through the day. Let's start out by looking at the format of the event so that you kind of know what you're getting yourself into over the next couple of days of games. It's going to be a good one. We're playing for 4 days at a time. So literally back-to-back, non-stop days of PUBG. And I got to be honest, that's the way I like it. None of these couple of days off, bring back the action. North American PUBG, all about getting it in your face and slamming it off one after another. 4 p.m. start time. We're going to be playing the overview first. Here's Erangel, Miramar. That was yesterday. We just finished our 3 games in Miramar. We're moving to Erangel now. And then we're going to flip-flop it again for day 3 and 4 to finish out on Erangel to end the tournament. At the end of today, we'll be halfway through, so getting those points is important. Remember, first place is 10, and kills are paramount. You got to get those, and that's what we saw in the last game from Oath. The prize pool, $200,000. It's unique. $100,000 goes to the players in the prize pool, but the winning team gets to donate $100,000 to the charity of their choice. It's very rare as a player that you get this opportunity to not only impact your well-being, but truly impact the well-being for others. And that's a big pitch from PUBG to make that possible. Now the overall prize pool, $25,000 to the first place team, $15,000 to second, $12,000 to third, and then at the bottom, you finish in 15th place, you get $1,000. Bit of a consolation prize, but you know what? A tournament like this, you get to a big show, you want to be a little bit top heavy. That said, it's not just about my opinion. I'm just here to guide the show. I'm joined by 2 amazing gentlemen. They just spent the last couple of hours walking you through the deserts of Miramar, and now they will They will join me here on the desk as Porosaurus and Godspeed. You run away with that one. Gentlemen, welcome. Glad to have you.
How's it going, man?
It's good to be here.
Hey, good to be here indeed. I mean, get to leave the dusty fields of Miramar and head over here to
Dusty Dunes.
go see some dusty dunes, right? I'm going to be on Miramar all week here, so I'm getting a nice base tan and getting really used to some sand in my shoes. But 3 great games so far. I'm really excited to see where we go on Erangel. I mean, there's a lot of questions left to be asked about some of these teams that have been turning it up on Miramar. Can they keep that performance going now that we head over to the lush fields of Erangel?
And, if you guys have questions you want to ask, you can use the hashtag PCS Charity Showdown to share your favorite PUBG moments from day 2, or even ask us some questions. Poro said there's a lot to be asked. We're halfway through this thing. You can follow us at PUBG Esports on Twitter and Instagram, and you can get all of your PUBG news at na.pubgesports.com. Look at the bottom of the screen for that information because it's much clearer than me trying to speak it out there. Godspeed, welcome, by the way. This is your first day here with us. You get the first 3 games. Did a wonderful job there. Your expertise was incredible. My brain was exploding. Somebody suggested you and Hypot cast together, and I said I think that we would implode the stream with that much big braining. So what was your takeaway from those first 3 as you watched these games? Other than your idea that maybe Lobes and Chubba need to get their synergy going a little bit better or not. What else? What did you really find?
I'll start off with kind of a point I made right before I'd kind of left the caster's desk was Livid, right? This is kind of like a roster we've seen before in the sense of they were together. They were kind of like a noble roster before. We've seen Caden Fudge play together as well as Soup. And for me, that the best way to sum up that team is moments of brilliance. So sometimes they will play so out of their mind. They'll play so well, and they'll be able to do something that really is next level. But then I want to say 80% of the time, otherwise they will just kind of crumble. And I just wish they could be more consistent in that aspect. But I will say climbing down from 16th to 11th today is fantastic for them.
Yeah. I mean, but that does punctuate your point, right? Livid they have great games, but they're still sitting in 11th place, as opposed to Oath, who apparently just needed some time to get warmed up, Porosaurus, because they were absolute fire in that last game.
They've been looking real good on Miramar. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they've looked probably like one of the best teams on Miramar so far. I mean, Wolf has really come into his own as a. I don't know, I'm not sure if he's IGLing. I assume he is. I mean, that's kind of what I'm looking at. But I mean, you could see just. I mean, Relo has just blossomed as a fragger here, and just the good shot calling, the good positioning that they've found themselves here in the late game. Honestly, one of the teams that I'm kind of more a little bit concerned about. Shoot to kill, man.
Yeah,
Miramar. Miramar's supposed to be their map, and they just weren't finding it. I mean, I feel like last game they might have gotten in trouble because I think something happened to Kurt. But either way, they didn't want to go out.
That's fair.
Like that.
Yeah, I mean, you're down a player. It is what it is. I mean, we saw some teams sort of improving because they got a player back today as well. Another team for me, Godspeed, is Dodge. They started today very strong, and just like their little character and their icon, they've just been falling backwards this entire day.
Yeah. To be honest, Dodge, like I spoke to Poro about this a little bit. That roster makeup is just, it's kind of odd to me. Like that, I would not think to kind of put those players together, not because again I think they're not mechanically good players, but because like that feels like a roster of a bunch of almost kind of like support players are really good at playing a role and helping others kind of shine all in one team together. So for me, Dodge, I'm not surprised, and honestly, not to throw shade, I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to fall down this leaderboard.
Are they kind of an island of misfit toys in a lot of ways? Like there's just
kind
not
of
space for them elsewhere.
But they've done well. Don't get me wrong; like they've obviously done well to get here. They're still in the top 8, right. But that's kind of the case for me as the island of misfit toys. Yeah, that's a very good way of describing them.
I feel like not bad players. Go ahead, Poro.
No, well, I just wanted to say that they, we came in yesterday and I said, that their strength really has been their hyper-aggressive play, that the fact that they are going out there, they're getting kills, maybe not necessarily getting placement points, and through day one, that's what it was looking like. So far here today, though, they've gotten placement points, they just can't get any kills. So it's like, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I mean, you got to be able to put the whole thing together if you're going to be successful in this thing.
Yeah, I mean, I've got kids, and if I ever give them a present that's not the entire package, they'd be pissed, right? They'd hate to have the slide without the ladder to get up on top of it, and it does seem like they're a little bit in there. Exactly. Now let's talk about the teams that have battered their way through this. We did predictions at the start of the day. I asked the other analysts to give me theirs, and we saw that. I'll give you mine again, but I want to be clear. Poro and Godspeed picked these before we started today to be our top performers at the end of day 2. I chose the Sonics, and I'll just say that I did. I thought, I mean, this is a roster. Profi, Shrimsy, Hwin, Mine. Like, these guys should, for me, on paper, be doing a lot better. But it is what it is. I guess I'll just leave it there. I picked the hard shifts yesterday, and you saw what happened to them. So, guys, just hope I don't pick you tomorrow. Poro, who did you pick?
I stuck with the same one I had yesterday, Shoot to Kill. I think coming into today, I was expecting a lot of them just because of the fact that we did start out with 3 games on Miramar, and I feel like they still are that dominant Miramar team. But unfortunately today, just things haven't been really clicking so far. Now, that being said, they haven't really fallen. I mean, they're still in 4th place. They just haven't really gained any position either. And, obviously they're seeing Zenith and Oath kind of start pulling away a little bit. So hopefully here in these last 2 games on Erangel, we can see them put something together.
The curse of STK, though, right? Imagine being a team that is in 4th, and we're like, well, they're underperforming. And it is what it is. Godspeed, your team for this one?
Yeah, my team was Oath. I mean, looking at just Wolf and Relo from, Endemic, how well they had worked together and how well they had done in the past, and then bringing 2 other very young, strong fraggers to the roster. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Oath not only did well today, which they already have been killing it today, but realistically taking like not only a top 3, but finishing in 1st. I think they're a team that very well can. Wolf is like the old man leading the young into, their stardom into the path of glory, and it wouldn't surprise me if they win at all.
He is. He's like this
25 point.
He is. He's like this leader with a bunch of.
Wolf isn't even that old, by the way.
No, he's not. He acts
really not.
Old, though. He's an old soul. When you meet him in person, he's got that vibe of an old soul. But it is what it is. And I know that I think you talked to Clover a little bit about Oath as a pick earlier today, and after you guys chatted, you thought you agreed with her that Oath was a really good pickup for you guys.
Yep, I did.
I really like to see that. It did. You did. And I think Oath really is standing out. But again, this is a team that we thought the same thing going to GLL earlier this year, and then they fell apart sort of in the back half of that. So I guess that's my worry. Last thought, Poro, real quick.
Sure. It's a North American tradition to have a lot of expectations of you and then fall flat when it comes down to crunch time. But so far, so good, I think, for Oath. I think that they will be looking good going into Erangel, and I'm looking forward to it. Godspeed.
All right, well, it's time for us to get into game. Let's head to the casters. Let's go to Clover and the Cammy D to give us the action.
Why, yes, indeed. We are back. I should say Clover and I back from the Analyst Test. Now we're casting the final 2 games of Erangel, and a lot of people are really liking Oath, Clover, including you. Is this like a nice bandwagon that you think should be taking off?
Yeah, I mean, this is, yesterday, maybe a little bit start of today, Zenith really was the bandwagon, a bit of Exodus. I've seen a lot of mention of them in chat as well, because Exodus, we thought would come in with Rust. They've been playing other games, obviously proving all of us wrong here, that they do deserve to be here at the top. But Oath, this is a steady climb that we're continuing to see improve as the games go on. And if they hold on to this momentum, there's an opportunity to take some of these other teams down. So I think a lot of... maybe, I don't want to say power behind those words, but if you guys are betting mans, Oath might be one to take a chance on.
They might. Full disclosure, I did pick Exodus to be at the top. They've actually dropped 1 position. They're not in a terrible shape by any means. But your pick is looking better than mine, I guess is what I'm wanting to say. But my eyes right now, I think I'm more excited to watch the likes of Comets, the likes of the Hardships, especially, who climbed back from, I think, last place at one point, and then even Wildcard Gaming to really get to that top and start to fight against these 4 teams that just... These 4 at the top are really not wanting to let go of their position.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we've talked about all day as well. Comet's ability to be in the right place, sometimes struggle a bit on commit. We saw them be there in the top 3 for that last Miramar game, and now as we go into Erangel, maybe they can take that back, finally clutch it a bit, and see if it will go from here.
More moments, and here we go. Game number 4 of the day, the first Erangel of the day. Starting now, and what a nice plane path to start everything off with. This is
so much nicer than yesterday. Yeah, I mean, yesterday, the very first Erangel match was a very southern flight path, giving us a military circle in Game 1. Something that I think a lot of people love and hate. Can be tough for some of these teams, but this just puts everything into play for these squads, which is going to make those early game rotations, those mid-game rotations, the ability to loot, maybe not have some teams breathing down on you right away. That's going to be really essential for a map like this.
I'm looking at the drops right now, and it's looking pretty evenly spread. We saw a couple of games yesterday, as you mentioned, had a couple of multiple teams on Sovnavka Island, and, well, that's just what you get when you get terrible plane paths. And ultimately, I just really hope that today is a little smoother. I think a lot of these teams are hoping that today is a little smoother. It's nice to end off the day with some more straightforward circles, some more straightforward games. And this plane path is certainly one to start it off on. I'm not seeing any sort of contested drops at this point. Everyone's just getting their vehicles. It's pretty par for the course right now.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw there with that map stream. Exodus was dropping Sosnovka. It was their drop for all 3 Erangel matches last game as well. It worked well for them yesterday. They did take victory there in that first as well, but as we wait for the circle to start to move and pop, we're going to see how these teams are going to have to push. We're already in phase 1, and we can see just right now teams pushing around, good looting. Looks like Pistola time a little bit close to Roth, who is currently sitting in the Hall of Fame, as we can see Clueless taking this compound just outside of Shelter.
I'm going to wager that Roth heard that vehicle that Pistola is driving around, but I'm not surprised to see that he's being a little conservative, not trying to go for those shots right off the bat. Clueless, they're looting up. This is the team that needs a lot of help. I think they came out a little bit of expectation on them. They were one of the invited teams, and so that alone puts a little bit of weight on your back, but they're sitting in 13th place, not doing too well themselves. ultimately. And so they need a good couple of games to really get things back in their favor. But I'm looking at their previous rounds on Erangel. 2 of them were garbage, and then the third one they got 4th place with 4 kills, which isn't the greatest. Again, yesterday's Erangel games were unique, but it's still
and especially with Clueless as well, this is kind of a unique situation. Some of these teams are playing with players overseas. Clueless actually has 2 players in Sweden, but real quick, as we take a look at the map, already starting off with a hard shift to the west. Some water is still into play. That means that all these teams to the east, including Exodus down on Sosnovka Island, are going to have to take out rotation. And it's looking like Comets might be perfectly set up to maybe catch them there on the bridge.
There's a good, I want to say 40% of this circle being water. I don't think people are going to struggle to find good spots to hold out, but there's a lot of fields in this part of the map as well on that west side. So this could, I don't know, I'm curious to see where it's going to go from here on out. But, of course, you have to wait for the teams to get there in the first place. And Exodus, do we expect them to go across the bridge, or do we expect them to take a boat? There are multiple paths to get off that island, some riskier than others.
A boat, I think it could be a good idea. Exodus, maybe not one to back down from a fight initially. We've seen a lot of aggression come from them, especially here on Miramar. They seem to know Military Island really well, but that given, with the rotation like that, with so much water into play, it definitely wouldn't hurt to take a boat. But if I was them, I would split it up. We saw some boat explosions yesterday on Erangel really come out and hurt some of these teams, Oath being one of them actually dying to a boat explosion from that. But, again, it's these rotations that teams now need to think about. They want to be ahead of the pack for that next phase. We can see Fabled right now taking rotation, but they're getting awfully close to Wildcard Gaming here.
Good pull around by Supernova. He's using this new hill. This hill wasn't in Classic Erangel. He's using, or at least it wasn't in this particular specifications, using it to scout out ahead of him, and I'm pretty sure that he's able to spot out those members of Wildcard. Luckily, though, Wildcard are not sticking around themselves. They're on the move, and so it looks like they were able to find a small little window of opportunity to get closer towards the center of the circle. Sonics are also making a similar rotation. Trying to find where they exactly are on the map.
No, and you kind of talked about this too. There's a lot of open fields. This is just to the west of Gatka, so they're going to opt for the compounds. Looks like a little bit of a split here. Hwin trying to keep an eye on the compound just to the west. This is going to give him an ability to catch more people as they rotate just past Gatka, whereas the rest of them should catch everybody coming in from the south and east. I really like this play here from Sonics, but again, you talked open fields. When we go west, that is a lot of this, and it's not that those fields aren't playable, but with multiple teams in the area as well, there are so many chances for getting caught out in the open, and you can see here, Livid is going to have a beautiful line of sight for some of those open fields that we can see there off to the right.
Yeah, Georgiable Mountain is a little bit of a controversial subject. Some players really like the benefits that it adds, but other players I've seen try and avoid it just because climbing down the mountain, especially when the circle shifts far away from it, can be a little risky. But Livid, they want to take their chances on the top of this mountain because in the early game, the information that provides you is, as you mentioned, really, really strong. And its current location in this specific circle, I think, is absolutely perfect. It's not on the edge, but it's not dead center. That means that they can get a lot of information, but they're a lot safer getting it.
Yeah, and in times before, we have seen that the final circle has ended up on this island. It's not that common, probably one of the more controversial Erangel circles, but like you said, right now, this is a good place to be for right now. They should be able to stay here for at least the next first or second phase. And look, from this angle, they've got line of sight on every team here. They've set up with scopes, they're set up with DMRs and snipers. And right now, not quite taking the shot yet, just gathering as much information as, it looks like Caden's just going to go right for it there on Fabled.
Got to deal some damage, got to give some pressure. As a headshot to start it off as well, it's going to deal damage to the armor, which might benefit them later on. Pentacle goes down for Wildcard, the first casualty of the game. Not seeing exactly where that was, but still, Wildcard, that's one of the teams that I think you picked them as the underdog of the day.
That's a really great roster. These are a bunch of players that know PUBG, play it well, but I think maybe just given the circumstances of what they've come to play, kind of struggling a bit to find their own. that said, a lot of potential here, and I think they're going to perform well in Erangel. I'm expecting to see more. I mean, we've kind of talked a bit about the polarizing aspects about Erangel and Miramar, and you know what? These are two different sized maps, different layouts, different types of terrain and covering, and that means that these teams have to think about it differently. They're going to play the ridge lines. They're going to play the layouts, and that's where some of them are going to falter here. Uh-oh. Oh, no!
Oh, this is a very aggressive push by Team Clueless. I was saying they needed to find something. I don't know if this is what they were wanting. It looked like a promising start. They actually run Envisions up against the wall, split them in two. But the rest of Fable, they were able to adjust accordingly. And I don't think they're going to be able to get their teammate up without a scratch. He's trying to crawl out in the smoke because other teams are trying to third party this. They saw the chaos and said, hey, those are potentially some free kills. Let's try our hand at them. But I think
we've told
Supernova
Fable
is
needs
going
to
to go
step
for
it up, and I don't necessarily know that this was a great play by Fable, and I think they were just handed this a bit by Clueless, who faltered this crash a bit after trying to escape wild card. I mean, with so many teams off to the east, it's inevitable. We're going to start to see people go out, but for Clueless to just botch that so quickly, Fable picking up all 4 kills, Supernova with 2, Greg shot with 1. Sorry, they picked up 3 kills out of that, as I think Wildcard actually took out the other member of Clueless. But, I mean, oof, it's rough. That is, again, with these rotations, these compounds, I think scouting is really important, and sometimes you will see them send out a member early to gather information, send a member up ahead, as we can see Roth doing just that right now with Zenith. Let me take another look at the map and see where all these players are.
Oh boy, it's a rough circle. The map isn't the easiest. There we go. We're gonna have to full screen it because it's so far on the west side. It gets cut off by our picture-in-picture. It is now 50% water, and I actually love circles like this. I think the terrain in this area is some of the most enjoyable to play around. It's just unfortunate that you don't see it that much because it is so far towards the water. And now you can see everyone is scrambling to get their way in. McCoy does pick up a kill onto Fudge in the meantime. And they're going to really appreciate that because the opportunities for kills later on might not come so cleanly.
No, and I mean, as we saw when we had the map view, we can see right here, everybody is in a vehicle. Everybody's rotating. We don't have a full squad in one car. Sometimes we call that clown carting because that is high risk. Somebody could blow up the car, take out your whole team in a blink of an eye, but looks like right now, shoot to kill, greatly set up for this is Purdy Curdy. It's going to knock and flush out Crop, and uh-oh. Reno caught out as well, as that's 2 players down for Dodge, caught out on this rotation. They're trying to take up this hill, but look, Livid waiting for them here as well. With so much water into play, that means with the 15 teams still up, what is left to grab is going to be very limiting.
That rotation there is a perfect example of how important timing can be. STK arrived at that position that they were to take out Dodge moments before Dodge went past, and STK, they're an incredibly aggressive team. They took their opportunity, and now Dodge are going to have to play with 2. I like the positions that they're at, but it is really hard to control when you're down 2 men, and you already see a couple of teams shooting at them. I believe that's Exodus down to the south of them.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very central part of the zone right now, but you're right. 2 players. This is a more difficult place to hold. It's a very popular place, but there's still a chance that the circle will pull off, and that's going to make it a little bit open here. But, Zenith right now in combat with hard shifts. That's right. Seeing some throwables come out from Lobes and Maluk, who I think are just trying to pull back from this fight a bit, give him some distance. Again, his kickstart was able to pull 1 out of that.
I did see that Zenith lost 1 in this fight. I don't know if it was a 1-to-1 trade between the 2 squads. It wasn't. Hardships don't have a kill of their own. They did lose Chuba just previously, and now they're forced to have to retreat off of that push. They don't want to have to push over that ridge into basically a solid building held by Zenith. That's certainly not the play, but how do you move through the swamp this early? Didn't seem that they have any vehicles. It looks like they're going to have to scramble for this. Illusion now, though, rotating in from the southern side. It looks like they're coming in late. They're trying to do a big, wide wrapping relocation to avoid all that traffic, all that drama, as it were, directly west of Gatka. And they do have a free entrance. Free me, please. Out of gas on his motorcycle. I'm going to have to hop off. He rode that thing as long as he could take it. But that horse got dehydrated and passed out in the middle of the desert. So now he's going to have to run on his own.
Yeah, now again, taking another look here at the center of the zone, we can see just how many teams are stacked, fighting for high ground, fighting for compounds now, as Elusive has put up opposite. of Dodge, but continuing to watch on the west. I think right now, good idea here. We're going to see people continue to coming from this direction. But Innate, really fantastic scout. I just think that Elusive has not had as good of a day as we saw come from them yesterday. They really blew up well on Erangel. This is the map that they know well. They oftentimes play in some of the more smaller leagues. This is, I mean, a great team that is used to playing together, but I mean, I just keep seeing them fall apart. So if they can hold this area, this is going to spell really well for them, but they need to make sure they don't waste it either.
Yeah, you saw them rotating. We see the next circle. Not sure exactly where it was, but Elusive, they weren't happy with their position. But now here comes Radiance, and they come directly into Dodge, who stall them out just enough for Livid to actually deal the damage to it. Los goes down, and the rest of Radiance, they're just pushing over. They know they need this position because they are sandwiched between two separate squads. I like this rotation by Finna, going up and taking the high ground. When you're playing as two, going into a little bit of a guerrilla tactics situation might be the best play, but McCoy does spot out Finna momentarily. I don't know if that nade was on purpose from Waldo. Takes Los out of there, and I'm pretty sure that doesn't steal the kill, so ultimately it's just a mistake.
No, and really good mollies here from Monty as well. This is going to keep pushing pressure on Radiance as McCoy tries to take a move on it, but Finna really with a perfect angle here. They have no choice but to play this as Livid continue to third party as well onto Radiance, but Dodge right now, I think, like you said, they had to hold this. We were going to see a push. It's falling apart right now for Radiance, but Finna's also in a tough place. He can't overextend himself without being risk caught by Livid as we continue to see him look out at his compounds, but I think he's spotting out Waldo. Here comes the nade, priming it, making sure that it's going to blow up with very minimal time to react. He's going to catch Waldo, gets the knock, finds the flush. Oh, Radiance, this is not going well for you right now.
Oh, and actually here comes Livid. They want in on this action. They don't want all these kills to go in the way of Dodge. And so you see them slowly crawling up that hill. It is just Batty in the smoke. Amali comes in and he's forced away. But Livid, what are they going to do? They're going to throw their own nades over. They know that Finn is a little bit of a pocket of his own. That nade just barely misses him. Batty does go down by Monty. That's going to be Radiance out in 15th place. What looked to be a smart rotation cut off at the tendons. And now what is Finna going to do? They have to be aware of Livid's presence.
I mean, yeah,
right?
We're grabbing some quick loot there by Finna, but surely he's got to read the situation knowing that Livid is right here. But, I mean, I guess if you need it, you need it. But look, needing to reload this Mini 14, it's helpful to have a DMR, but as time wasted, low on HP, Livid is knocking at the door, and they've just got to take this fight. Is Monty trying to offer some support, but here we go.
Ooh, nice grenade by Monty, but I think it goes just a little bit too far. He is down soon, but Finna's going down, and now Monty's looking at 1v2. We've seen some great shots from him, but it's not going to work out. Dodge is going to go out in 13th place just moments after Fabled gets removed by... Or no, was it Oath got removed by Fable? No, Oath removed Fabled. That's the order of operations.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing so much go on right here. As we take another look at the circle, I'm talk about look that hill no longer into play. It's going to go further south down into the swamp, which means we're going to have more coverage. And already Exodus opting to go take that hard push, as we can see Oath as well on the east now trying to make their push in. As there we have it, Comets watching from the edges. I think this might be our next fight. We can see the Snakers taking that push here towards Victor's and Yaxley.
Vehicle stop at the shack and then move the rest on foot. I'm not sure if the Comets are able to hear that vehicle, but it looks like Oath are spotted out from a team to the north. It's going to be the other members of Comets. Comets are holding a 2-2 split right now. 2 in that building just to the north, and the 2 running away on the field. Now they're hopping to their vehicles, and they're grouping up.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've kind of talked a bit today about both of these teams, their circle awareness, their placements, their rotations. This 2-2 split worked really great for Comets, but they read that situation perfectly, realizing this is a whole squad push onto us. We need to come back. We need to regroup, and we're seeing them come back into a 4-man squad. Meanwhile, take a look at the minimap. Sonics are encroaching just a bit on this spot, so Comets need to not find tunnel vision onto Oath. This is sometimes the thing that can get them caught a bit off guard. They'll spend a little bit too much time focusing on one team, lose track of the other. We're only into phase 4, still 12 teams up, but look at this. Zenith now catching Livid as they try to push in.
Yeah, Livid they're continuing on that sort of manifest destiny of going south and south, stealing it from every single barbarian that they find in their way. Unfortunately, Zenith aren't going down without a fair fight. Already a nade. That second one goes a little bit too far. Can Soup get the revive onto Caden? Leda, in the meantime, is healing up for his own self. And this is a nice ridge that they're hiding behind. Might be a little too vulnerable for nades. But there it is. The revive onto Caden is going through.
Oh, and here comes Elusive.
Ditek still at the north.
Yeah, I mean, right as Shoot to Kill, a little focused on Livid, we see Elusive starting to push out from their compound, try to take advantage of this. It's going to split STK's attention just a bit, but they're still able to get those knocks back down. Zenith won one player. This looks like nades out from Luke 12. Shoot to Kill loves those throwables, and look at that. It is a hellscape, and Zenith going out in 12th.
Some of the nades from Livid or Zenith, or I don't know, that seem to just barely miss, but unfortunately, STK are going to have to leave Luke. They recognize that the pressure from Livid is way too strong, but look at that pullback. Pretty Curry is able to catch Soup, so focused on getting the kill, and now set on fire.
Alo
goes strong. Lost a couple of the teammates, but STK are going to stay as 3. Just the teamwork there, able to, the footsie game with the opposing teams. It's so beautiful watching STK play this game.
Yeah, and I mean, really, I think Elusive hung back from this. They had a great opportunity to third-party, these 3 teams third-partying each other, but Shoot to Kill showing us that this has become their map. You know, they took victory on an Erangel yesterday during match number 3, and they're looking really healthy right now. Poro said Miramar is typically their map, but you know what? Maybe we should amend that. Maybe it is, in fact, now going to be Erangel. As we take a look one more time at the map and see where our circle is going, it's hanging down farther south, and that means that all these teams, once again, are going to have to reposition, and it's getting a little bit crowded.
It's another hard shift as well. But thankfully for teams like EXO and Illusion, who had to make some wide rotations earlier on, they don't have to move as much right now. In fact, for EXO, you can see on the map, Venerated is already holding a spot in the circle. They're having a wide spread to gain control before they push in. But what can Maluk do? Last remaining member of Hard Shifts. 0 kills for his entire team. It's going to be a hard one for him to pull out. The Sonics still has 4 up on the northern side. And to me, it looks like they have a pretty easy path. That is, if the Comets don't harass them too much. Because the Comets have to get into the circle themselves, remember?
Yeah, and I mean, we can kind of see just a bit of a split there from the Sonics. He's trying to gain information, but whoa, looks like Shoot to Kill spotting out Vegas, but they're going to go out. Exodus cleaning this up from downtown. Taylor, K-Pats. And I think they might get this res up on Vegas. Oh, Shoot to Kill, what is going on with you guys today?
Listen, for all of the successful, aggressive maneuvers that they have, sometimes they don't always work out, but this is going to be another... Every single game, I feel like, for STK, they go out early, but they get a good number of kills, and if it works for them, it works for them, and it's certainly great to watch, so you can't fault it. And honestly, moving from their position that they were into this circle, I get why they wanted to make that sort of wide rotation. Perhaps they didn't see Vegas. They only spotted him at the last second to run him over. And the hold that Exodus had was incredibly strong. We know how good of shots that team is as well. So they didn't give any slack for STK. But here the Comets are going to be moving up. They crossed the road, but they're going to be putting themselves in between not just the Sonics, but Oath, who have been following them
Oath
for the past couple
ready
of
for
minutes.
This. I mean, we've been watching Relo and Snakers continue to watch this ridgeline. They know that Yaxley and Victory here. They're trying to catch them off. However, it looks like Sonics found out by Comets as well as Sub-Zero getting a knock-on win. Finish on Shrimsy. There goes another finish. More points picked up by Sub-Zero. 3 kills so far for the Comets, but we just hold on to this a little bit longer and prevent being caught off guard by Oath is, finding out Elusive as well. I mean, this is a point spree, but again, we talked about it. Tunnel vision. They fall to it pretty easily. They need to be really careful about Oath coming in from their south.
I wouldn't be surprised if Oath avoid it. Wolf really likes to lead his team in a slow fashion. It was actually touched on by Poro just the previous match, that they're very, very patient. And, well, one of the downsides of that is they don't take opportunities like this one to really punish Comets for that. But let's see what Profi can do. He's laying down some Molotov, laying down some smoke, trying to limit the aggressive maneuvers, possibilities by the Comets. He also wants to get into the circle himself, but he's getting shot from multiple directions, from the inside of the circle, from outside of the circle. It's not looking good for Profi and the rest of the Sonics.
No, and I think some of these bullets might just be left over as well from the elusive Exodus fight that's going on just to the west of here. But oh, Profi, that is dirty. Oh, but Victor accidentally taking himself out. He had a name primed, and it's going to be it for him. As we see Profi go, wait, what was that? What just happened? Surely he saw it in the feed.
Once the Sonics were distracted by Comets, or at least torn apart by Comets, that allowed Elusive to move further to the circle, but they come directly into Exodus. I believe they got an initial down, but it's been revived, and so it's still going to stand as a 4v4. But that top push by T-Sock is going to take out Pat Caps. He's going to go more aggressive. He does spot out Vegas on a bike, trying to get away from this location.
Nice play. Ooh. You hate to see this sometimes. I mean, almost a little bit poetic there. Vegas falling out of a vehicle, as we kind of saw a similar play earlier from Shoot to Kill. But here we go, Venerated and Taylor J now at distance, trying to catch off Elusive, but getting themselves a little bit too close now to Maluk for the hard shifts.
Smokes come through from Elusive, trying to get into the circle. Maluk goes out in 8th place in the meantime for 303's Lush. But Elusive, I'm still worrying about them. Snakers has his eye on him, but they're chasing after Exodus. Will Taylor J spot this out? He hears the shots, and he goes for the spray. Blue's taking him over. Taking a lot of damage, but he really wants to make sure that he secures that kill for his team. In the meantime, Init is able to make it to the swamp, but look at 303's position. Dead center of the circle, holding a compound.
Yeah, I mean, Elusive, I know a lot of people have said, what are they doing? They've really been faltering. This is where they're at their best. T-Sock pushing a bit aggressive, making sure to kick up those points, and Nate pushing right ahead to the zone, trying to call out some information, and now we see them regrouping on the circle. You're right, 303, though, really beautiful position in this circle. They've got the high ground, they've got cover, they've got the compounds, and now it's going to be up to the rest of the teams to try and make that push as Phase 6 comes to a close, and we're going to see where that next circle hangs. We've got the road right here in the middle. It could go east, it could go west. Well, it is going to be this Phase 7 that dictates how these 7 remaining teams are going to really have to rotate going forward, and maybe a little luck on their side as to whether or not they're going to get the circle.
Oath making their way closer towards the circle. You saw Reload took a couple of shots from 303, but he is still alive. And you can see he is ready, watching the south while the circle shifts dead center. 303 are loving this. This is a game for them. Like, they have to win this game. If you're in a position like that and you don't win, something is absolutely wrong. And 303 certainly need the point. They're currently in 10th place. This is a great opportunity to skyrocket that position.
Yeah, and I mean, as well as that, Oath here, already with 7 kills, strong position in this circles. We can see just how much cover is still into play. Meanwhile, Ranger, I think, spotted out Honey Badger here for Wildcard as these 2 players try to hold out from the south. Free Me Please moving just a bit closer to the zone. I think right now they're focusing on making sure that Wildcard doesn't walk in on their backside. They know that he's here trying to hold the ridge line. And Honey Badger's going to do the opposite. He's going to give themselves space, try and get away from this, and see if he can find a safe position in the zone. Oh, Honey Badger.
Finds a shack. Innate goes down. Actually, all of Elusive go down. 303 are holding the line strong, and I was worried about the tree cover. I was worrying about all the divots inside the swamp for Elusive to use, but it doesn't matter. Nothing can avoid 303's shots. Except maybe Venerated can. He's currently hiding on top of that hill, but 303, D-Rich, looking down onto Illusion's angle. I don't know if someone spotted something. Heard a couple of shots.
I mean, yeah, Illusion was taking those shots at Wildcard earlier as well, and I think just alone that sound information was enough to tell 303, hey, somebody is here. They weren't quite in the zone yet. We knew they were involved with that compound, so we need to make sure that we keep an eye on that area. They could be pushing in from the south, but at the same time, Venerated heard that as well. Still holding on to the corner, has the opportunity here to walk up onto Illusion, but oh, he's going to get spotted by Voxic, and meanwhile, it looks like Comets are eliminated too. We just lost 2 teams in the matter of 2 seconds. Ooh. Make that 3.
Took that shot, and Oath, like shark smelling blood from miles away, they triangulate that location. They take him out. Now they take him to the top of this hill as well.
Good positioning here by Snakers. This is a nice hill to have, a little bit of high ground, but you've got protection again from the sides as well, as right now still continuing to try and spot out Illusion. We can see these two members of Oath going wide. Freemy Please is down. They're going to pick up that kill. Looking for Ranger. He is very damaged here, trying to stay alive, but Relo is going to pick it up. And look, 11 kills now for Oath as they try and take this back. 303 might have had the compound, they might have had the center of zone, but Oath equally in the center of a circle here. They're going to have to go to the road. Both of these teams. Let's see if Oath or 303 can hold it out now as we go into Phase 8, leading up to Phase 9. 2 teams, 7 alive.
Listen, we know exactly where this game is going to end. It is going to end outside of the compound. And so while 303 have had the hard cover of those buildings for the past, multiple phases, Oath have the ability to spread out. But while I'm saying that, Voxic is able to sneak forward. I was going to give Oath the benefit of the doubt. Their terrain looked to be more usable in terms of getting map control in regards to the center of the circle. But Voxic taking that position might just spoil everything. Let's see what Oath can do. They have all this tree cover, all this hill cover to hide around.
If Oath does not know that he's here, this is a perfect place to ambush. Oath right now, only 3 players. 303 does have a one-man advantage. If they can get that first surprise knock, the tables will turn. It'll be a 4v2, and that will be easier to prevent that Oath from pushing. So even though 303 might not have the circle right now, if they could pull this play off, that might spell trouble for Oath. Great placement set up for 303, but they just need to land it on the execution.
They're going for the shots. They're leaving a lot of members on the buildings for the elevation advantage, getting the information. And Oath aren't really giving them many opportunities. But look at that, though. They peek their head out over the ridge for a split second, and already almost half their life pool is drained.
Yeah, I mean, giving away information as well as they continue to stay behind the ridgeline. 303, not quite sure which way they were going to push in from the rotations. We take an overhead view. Again, we can see Voxic has good eye on the south, but he's watching the north. So if Snakers and Reload walk up onto Voxic, that could spell trouble for them. Meanwhile, if Wolf pushes a bit too far, as we continue to see him getting hit every time he peeks, 303 very hyper-focused on that area. And so here come the smokes now. This is going to be, I think, Oath's attempt to try to get in the circle, but this is going to come down to knocks. This is going to come down to kills. And 303 right now is just beautifully presented as we can see Oath struggling to find a foothold in this.
Well, 303's foothold on the buildings is slowly coming to a close as the blue has begun its slow but eventual move towards the center. And the eventual death of this entire round. Smokes have come out from both sides, but 303 still have not moved. They want the elevation of those buildings to last as long as possible, but Oath have stopped giving them any opportunities. They peek over for a quick moment to see if anyone is still out there, still moving. Oh, I say that. D-Rich drops Oath, and it's going to be a follow-up nade to try and finish it as well, but Reload finds Voxic. This could be huge.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Voxic's setup, that if he was to catch Oath off guard, it was going to spell trouble for them, but it is going to be Oath that's able to take that back. However, Snakers and Reload all on their own. Oh, is that Molotov? D-Rich is on fire. May not have enough time to pop off that first aid before the blue comes into play, and it's going to do so much damage. We're starting to see this push from Snakers, who gets lushed down very low. Oh, it's getting close, guys.
Ooh, Lush does go down. Reload's going to be the one to drop him, but a Molotov right on Reload's position, and the spray down from Lane Dune to finish it off. It's just Snakers right now, 40 HP when he popped the first aid kit. And the spray from D-Rich to end it all. It's going to be 303 coming out with 10 kills at the end of things.
Oh, man, I mean, you love to see great plays rewarded. We've talked all day today about teams that find those compounds, get gifted the zone, and they're given all the ingredients to take a chicken, but somehow fall apart. 303, they've struggled a bit so far this weekend, but today, that was beautiful. That was what we come to expect from this team when they're on, and you know what? I am hyped, guys. Let's see some 303s in chat.
Still a very, very good game by Oath. They actually still had more kills than 303. At the end of that, it was 11-10. But, of course, the placement points are going to be going the way of 303's favor. When you get, as you said, when you get the circle like that, you can't not win.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, kudos to Oath. I mean, this is a team that I've talked about all day. Godspeed's talked about. I think a lot of us have. You asked before, is this a bandwagon worth getting on? this is not the first time we've seen them take those second place on Erangel on game number 2 or 3, yesterday. They took second to Zenith Esports, but great placement, great positioning, but ultimately just fell again to the high ground. We saw that again here with 303 as they managed to hold that out just a bit, but I mean, that's not anything to discount at all. Still fantastically played by them.
Yeah, I said my last segment on the desk that I was only about 80% of a believer in the Wolf-led Oath. It's getting close to like 95, maybe even 99. I don't know. Just the way that they played that, it wasn't as aggressive as I'm excited to see. But it was like the juggernaut. You just can't stop it. But enough about us. Let's go back to the desk and hear what they have to say about that first Erangel match.
Thank you very much, guys. Let that be a lesson to you teams in the wings. You can gain Cammy's respect 15 to 19% at a time off of one good performance. So all you need is a couple of good days, and you hit that hit list. But I don't think he's wrong in the context of Oath. I mean, I will argue that it wasn't sort of a long shot pick. Like, these guys have been on the comeuppance for a couple of months now. It just seems like it's been shaky. So what do you think? Well, let's talk about Oath and sort of what the recipe is that's gotten them right. But also, I do want to make sure we give credit where credit is due. 303, D-Rich, 5 kills. Am I remembering that correctly? That was a very good one. So let's start with 303, Poro, and then we'll talk about the recipe for Oath. Poro, 303, talking about the end of that game.
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about 303. I want to make sure Godspeed gets to talk about Oath because he's been reminding us ad nauseum that that was his pick.
Ad nauseum.
Look, 303... like Cameron said, man, you get the circle like that, you have to come out with the win. It is what is expected of you, and they managed to pull it through. Not only that, but they managed to pull it through with 10 kills. That's the thing that is most impressive about this victory to me. But let's take a look at some of these highlights. I know you get excited about saying highlights, Toffees. Highlights!
Highlights!
Is this,
all right,
I'll be there with you,
baby.
Is this the cooker? It is!
This is, look at this. Look, we've talked a million times about STK and throwables. And look at this. Watch this. I think he pops him right in the mouth with this Molotov as he comes up, tries to come up over the hill. Yeah, he did. That's a quick flush there by STK, fighting it off on the north side of that crazy, crazy circle.
Easy for Halo. Meanwhile, Comets, had some really nice shots. This is, again, another team that I thought would do really well today. This is a very scrappy team. They're able to kind of pick up some kills here. Nice shots from Sub-Zero, but really, it was about Oath and 303 coming in at the very end. And although 303 had the stronger position, you could argue, man, did Oath make him work for it. They really, really did. That was very well played by them.
I mean, right? It was a story of, like, there was the have and the have-nots. 303 had houses to live in and defend themselves, and Oath was behind a couple of trees. They weren't even that good to speak of, and they really did put up a good fight. So you got to give it to Oath. Godspeed?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we actually talked about this a little bit while the match was going on, was what was the recipe that was necessary for like a player like Relo to really come into his own? Yeah. He was a player that when he came into the MPL, we thought he was very strong. We weren't sure how he was going to fare against, the top level competition in the nation. But really, I think this is the recipe, is having that roster around him to be able to kind of showcase what he's got. And I think Wolf at the helm of that team is a perfect mix for perfect recipe for success, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, when we see them... Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, I was just going to say, I could agree with you. Wolf, obviously. At this point, I think we got to give him credit as being a fantastic IGL. Not just a fantastic IGL, but just a good leader in general. He's got that way about him that really makes his teammates want to follow him and listen to what he says.
Yeah, and I think in a way he's been hardened by criticism over the course of the last year or so. Like, he has, and I will be honest, taking a beating at the hand of other NPL players and then people out there saying, like, imagine a winning team with Wolf on it, stuff like that. And at the end of the day, he's sort of pushed through that fire, and you've got to give it a little bit of respect. The fact that he's still, when you see him at events, despite any kind of, people saying he's not good enough, he just stands there, he takes it, he says, we're going to play our game, and we're going to let it speak for ourselves. And right now in that match and the one before it, I think they've done just that, Dustin. They've let their play speak for themselves.
Yep. I agree. 303 winning this, though, I just kind of got to touch on them as well. Like, this is a team that I also thought should kind of be doing better. Obviously, it's kind of taken them a little bit to get the traction going, but hopefully with that game, even though they were, yes, gifted the circle, at the same time, they had to work for it and they had to fend it off. Anytime someone says, oh, it's a free win, I always want to point to the fact that you still have to earn it, whether you have the position or you don't. So them coming around with 10 kills, first place, 20 points, is going to be a nice little boon for them. Oath continuing to climb as shoot to kill still, I mean, working really hard for the kills they've got. There was some really sick plays from Alo and some really nice mollies, but they're still just not hitting that mark that I know for a fact Poro wants them to hit and that they should be hitting.
No,
Yeah, and Poro, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I was just gonna say, look, with 303, man. Look, I agree that they did things good in this game, but it's not enough for me yet. It's not enough for me yet. That's 10 kills. They had 21 kills going into this. So, you know, getting half of your kills in one game, I need to see more. I need to see consistency. I need to see this wrapping into this next game as well.
Yeah, but Poro, if they do well in the next one, will you raise your opinion of them by 15 to 19%?
As far as percentage points, I'm not really sure. I'm gonna leave the percentage points over
Poro's
the camera.
More like a 5% at a time type of guy. You know what I mean? He
Yeah, you know,
big jumps.
We operate in baby steps, right? Baby steps. But look, I mean,
look at this stats though. Relo joined by Snakers up on top of this. Snakers wasn't on that chart after the last one. We saw Relo sort of start to dominate it, and now Snakers joins him. So it's just Oath seems to, like, you were right. They hit their pace, Godspeed, and it's just nonstop at this point.
I mean,
survival
Snakers
too.
is survival. Very nice. I mean, just that roster in general, like Snakers, Bale, I think is just a really fantastic young gun, and then obviously Relo. We've talked enough about him, or actually we can talk about him more because he's so great. But also, I want to just kind of switch gears real quick to comments. I really feel like this is a scrappy team that has the potential to push their way not only into kind of the top 4, but maybe even the top 3 if they really just get it together. For some reason, they have the ability to team fight. They have the ability to be very clean in that, but they just can't get past, it feels like, the mid game. And a big example of that is when they let Hardships ride up under them in that Miramar game where they should have won, but realistically they just gave the game away to Hardships, who, don't get me wrong, played it well, but I really feel like that was Comets to lose, and they just, again, they lost.
I mean, I agree with that. They haven't been showing that their ability to close, and I will say that they have been rising up the board. It's not a meteoric rise, but at least Comets is keeping it sort of in the middle, so when they do have a great day, they'll perform well. On the opposite side of that, Poro Zenith is in second now, but that has been a huge drop-off for them, considering how they started today.
Yeah, I mean, things haven't been going the way Zenith had. Like, I mean, and that's the thing is, they're not playing a bad game. They're doing really well. That's just a credit to how well Oath is playing today. I mean, Zenith is doing everything they need to be doing. They haven't gotten the win yet. But I mean, look, you talk about Comets. The only thing you need to look at Comets is the fact that they've got the top 2 players in total time survived, and they have like 16 placement points. So you know, they got to start turning that thing around, turning that time survived into actual placement points and staying alive to that late game. Getting 4 up in the late game would be ideal. But I mean, that's a team we've gotten used to seeing hanging around in that 3rd, 4th place spot. Now we just need to see them do that take that next step and start winning a game and maybe getting a few more kills to pop up a couple more spots.
Godspeed, for our last look back at that last game, is there a big moment that you saw in that game, or sort of a favorite moment you had watching it that stood out to you?
Kind of, I'll be honest, the Molly madness from STK as well as the vehicle madness from us. I mean, there was just a lot of STK-ness happening. The Alo push over with the Mollies, like how good they are with throwables, that's really what I wanted to highlight, simply because we know how good they are. So what exactly is it that's causing them to struggle now, where they've kind of stayed stagnant on the leaderboard? This is a team that I think everyone expected to be not in the top 4, but realistically in the top 2, and that's, again, the curse of SDK, the expectations that we have on them. But I mean, it's well warranted. So,
but it doesn't just matter. It's not just this tournament. It's any tournament. Doesn't matter how good the teams are. They always seem to be chronically middling. That said, let's send it over to the cast to see if SDK can turn it around as we go to the pair of Clovey D to bring us the action on our 5th map of the day. 6th map of the day. No, 5th. I was right.
No, it was 5th. It's 5. We have
5 maps. 5 maps.
We have 5. Count them. 1.
Clovey D.
My fingers
though.
doing weird things.
Clovey D. I know I'm not
he
Chlorosaurus
gives,
and
you
Poro,
just,
but Clovey.
you just gotta like take it. It's you get used to it. Smile and nod,
All
smile
right.
and nod.
Awesome. Well, I'm really excited to go to the last match of today. Erangel was so exciting yesterday. Really, really loved this last match. This circles. Sometimes we'll talk at the end of the day about how the circles suck. Maybe the teams didn't perform well because of how the circles suck. No, this was classic Erangel, beautiful Erangel, and great performance by so many teams.
Then exciting plays, exciting just aggressive maneuvers. I like to see aggressive plays, even if they don't always pay off. If you can get those kills with confidence, placements, whatever. Don't listen to me. Placements are actually incredibly important. But I like the mindset of going for early kills in order to like climb up the placements. It's hard to explain. It's you know, it's the sort of like alchemical potion of craziness and insanity of having to balance both getting kills and placement, but you can't let the desire for placement keep you from getting kills. And then at the center of all
we've talked about that too. Teams will sit in a compound. They won't get any kills. They'll only get a couple placement points. And those are some of the teams we're seeing low as we go into this last match for today. This is going to be the final opportunity for some of these teams to end out halfway through a little bit higher on the leaderboard.
See where the plane path goes. Once again, we're going to get another nice one. I think we did. It is not perfect, but it is about 75% of the way there.
I like it. I mean, this puts just about everything into play. Maybe people would look at dropping onto the far east, have to travel just a bit. Georgia Pole, a little bit of airtime as well, but no, this is going to look very healthy for everybody, but also means that the circle could go just about anywhere.
This is true. The plane is only a small part of it. The plane is important for getting your vehicles. That's kind of about it. Really.
No, and you know what? Vehicles are really important as well. As ranked now comes to PUBG, a lot of people have been asking pros, asking us in esports, what do I need to do to improve? And one of the first things that I often suggest people is learn how to use vehicles. So many people, I think, have gotten into the habit of don't touch vehicles. Vehicles are loud. Vehicles give away positions. But guys, vehicles are one of the strongest tools that you can have. And as we see right away, boots getting on the ground, it is people jumping in vehicles right away, pulling them back to their team because they're going to hold on to these for the rest of the game.
I will say, those observations about vehicles aren't wrong. They are loud. They can give away your position. But you do still need to use them, utilize the tool, and recognize where they are. But the first circle is going to pop again, and it is not going to be central. It's not as crazy as yesterday, but we are still getting some more interesting circles. It's towards the north, about, shall we say, 30% unplayable?
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot
25?
of unplayable water. As we get to those later circles, it's going to pull away from the oceans. It's going to pull away from the lake. A lot of Stalbers kind of sitting there off to the mid-center, and there might be an opportunity here. But now as we follow along with 303, our victors of last match who are already working on their next rotation find their spot in the zone as they're driving to the east. 3 players into 1. Lush trailing behind. I wonder where they're going to put down next.
Well, with a circle like that, they're going to want to land pretty quickly because they're all the way towards the south and they have a while to go. Team Clueless, who went out in a blaze of glory last round, are going to want to have a better run this time around. They're currently looting up in the bunkers. At least
Notice how we don't see them in cars just yet.
Not just yet.
I mean,
I think they might still have
that
PTSD
really did
from
not
being in
work out
cars
well
from the
for
last
them.
match.
Oh, you hate to see it. I mean, I love to, but you do feel for those players. There's nothing worse than getting caught in a vehicle explosion, getting shot out of your vehicle. It's frustrating.
Okay, pump those brakes there. They drove, intended to drive into a compound that had players. I don't accept the excuse that they didn't know that they were there, because scouting is a thing. Players of that caliber should know, who have been in the game for this long, should know that scouting is a thing. I am putting my chips on that being a premeditated assault. It just failed spectacularly, but failed nonetheless.
And I mean, another team that's kind of struggled with that a bit today as well is Radiance. We've just seen them fall apart on some of these crazy plays that they've tried to pull out of their back pocket.
Yeah.
This is their last chance today to try to climb just a bit higher on the leaderboard right now, as they are sitting in, I believe, 13th place. Radiance was one of those ones that I think was coming in as a bit of a favorite. They were an invited team, but they're just struggling to keep it together so far.
Yeah, and especially once the announcement came back that they picked up Los and Waldo, arguably the two best players from the Rumblers sort of era, from that full timeline, but they were just picked up. So it doesn't surprise me there's a little bit of a, I guess, a learning process. They got to plug into the system, and if I'm being honest, before his history, he's not always the best player. The easiest player to immediately get along with is kind of a system that you have to fall into. But Wildcard and Dodge, or I should say Reno specifically, coming across each other. I think Reno's just trying to make his way away, but he has no vehicle, and he's also getting caught from the north. So he's going to lay down some smokes, try and make a run down onto this single building. But look at those shots from distance. He's already at 50% HP, and now Wildcard push over the ridge. Keenan takes him down. Very unfortunate.
I mean, it's a nice
early
pick from
death for Dodge.
Wildcard. Really read this situation. We're able to take up this hit on Reno, but they need to secure this kill before Illusion can set it. Looks like a bit of traffic. And Icy Flex is going to get the steal, taking that kill away. There we go. Wildcard. Now having to be on the defense from this. I don't think they maybe read the situation right away as to what he was dealing with. But again, Wildcard, another team that you and I have kind of talked about today, about the underdog expectations of what we really expected from them. But again, I'm still just kind of feeling like maybe they could still pump the foot on the gas a little bit more, because I want to see more come out of them.
Yeah, I'm remembering the first couple of rounds of the Open Qualifier. They performed very, very well. In fact, in the very first phase of the qualifiers, it was Pentalo from Wildcard who had the kill leadership of the entire qualification process. Granted, Opens are not the same as the final round of 16 of this charity event. It's, of course, going to be harder to succeed this time around, but nonetheless, it's not the wildcard that we may have expected. To the same level, perhaps, but Fabled right now taking over this building just across the road from the Hardshifts. Spied out by Profi as well. It's been a while since we've seen this particular area really fought over.
Yeah, I mean, the Crossroads are a fantastic place to hold. Nice hits there by Chuba, as, again, we see split across the street. Hardshifts now trying to come in as we see Maluk offering some assistance. Meanwhile, more teams coming in this area as Shoot to Kill taking a crash onto Sonics. Looks like they had the same idea of where they wanted to go, but Purdy and Civil are gonna fall. That is not good. Purdy, actually, I think, falling to his death. Luke 12 trying to get away from this. Oh, Shoot to Kill. Guys, heartbroken. But Sonics picking up too much needed wins. And this is another team, again, that we kind of talked about. They were invited. We expected them to perform a little bit stronger. They've started to play catch-up today, climbing up into 8th. But, again, I mean, we're going to end. We'll be halfway through after today. And so we're going to see how some of these teams that we were expecting more of, can they come out on top? Can they close the gap? Or are they just going to be stuck here in the middle?
PO3 right now coming in from Yasnaya. It's on the east side of the circle. We were just watching the area that was closer towards the west. PO3, they were having, I think they had the longest rotation in the early game. We saw them land on the south edge of the main island, had to go all the way over towards Milta, and they're just now passing Yasnaya. They're actually going to go into Yasnaya. I don't know if this is out of safety or an opportunity to get more loot. From my eyes, it looks like they have a fair bit. Maybe a little more ammo on D-Rich would be nice.
Yeah, and I mean, again, you could take a look at the map here. Watch these teams rotate in. We've still got a couple still outside of zone. Patcaps is in the blue still. But, we take a look. This is a very centralized point onto the zone. You've still got a nice stronghold onto the south as you wait for that second phase. That phase 2 is going to kind of give you a better idea of where this end game is going to end up with so much area into play. So we take another look at Severny. These teams are taking a chance here on the north. Shoot to Kill pushing in on to Lopes that has been separated from the rest of his team. You can see them just off in the distance fighting with Fabled there at the crossroads. But again, 2 kills picked up on Shoot to Kill. Good way to start Sonics. They've got to be feeling good onto this, but Lobes, this could be a bit of a thorn in their side if they can't take care of him quickly.
I don't know if they know that Lobes is here. Lobes is staying silent and quiet. And I don't dislike the fact that he is separated from his team like this in a 3-1 split. It is a little unfortunate, though, if more teams decide to take Severny. And once we see the circle shift in the next 10 seconds, that will give us a clue whether or not it's going to be a disaster for him or not. But already Sonics are getting in their vehicles to prepare for it. They don't want to waste any time. They want to be ready to go once the circle shifts. Already rearing up that engine, and it's gonna be on Severny. But they're still pulling away. They don't want to sit center. They know the amount of traffic that is going to be coming in from the eastern side, and the west is wide open. In fact, they were just there. They said, let's just go back and hold down this area. Let the kids fight it out, and us adults can clean up the rest of the game after the fact.
I mean, no, it's true. As we can see here at Crossroads, just a bit south, this is why this is a very popular place. Leaving Severny is difficult. There's open area on every direction. So as teams start to take the rotations and set up, we're going to see some push into town. They're going to take the chance. Good opportunity to pick up kills, but they need to have an exit strategy. There's very few points to exit Severny safely, especially should it get crowded to the north. So as we see Oath finally coming into the zone, here we go, up to the very far north. Clueless coming in now onto Zenith. Oof. This might not end well for Clueless. It didn't work well for them last game.
Kickstart prone down, lying in wait. I don't know if he spun out and was forced to wait, or if he made the decision to lag behind in a possible opportunity to punish Clueless. Already, the rest of the Zenith squad took that compound, and Kickstart might be coming up from a flank from the backside, but Clueless are going to continue their rotation. They are paying no mind, but now they're coming directly across Radiance, and also Illusion right in front of them. Oh, this is a really awful spot to rotate through because of how open it is, and sure, vehicles are moving, but when you're in a lobby of this caliber, they can hit those shots reasonably well.
Yeah, I mean, Team Clueless did not pay off well for them last game. Hopefully they'll be able to take this rotation, but we go one more look again at the Crossroads here. Dodge moving into the hillside house. They will have line of sight on both of these teams, but again, look at that zoom in. We've got both Radiance and Clueless now coming in for the crash onto Severny. As we can see, the rest of the teams that were here have moved away. Looks like Lobes was able to join Hardshifts, so we've got a full 4-stack 4v4 Hardshifts versus Fabled. But as Radiance is going to win out the stake here on Severny, Clueless is going to have no point chance but to move on. But it looks like they've left a member behind. Oh no. Nice put down there by McCoy. Radiance winning out Severny, but again, I mean, you heard it. You said, kids fight it out here, take it out here, and it looks like all the teams are doing just that. They're not touching it right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see more. We might see more teams be forced to go to Severny later on in the game. It is still only phase 2. I was more worried about the hard shift causing everyone to come in from the east side, because you're looking at the hard shift that also has a lot of water in play. That does limit the angles of approach. But SGK, they're coming back into the Dragon's Den. The Sonics, they're lying in wait. And oh well, we took out the first 2 members. Are you gonna give us the remainders? I say that it is only
They've actually
Halo
taken out
remaining.
the third as well. They were just able to find out Luke 12 did take him out. That's why you see that third kill. Alo is all that's left, and it's why right now you see Profi committing to this. They know that there's only one behind, and knowing this area, there's only a few places he can be left. Alo continuing to watch the entrance and exit into this bunker. It is the only way out of there, and if Sonics can play this patiently, they can wait him out as well. So really tricky place for Shoot to Kill to be stuck in, but look at this. Circle has pops, and we're pulling away from Severny already. Just the southern tip is in. Radiance has it, but Clueless, Zenith, Oath, they're all going to have to move again.
Oath, we saw at the last circle shift, they were still coming in from blue and coming in late, and so good for them to be able to find a small spot, high elevation as well, to grab information. But here comes 303 from the southwest side. Gonna be able to find a free compound, and it's free largely due to the fact that the previous circle was a shift towards the west, which means that the west side is relatively open. It's simple, basic stuff. And Profi does find Alo. We lost that, but it was an aggressive push, I have to assume, by Profi, just knowing the man's playstyle.
Yeah, and I mean, you know what, Sonics, this is what we've been wanting from them. We wanted to see them start to play aggressive. We want to see them not get too comfortable. It's what we saw a lot out of yesterday. Today, it looks like they finally turned it up a bit, but 303, another team as well. We really saw them kick off last game, and hoping to see more from this. But now Livid this is a story of a team that has been struggling just a bit, playing in the middle, popped off a couple times, but pushing in now to Exodus, who's also been just a little bit more quiet than we were anticipating today.
They have been. But I'm looking at Livid right now. I understand that you're just trying to throw shade in the fact that my pick isn't working out. We get it. You and Godspeed. You're the Nostradamuses. You picked Oath and they're winning. Whatever, that's fine. I'll give it to you. I'm not arguing that. But Livid right now, well, they're trying to find an opportunity. But now Oath and Zenith all both pushing in. And remember, these are the top 2 teams on the leaderboard, neck and neck in points. But Oath, they're not stopping. They want nothing to do with this. In fact, they're finding a free compound. They're stealing it from Zenith. I don't know if this is what Zenith had their eyes on, but I'm sure they would have appreciated the opportunity to take it themselves.
Yeah, and again, once again, Illusion still in this warehouse area, has the high ground, taking pop shots in here. We saw them taking shots at Wildcard earlier. They've picked up a couple of kills as well, but Oath, you know what? I don't think they're going to back down from this fight. They might hold the circle a little bit longer, as we've got 45 seconds left until the blue zone closes. We'll get our phase 4 circle, and that's extra information that these teams need, but Elusive. Ooh, coming for the push here onto Kickstart. He is not going to have any of it. We'll get that first knock there onto Innate. T-Sock stuck behind the tree. Will get spotted out, but Fizzle coming to the rescue is going to force Kickstart to push just back a bit, but Mystery coming in with the assist, and all of a sudden now Jay All Day struggling just a bit, realizing that this has fallen apart in front of their eyes, needing now to focus on Mystery to try to take out Zenith, maybe get some reses on the teammates, keep what they've got alive. This is not the phase to be stuck on the edge.
Jay All Day, he doesn't want to go aggressive just yet. Kickstart's peeking out, trying to get more damage from the single solo position. If they can find Kickstart, this will open up a fair bit for Elusive to try and recover this situation, but as long as he is alive in that tower, a lot of pressure is going to be on Elusive. They're not even going for the revives because they know how futile it is right now. Kickstart running back into the blue to get to his vehicle and group up with the rest of his squad, because the next circle is it's about to start moving.
Yeah, now here again, Wildcard Gaming working their way into the zone as well, as we take a quick look at the map, see where the placements are. We talked a lot about the crossroads with Hardships and Fabled, and look, they are sitting pretty, but they have not been able to do much damage onto one another in the forms of knocks and flushes. So patience is persistence. Will this be a gamble worth fighting for as now we wait for the rest of these teams to push in? It is going to be chaos all along the edge of this circle.
And remember, this part of the map, the south side, is basically a big giant slope that goes down in elevation the further north that you go. In Exodus, well, they're on the south side. You can see just the area that they're going to have to push through all the way out in the open, and that's why they're trying to deal as much damage as possible right now to make things easier once they're forced to push in. But their options are limited, so they're just going to go ahead and get into their vehicles and push on Pentalol's position, it looks like. Take that from them.
Ooh. Yeah, now back down here into the southwest, we've got multiple teams working their way in the zone. Clueless, 303, Comets just off camera. Here comes the Sonics. This is going to be very crowded, but this is a bit of a sandwich for 303 that they may not want to be a part of. But, looks like Oath coming in for a crash, coming into Dodge. It's distracting Sonics, and, Dodge. They were not ready for this.
Well, I don't know. Just looking at where all those bodies are, it seemed they're perfectly ready to get taken out by a single vehicle or a single grenade. But D-Treats, he wants more.
There you
Faces
go.
a vehicle right in the face. I like this aggressive position by a member of Comets. One of them pushes out, one of them holds the inside of the building, and now Clueless. They've lasted longer in this game than the previous Erangel match, but they're slowly starting to fall apart once again. Patrick, his position known by Victor, prepping the nade.
Nice
this one
nade.
looks good.
And meanwhile, you've got 303 starting to make the push onto this. D-Rich is going to have a sight onto here, but just can't secure that damage. D-Treats, meanwhile, is actually getting found out by Landoon, as now Comet's safety is coming into question here. As 303, I think maybe coming off of last game as well, realizing, you know what, we're going to take this. We want this compound. We want this position. We want these kills. And we're going to come in. You can see the Molotovs in the building right now as Victor and Yaxley are pushed back, and Patrick still lying prone, I think, hoping that maybe he gets forgotten about. But Livid approaching in from the east as we take a quick look at the mini-map. This is going to be, I think, a third-party fest for all of these squads. And again, there's high ground all around it. There's cover all around it. Outside of this compound, it's basically just a bowl. And we're seeing this really wide rotation here from Livid at 303. May not be anticipating. There he goes. Landun realizing that there's somebody above him, turns to help out his teammates. And now we're going to have a little bit of a split here from 303 as they're focused between both Livid and Comets in this fight.
Nades come out. They don't find anything just yet. I'm liking this fast on their feet 303. But where are they going to move now? The next circle has revealed itself, and looking at the minimap, it is pretty central. It's away from this edge, to say the least. And so now 303 are going to put their focus back onto the Comet's position, moving away from Livid because they want to remove this immediate threat. Look how spread everyone is. A lot of teams are still on this hill. We are about 20 minutes in, and we still have 13 teams remaining. And so taking those points and, diluting the immediate threat is definitely the name of the game right now for a number of teams, 303 being one, trying to approach his building. But Yaxley and Victor, they are not budging from this compound. And Patrick,
Patrick's got to be absolutely scared right now. There is an abundance of teams and players right here, and he is vastly outnumbered. I think playing this a little bit smart, waiting for the blue to walk in, hoping to pick up some people. He might just get spotted up by D-Rich. Didn't see him here. Patrick could catch him off. Patrick's going to get D-Rich down. Before he can get it, we'll find that flush, hopefully. Meanwhile, here comes the push now from 303. They're running out of time. This is phase 5. You don't want to be caught in the blue here. It's going to do an abundance of damage, as we see just half a second, taking 10 HP down to Lush. Meanwhile, oh no, Comet's going out. 303 losing a lot, and Patrick's patience is going to pay off as he starts to clean up here from the edge, but Livid coming in right behind him here. Oh, Patrick. Molly is
the sprays
out,
don't land, but he's taking so much damage from the blue.
Oh, but
Wait, how is Lush in the blue as well?
Oh my gosh.
He's gonna die.
He's not
going
to heal
There's no
out
time
of
for him
this.
to get a first aid.
Oh, almost going to get taken out, but it is the zone. We heard that bullet hit him, but it's just a second too late. Landun now, last player still standing up for 303. He's got 4 first aids. He's going to have to use most of these just to get ahead from the zone, but he's got to be careful. Livid was still close by, but again, now onto the northern part of the circle. There's just as many teams stacking as they're all trying to enter into the same position here. Radiance with Sonics. Oh, rip Radiance. Waldo and Batty Lull fall out there to mime and win. And we're down to just 8 teams, 26 players left alive, but it is still crowded here as the circle gets friendlier and friendlier up on these ledges, on these hillsides.
That 303 push on a Comets was just a couple of moments way too late. Allowed Livid to try and pick them up. But Livid, they weren't able to make their way out of the position. Just shows how difficult of a spot it was and why suddenly we lost half the lobby. But Iceflex going aggressive, pushing up the hill, running directly into the Sonics line of fire. And that's going to be an easy kill for Mime. But what is Ranger going to do? Can't pick up his teammate just yet. He's going to drop down. It's going to be Venerator that steals Iceflex.
This is just a terrible
vehicle, but he's going aggressive again.
I mean, it's just a really terrible situation for Ranger right now. If he hyperextends himself just too far to the west, he's been picked up there by the Harshest, but Free Me Please finally coming in to lend a hand as the rest of Illusion comes up, but it might be just a little bit too late as the Sonics continue to clean this up. Shrinzy getting that knock on Ranger, Win spotting more from afar. Free Me Please goes out as well, and there's just one player still standing up for Illusion. The Sonics, though, continuing, not standing still. This is not the only team they're focused on. We can continue to see them taking a look at the hard shifts. Meanwhile, Top Dog, completely busted out helmet. His vest looking a little bit low, trying to heal. He's just down to bandages, 2 left. This is just not the situation you want to be in if you're Illusion, who needs extra points to climb up for this leaderboard. But Sonics, 10 kills. We still have 7 teams and 22 left alive. I'm feeling pretty happy about that right now.
Ooh, so obviously pretty happy to see Sonic's play. It might be a little too late, but Exodus, they're not happy about this. They tried to go for the rock, but the spray down from Oath, they took that compound a couple of phases ago, and they've been sitting pretty the entire time, dealing heavy damage. And now Sonic's, they're forced to push on as well in their own vehicles, charging directly in against the Hardships, who finally now have to defend their building on the ground floor. That's going to be J-Sync with the nade follow-up as well. 2 down for Sonics. It is just Shrimsy and Mime remaining on the outside. They were not able to make their way inside the building as well. And ooh, nades come out, I believe. Line of fire held as well by Maluk in the single-story building. Looks like he wants to leave and get back to his teammates. And the revive onto Lobes is coming through as well. And so Hardship staying strong. Oath picking up a number of kills in the meantime onto Livid after dealing all that damage to Exodus. And so they should have a good number of points.
No, I mean, we talked about the importance of these compounds all day as both Fabled and Hardships worked hard to hold on to them. Sonics trying to push into a little bit too late, lost out on that as we saw J-Sync do a beautiful play with taking out 2 players there to the Sonics. So as we look at this circle, the blue is starting to close. We'll get that next phase. Oath still has the high ground up there to the south. Exodus caught out a little bit to the east, but it is Sonics here that are going to, I think, maybe make this a bit hard for the Hardships. Meanwhile, Fabled still looking comfortable on their side, but they're going to have to start trying to pick up more out of this. And ooh, Lobes! Beautiful nade.
Heavy damage to Sonics. I don't even know who's remaining from that squad, but they're pushing around. They are cleaning out. They're coming through everyone. Oh, he's on the roof. That's who the last member is. Are they going to even check that position? I think that last Sonics player, it's going to be... I didn't see who it was.
It is Mime. Mime on the roof there. Beautiful view, but Fabled is looking in this direction. We've seen him already take a couple shots in this direction. Did a number there onto Maluk, but now is... Mime is able to come back down for safety. 11 kills for Sonics. They might be able to hold this just a bit longer. We still got to worry about the other 2 members of the Hardship that are here as Oath now, I think, trying to take their pick. It looks like they're going to gamble for the West as well. It's now 3 teams on this side. Oh, a very similar crash there. Very similar results as Wolf is going to get knocked and flushed. Lobes picking up another one.
Good hold on the balcony. And I understand why Oath pushed in onto this position. Oh, it's another peek from Lobes. He is not allowing Oath to have any sense of comfort. And, well, Balefrost left back in their old position as the anchor to try and give a little bit of overwatch, a little bit of oversight. He has a lot that he has to do, but not much that he can do, ultimately. I don't even know if he has a vehicle back there. Mime getting back onto the roof. He dropped down just for a quick moment, and Exodus still 2 up. I am shocked that they are this healthy, but they were able to hide behind that rock, get a single revive, and make their way towards the crate. But Fabled, they haven't had anyone approach their position. It has been an easy hold for them. 1 drop for Hella.
Yeah, I mean, only 1 kill for Fabled, but, oh, it's going to be Balefrost that ends it. We could see him still off to the left there as he's able to prevent Exodus, who's been struggled, caught out in the open. That's what we see sometimes from these circles. And with these 2 compounds being the center of the zone, those teams that sat here very early on, Fabled and Hardships, reading this beautifully. Sonic went into Severny, originally pulled back. They're going to hold on this a little stronger, and Balefrost is not going to give anybody a point, taking his own self out because he knows he's stuck out here as we see him fall now. And it is just absolutely brutal. 4 teams, 8 players left alive, but a couple, looks like we've got a solo, a duo, and a 4-stack here with Fabled now on the edge. The circle is in favor, I think, of the other side of the street, this side right here where the Sonics are on, so we might need to see the next strong rotation from Fabled as we can see Supernova taking a quick check right now of their UAS.
Making sure their vehicles are healthy, and I'm sure that they have a good number of smokes as well if they need to. The one thing in Fabled's benefit is that there are 3 teams on the other side. It's not just one team who has free roam of the entire area. And so they could use that chaos to their advantage, especially if they're able to get a knock to start things off. But just there you saw, Hardships are not going to let them have it easy. They are firing back in kind. Vision. Peeking over. He's not checking the roof, though, so if Mime peeks over, it could be bad for evasion. But it's not going to happen just yet.
We can see right now all three teams just waiting for Fabled to make a move. Mine's still kind of checking off to the south. He knows that there's other two teams in this building, but right now it is going to be Fabled that I think makes this move, as the center of the zone is going to be inside the road yet again, very out in the open space. We saw what this spelled for Oath in 303 last game. Relo still alive for Oath this one, but again, this is really crowded. As you said, three teams on this side of the street. Right now, J-Sank just waiting for Fable to take a move. They're not going to be able to stay there much longer, just on the edge of zone. Blue's going to do a lot of damage at this point, and as we start to see vehicles moving again, I'm not sure if they're going to take this crash. It might be their best bet, but they've got to be careful. Mime is on the roof waiting for this as well.
Smoke's primed. Vehicle's primed. They know where the circle is going to end at. It's going to be in the middle of the road. So they don't actually need to cross. We're talking about Fabled's, a potential to cross over that road, but it doesn't matter because there's zero cover. In fact, I think Relo's in the best spot right now. He is the closest towards the center of the circle and has a little bit of cover. In fact, if he moves and goes towards that oil tanker, water tank, whatever that is, just to the left side, that's the best piece of cover we got. But actually, it's going to be Supernova. He tries to make its way to the rock. Still not center, but he can try and find an off angle to help the rest of his teammates get inside. But look at the blue. Is so close to him. He got there, only has a couple of seconds to play around with.
This was a good thought by Supernova, but it's just a bit too late. As you see the blue take him down already, there's just no additional cover. If I was Fabled, I would have just sent it with the vehicle, crashed out, used it for cover, immediately blowed it up. And here we go, Mime now taking that push onto Oath. He's trying to keep this angle to his advantage, but Fabled, I think, reading situation, like you said, waiting for that chaos, for their time to start to make their moves as the smokes are out. And that is going to give all of these players plenty of covers. The hard shifts now need to come out from upstairs, make that push onto Mine. There we go. We see Lobes take that jump down. It is Smoke City here. Oh, did he see him? Did Mime see Lobes here? Standing right beside him. He's going to come out of the smoke. Lobes should see him right here. Is going to spot him, taking him out very low on health himself. 9 HP! Mime.
He wins because of the level 3 armor, and then J-Sank goes down to Greg Shot. But look at the aggressive maneuvers. They know exactly where Mime is. They know exactly where the last remaining member in the lobby that's not on their team is, and they are giving him no room.
Ooh.
Up in an explosion. It's going to be Fabled with only 4 kills, but it's a win well desired.
Yeah, I mean, this is the second chicken dinner for Fabled this week, and they had one yesterday on Miramar. They took one today. Now, yesterday, a little bit of a technicality, right? The other team they were playing, which also, I believe, actually was the Sonics, fell to the blue zone. This time, of course, it did fall to Evasion X, who was able to get the kill in the end. But, I mean, we've talked about it before. You can have the center compound, you can have the placement points, but you also want kills to back it up. We saw that from Sonics today, who brought it really strong. Fabled, only 4 kills in the end of that game.
Yeah, and that's... You can't just say, we have a compound in the center, this is going to be an easy game for us with a lot of points. No one wanted to touch Fabled's building because the approaches were so whack. You saw what happened to... Why am I blanking on the team name? Exodus.
You're right, to Exodus,
when they tried to approach it.
Yeah, I mean, that side is a very open side. It's very flat. It's visible from a lot of distance. We saw both Oath and Dodge take that hill to the south. They had perfect vision from that Fabled compound, so it really made approach from that direction very, very difficult. Meanwhile, I think a lot of teams read that situation, took a gamble, went for the Hardships compound. At one time, we saw 3 different squads successfully sitting in that area as crash after crash after crash resulted in a lot of players falling. But, man, the Sonics, even though they lost players in that crash, beautiful performance. Great play by Mime. Kept himself busy. But of course, the hardships as well. You really can't discount that as well. They picked up a couple from that area as well. Lobes, just beautiful aggression there. Just unfortunately falling a little bit too early.
It was a long day. We had 5 games. That last Erangel game, those last 2 Erangel games, actually, were still on the more chaotic side of things, but ultimately I think this was still a good game. Like, I know your pick, Oath, definitely climbed up towards the top and climbed into people's hearts.
Yeah, but you know what? I think there's a lot of teams that we've kind of talked about through the day. We've talked about their stories and what we really expected to see from them. I think some of them clicked into gear. They realized, hey, we're about to get halfway through. We need to kind of close that gap. And this was a great display of it. 303 as well, went out a little bit earlier, but we saw that beautiful crash, holding on to the blue till the end. Landoon trying to heal his way out of it, but unfortunately caught in the end. I mean, that's what you want to see. You want to see that amount of energy and aggression, and it's been paying off for 303 as well. So I can't discount that either.
Yeah, and ultimately, though, I'm liking where I guess you want to say the regional meta is shifting. It's going towards more aggressive maneuvers, more aggressive positioning, but you can still definitely tell the more successful versions. You want to compare 303's push to the way that Sonic's handled it. It's night and day, but let's let the analysts talk about this because you've heard enough from us.
You heard it here first, folks. Oath has climbed into Cameron's heart. That's what you do when you play well. I mean, they got fourth in that match, so it has been a continuously good game for them. But before we wrap up and get to sort of the end of the day festivities here, gentlemen, let's talk about Fable. They got a chicken dinner, but I think all three of us were struggling with some of, like, were they going to get there? Let's start with you, Godspeed. Talk to me about the end of that game.
Man. Fable, they had such a good position, but realistically, I think we were all kind of so they had plenty of smokes, but the reality was they had vehicles that they could use. Obviously, there was nothing as far as cover was concerned in the center of that circle. And I will say, had there not been a fight between multiple teams and kind of solos on the other side of the street, with the fact that Fable didn't use any of those vehicles, that could have been really, really bad for them. And that kind of worries me going forward as far as the decision-making that they have. Not even just this game that they won, but just kind of moving forward into tomorrow and the final day.
It felt like that rotation from Supernova was borderline imploding when he went to that rock and ends up dying blue. But that said, they won. Let's take a look at the end. Let's take a look at the flashbacks, the way the games went. Poro, highlight time.
Highlights. There you go. You see Sonic's coming up over the top. They're going to find Illusion. Illusion once again having a rough day. But look at this. Look at the 300 IQ plays by Mime, somehow managing to clutch out, comes out at the end, finds Lobes, gets the down, gets the flush, as clean as you like, and then, unfortunately, Mime could not do any more against the 3 minutes of Fabled. And guys, we were talking about Fabled. Like, what did I say earlier about them? Godspeed. I referred to them as a Rubik's Cube, in which you move the stickers around and you act like you got that thing all figured out.
The play from Supernova,
Fable.
man. He just drove his buggy into the blue, onto the rock that was on the edge and got knocked. Like, I don't really know what to say about that. I'm not even trying to be like rude about it. It's just like that play really made me scratch my head.
2 wins though.
Yeah, but it's
2 game 5 wins.
But these are all players that we, throughout the entire NPL period, saw them come up in these sort of like contenders exhibitions and perform well in contenders, and they'd show up at the big show and they'd be good. But it seemed like they couldn't quite get past that hurdle of, I don't know if it's like jitters or nervousness or mindset of making some bad decisions at just that wrong time, or maybe not having enough confidence in themselves. Like, honestly, to make that rotation on the outside instead of just saying, you know what? Build a fort in the middle, make the hard push.
Right.
You could see they did it eventually, but it took a few seconds longer than I think you need to. Had it been a 3v4 or whatever, a 3v3 instead of individual teams, that time lapse would have cost them everything, I think.
Well, also I want to point out the Livid like edge hold circle. What that thing that we witnessed where there was multiple teams fighting in the compound, and I think Livid had decided that they wanted to kind of hold that edge and get the kills, but the problem was not only did they only get like 1 or 2 kills out of it, or maybe a knock or two, but actually got wiped by like the last player in the blue from I don't even remember what team it was. I think it might have been like Elusive or so, or one of those teams. So like that didn't make sense to me either.
Yeah, and it results in them coming in 8th place, because of those sort of transitions to the late game. Zenith in 7th, not having a great end to their day, Porosaurus. And Sonics, thank goodness, because we're going to go back over our predictions in a little while, do come out as the big winners on this one.
Yeah, Sonics once again showing up with a huge performance. I mean, you can't take anything away from the kill counts that they managed to pull up in these last couple of games. This is a team that seems to be getting stronger as the day goes on, but the problem is they keep starting off spinning their wheels 2 days in a row. I want to see them come into tomorrow in the first game of the day, just ready to go and popping off with Game 5 type performances.
And Dustin, for me, Hardships have been slow grinding this leaderboard today.
Yeah, absolutely. They have 100%. They have, and they've kind of shown that they're kind of picking up the pieces, so to speak. And I think that if they continue on this kind of grind, they can definitely start to squeeze in towards the top. One team though that I want to point out that again we've talked about him a lot. It's hard not to. Poro, shoot to kill, 0 points.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, I said when we came over to the analyst desk that they had a rough day on Miramar. We needed to see them maybe turn things around on Erangel, maybe pick up a few more points. Unfortunately, that today wasn't the day for that. I don't think they'll drop down too far. I mean, they're still going to be within striking distance, but I mean, you see what Oath is doing, you see what Zenith is doing, and now Exodus starting to pull away a little bit as well. So they're going to have to get their game face on for tomorrow.
Mime showing up big on that match.
Mime
time. Prime time, mime time. That's a nice one. I like that, Godspeed. But it was prime time, mime time. He proved that he's a mime, not a meme, and he absolutely comes out and crushes it. 733 points, 6 kills, and then backed up by Profi, also up on that board. Sonics took a while to turn on, but I guess they're starting to do it.
You know, I mean, it's a credit to that team and how good they are mechanically and how good they know each other, their communications are, that they were able to four-man crash that compound and actually do kind of okay. I mean, they were dropped down to just Mime, but Mime was able to stay alive and kind of play the hard shifts and end up coming in, getting that second place finish. So, well played by them.
And I think also Rello, again, in the conversation, Dustin, and he's doing a good job of going from a player that we rarely talked about to a player that we seem to constantly bring up, and I got to give props to him for that. His teammate, Snakers, is actually in second overall for total survive time, so Oath really has, as a team, been stepping up their game today.
Yeah, I feel like it's really coming together, and we may start to kind of see the the emergence of like a potentially one of the strongest teams now going into this kind of new meta of these, the new teams coming to the forefront of this next kind of season, so to speak, of competitive PUBG. I mean, I would put Oath as one of the top teams right now. Granted, it's only been 2 days, and sure, they can slip and fall, but I don't really think they're going to slow down. I think this is a team that's going to continue to build on themselves and continue to do well. So, yeah, they're little nutter
well,
butters.
That's it. Take a look at the overall leaderboard. Oath is now in first place by a hefty sum. 2 chicken dinners, but a copious amount of points. 22 points over their nearest competitor, Zenith, who had a very strong lead coming into today. Exodus also knocking on Zenith's door at 79. And Fabled, who has the only other team with 2 chicken dinners, is stuck all the way down in 10th. So there's something to be said for the fact that just winning occasionally isn't going to be enough in this lobby.
Look, man, you got to give all due credit to Oath. You talk about what you need to do as an IGL, how you talk to your team, and how you start stringing together these snowballing type things. All it takes is having that first game, and Oath got theirs on Miramar, 15 kills and a win. Then you turn that into 2, right? You turn the 2 into 3, and now all of a sudden you got your day where you pick up a whole bunch of points. You find yourself in first place. All right, now let's string 2 days together. It's baby steps, little steps. Don't look too far in the future. And the thing is, I think Wolf's smart enough to realize that, and I think he's got the rest of the team's ear when it comes to as far as that overall leadership goes. So I expect those to continue on that pattern.
So for the fun of it, we want to go back to revisit the predictions everyone made at the start of the day for who would be on top right now. And I think Godspeed, you chose Oath, if I remember correctly.
I did.
And so I think you and Clover both said Oath was going to step up big time today.
She did as well. Mm-hmm.
So big shout out to both of you guys. Congratulations. I know Poro, you picked, who was it?
Shoot to kill.
Shoot to kill, which,
kill.
Again, imagine living in a world where when you come in 6th, 5th, and 4th, people are like, oh, they got to get better. So I got to give you props. It was a good pick, man. It's just, I feel bad for them sometimes that everybody's so hard on them, even when they do well. Yeah.
Look, man, let's be honest, all right? The circles for these entire 2 days have just been absolutely awful. It's been fine.
No, we're blaming the circles now.
We're the beginning and middle of May right now. Final exam times. This has been final exams for your IGLs. Okay, this is the time where your IGL ability really shines through when you see these first circles that go off, and then you have them following it up with the hard shifts. Right now, Oath looking fantastic. Zenith is passing. Exodus is passing. Shoot to kill. I mean, they've got placement point. They've got a bunch of kills. They just need to get those placement points.
I picked Sonics. I'm glad they had a great last game because I don't feel as terrible anymore as they finished up in 5th place. But you're right. STK feels like I hearken back to young fat toffees playing tag, always sort of chasing after the goal, and it always moving away every single time you get close. And that's what it feels like. Their circles are nonstop running away from them, and I do have to give them a little bit of that's been a struggle for them. That said, guys, if you had a good time today, it has been. Okay, fair enough.
Everybody in the lobby.
If you agree with him, you can let us know that you agree with Poro that circles, you can't use them as an excuse. Hashtag PCS Charity Showdown. If you want to show us your favorite PUBG moments from today's matches, you can follow us at PUBG Esports on Twitter and Instagram, and get all of your PUBG news on na.pubgesports.com. Also, remember, if you think you can cut it, if you think you've got what it takes, or even if you just want to have a little bit of fun, to play in the Challenger Series, which one season later you can be playing here with the big dogs, drop in and sign up your squad for the NA Challenger Series right now, but you got to hurry. Registration closes May 25th at 11:59 p.m. PDT. I added the time there because I actually saw people complaining at 12:15 last time we closed signups for the Opens, because apparently everyone puts off things to the last moment here in North America. So get there, sign up. It's at GLL's website. Go there and get involved with it right now. I know, Godspeed, you're probably like, yeah, that's not wrong. Everybody does wait till the last second. Final thoughts for the day? You are. Final thoughts. Real quick, give me like 2 sentences, your takeaway from today, Godspeed.
I really think teams like STK and Wildcard can bounce back. They should bounce back, and I hope to see them bounce back tomorrow and Sunday.
Poro?
If Fabled has taught us anything, it's that any team in this lobby can win any game if the situation turns out in the right way. So, now that we're halfway through, all these teams on the right side of the leaderboard, if they want to catch up, they got to start getting to work now.
They got to get to work. We're halfway there. We'll take a look in a second at the day 3 schedule so you guys know what's in store for us. We do have 4 days of nonstop North American PUBG action, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. We're only at the halfway point. That means teams on the bottom still have just as many games ahead of them as they had before to make their moves. We saw teams like Oath show that it is doable with a good day of play. Tomorrow, we're going to kick off at 4 p.m. PDT as we lead into the second half of this charity showdown, and it runs all the way through Sunday. So make sure you set that on your calendar. You come back and join us, because it's only going to get more intense from here as these teams now not only have $100,000 in prize pool for them on the line, but $100,000 to the charity of their choice, which is a very cool thing that you can make an impact on something that means a lot to you. So I think these players have a lot on the line. Guys, we know that you can spend your time anywhere, but if you're staying at home, we appreciate you choosing to stay with us here, watching the event. It's been wonderful. I want to say on behalf of myself, Poro, Godspeed, Clover, and Cammy D doing a great job on the cast at the end of the show today, everyone in production, and Lil Fuzzy Seal, who joined the observing team today and I think really did a great job helping us step it up, and gave us some great stuff. And PUBG Core for really listening and giving us a great product today. Guys, we appreciate you spending your time with us. We hope we see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat place. But until we come back, play more PUBG. Well, you could also go try ranked right now. That's out.
True.
I guess we weren't ready to get going. All right. I love you all. Thanks for hanging out. See you tomorrow.
Best dismount.
Stuck